Welcome to Innovate 2016. To make room for other guests, we kindly ask that you move to the centre of the benches and make use of all available space. Emergency exits are located in each of the four corners of the room, to the left and right of centre stage, and to the rear of the room. In the event of a fire, an emergency evacuation message will play asking everyone to leave the building. In the event of an evacuation, the venue and their security personnel will take charge of the situation, and all delegates and staff should follow their direction without delay. Please make sure all phones are switched to silent so as not to disturb the session. Thank you. And don't forget, please join the conversation using hashtag Innovate 2016.
Right now in the US, one of the largest online retailers is looking for fashion from the UK.
Right now in Portugal, we're looking for a UK company to control the growth of algae.
Right now at CERN, they're looking for cutting-edge advanced engineering companies.
And right now,
Kami di Malaysia.
in New Zealand, they're looking for your products.
It's not just yachts Brazil needs, it's navigation systems,
seafood, medical technology,
a trusted UK supplier.
In Japan right now, there's huge demand for indie console games.
Kepakaran UK dalam bidang pendidikan dan latihan jelas diperlukan.
We already export samosa to India,
Brazil, Pakistan,
across the world.
The planet needs the UK's expertise.
So come on.
Why not open your doors to 7 billion potential customers?
If you've got the cheese, we've got the packers.
The demand
is out here.
Here.
you could be too.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Kevin Bourne and Marion Sudbury.
So good morning. It's a great line, isn't it, that the world needs the UK's expertise. It really does. We know that the world wants the UK's products and services. So welcome back to day 2 of Innovate 2016. And welcome for the first time. For those of you who are here for the first time, welcome. So we had a great day yesterday, really full show, and we're looking forward to the same today. And we're very pleased that we, as well as delegates from the UK, we have a lot of delegates from overseas. Do you want to wave a hand if you've come from overseas? Yeah? So anybody sitting near someone from overseas, say hi to them, please. Make them welcome here today. Because we've got representation from South Korea, Japan, China, the USA, Russia, Argentina, Brazil, Chile, South Africa, Australia. Have I missed anywhere? Thailand, Turkey, fantastic. We've got representation from across the world, and I think it's testament to the pull of opportunities in the UK and in the Northern Powerhouse within the UK that companies like the Perform Group, the world's leading digital sport content and media company, is announcing very welcome news today, which is the expansion in Leeds, which will create over 100 new local jobs. Have we got anybody from the Leeds LEP here? Anyway, I know they're very happy about that, so well done to everybody that was involved in that. And today we're also very delighted that we're going to have the Right Honourable Greg Clark MP, the Secretary of State for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, joining us, and he's going to hold a round table, do a speech and tour around the event. And as co-sponsors of Innovate 2016, the Department for International Trade, my department, which was formed this year, has overall responsibility for promoting UK trade across the world and attracting foreign investment to our shores. You've seen our video about exporting. We really are passionate about exporting, and if any of you haven't been to the big hub that we've got, it's that big blue truck thing out there, the hub, please do go to that, because we've got people in there who can help you to start exporting or help you to go to new markets. We also want to deliver the best trading framework for the UK, so obviously we're interested in your ideas on that at the moment. We want to maximise opportunities for wealth creation through foreign direct investment, which is why we're really pleased to have people from overseas here as well. And we've also got a renewed focus on outward direct investment, so if you're thinking of making an investment overseas from the UK, please do talk to us. And so yesterday I had the opportunity of spending the day at the show and meeting many of the companies and the exhibitors and the speakers. And it was a fantastic atmosphere, and I learned about all kinds of great things like developments in AR and VR and the Internet of Things. And I met a number of robots. I met this, which you'll find on the Northern Powerhouse stand. It's made by Reliance, a company in Leeds, and it's an artificial hand. I've nearly taken someone's eye out with it already this morning, so I think I'm a bit dangerous in charge, but there's some fantastic stuff to be seen. And I think what most impressed me was the fact that I could really get to grips with some of these technologies, touch them, play with them. And then we've also had some great talks and panel discussions yesterday. So we had Dick Elsey and Asif Moghal from the High Value Manufacturing Catapult and from Autodesk discussing the future of manufacturing. And the UK really is a leader in advanced manufacturing. So do have a look at that session. All of the sessions are online. We also had a session about cities of the future where Julie Alexander and Miranda Sharp from Siemens and Ordnance Survey respectively discussed the future of cities. Again, something which the UK has world-leading capability in, so do look at those sessions online. And we also got here many of the support services that government and industry offers, both to UK and to international companies in their efforts to grow their business, so do take advantage of that. So just looking to today, our themes are going to be health in the future. So we're going to hear about next generation medicine and innovation in the food chain, and technologies in the future, where we'll find out about future digital technologies, advances in space technology, and realizing the potential of robotics, and many, many more things. Do also look at the how-to series of workshops where you can find practical advice and tips on topics associated with growing your business. And don't forget the support zone and the export hub that I've already mentioned, which can give you practical advice and guidance. I'm hoping that many of you will still be here at 5 p.m. today, because that's when we have the peer-to-peer and innovation awards. So do go to those, please, because they should be very, very interesting. And it's great to have so many innovators, entrepreneurs, innovative businesses and delegates here today. We know that you've got loads to add to the value of the UK economy through the products and services that you make, and we're passionate about helping you to do that. So finally, I just remind you again that our staff are here to help you. Do go to our stands, the Innovate UK stand, the Department for International Trade stand. Do ask us what you can, whatever you need to ask us. Thanks once again for coming, and now I'd like to pass to Kevin Bourne to welcome you from Innovate UK.
Marion,
cheers, Kevin.
Good morning, and on behalf of Innovate UK, let me join with Marion in welcoming you to day 2 of Innovate 2016. We live, work and play in an innovation economy, and our packed agenda today really shows how crucial innovation is to our future prosperity, whether that's locally, regionally, nationally or globally. Later this morning, Hazel Moore, Chair and co-founder of First Capital, will be leading a session focusing on the disruptive nature of new technologies. She'll have with her leading innovators whose ventures range from the applied imagination of industrial light and magic to the pioneering work of E2V in taming quantum technologies and the inspirational activities in space of the Satellite Applications Catapult. All of these activities come together in the emerging and enabling sector group of Innovate UK, which is led by Paul Mason, who will complete the panel. Collaboration lies at the heart of research and innovation, whether that's discovering new possibilities or creating better outcomes. Point 1 in Innovate UK's 5-point plan recognises the importance of taking scientific excellence and turning it into economic impact, encouraging and enabling the brilliant minds to work more closely together. We will be learning later on how world-class research in the North is already having a global impact, with a session that includes speakers from the universities of Liverpool, Lancaster and Leeds, and the National Graphene Institute, chaired by Susan Watts, from the MRC's Clinical Sciences Centre. Point 2 in Innovate UK's 5-point plan focuses on the crucial nature of taking our high potential businesses and turning them into successful mid-sized companies with high productivity and global exports. Innovation is a major factor in increasing productivity and achieving export success. Accessing global markets allows the UK economy to grow and raises the UK's businesses to new heights in the challenges it sets them. If we can bring together research, innovation and industry into leading edge ecosystems, we are also highly attractive for inward investment. No wonder the partnership between Innovate UK and the Department for International Trade is such an important one. Later this morning, I will be chairing a session that brings Versarian, Dearman and Intelligent Textiles together in a panel to talk about their stories, how these companies made the journey from concept to commercial success. And we are privileged to be joined this morning by the Secretary of State for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, the Right Honourable Greg Clark. Greg Clark has always been passionate about place, recognising that research and innovation doesn't happen in the abstract, doesn't happen in the ether, it happens in real world locations. And in point 3 of Innovate UK's 5-point plan, we're recognising the importance of building innovation excellence right across the UK. And we are delighted now to have managers for the regions and nations in the UK and to be commencing the rollout of our regional hubs and events. And so it'd be a great pleasure also to hear later today from Rowena Burns, from Jürgen Mayer and Grant Peggy in a session that thinks about the importance of innovation clusters and the impact they can have on the UK's prosperity, in a session chaired by Tony Quinn. At the end of today, we will be hearing from leading experts in Ocado, Team Sky and BP, thinking about the pioneering impacts that innovation can have on our daily lives, in a session chaired by Wayne Hemingway. And we're starting the conference this morning, focusing in on health in the future, in a session chaired by Vivian Parry that will bring together leading practitioners in the field with Ian Campbell, our new Director for Health and Life Sciences in Innovate UK, Matthew Durdy from the Cell and Gene Therapy Catapult, Jonathan Sheffield from the Precision Medicine Catapult. Our catapults bring together the expertise and resources that UK businesses need in order to pioneer the markets of the future. And in point 4 of our 5-point plan, we focus on the importance of that network accelerating economic growth for businesses of all sizes right across the UK. The mission of Innovate UK is to accelerate economic growth and productivity. And we do that by funding and connecting business-led innovation. We connect through our knowledge transfer network, through our European enterprise network, through our catapults, and through our technologists. But there's nothing quite like the moment when a concept turns into a viable business. And throughout today, we'll continue to hear from innovators as they announce and unveil their product launches here at Innovate 2016. Point 5 of Innovate UK's 5-point plan focuses in on continuing to develop the funding that is available for innovators in the UK. That could be through new products in debt and equity, by giving private sector more confidence to invest earlier and more widely in innovative ideas, by creating more opportunities for UK businesses to participate in official development assistance in developing countries, and by securing an ongoing opportunity for UK businesses to form collaborations across Europe and across the world. Completing the lineup for today, we've got a session on diversity. Innovation thrives on diversity. The ability to actually achieve disruption, to bring together different perspectives and different approaches. And we have a distinguished panel to explore that topic, led by Elspeth Finch. Elspeth, an innovator and entrepreneur herself, is also chair of the Royal Academy of Engineering's Innovator Network. One of my favourite quotes is attributed to Oliver Wendell Holmes. Once the mind has been stretched by a new idea, it will never again return to its original size. I think with no further ado, we should start the process of irreversibly stretching your and my minds and move on to our first session of the day. So thank you. Let's begin by looking at an introduction to health in the future, where food, wellness, and health are going to collide. To chair the session, I'm delighted to introduce for you writer and broadcaster Vivienne Parry. Vivienne is a scientist by training and now hosts medical programs for Radio 4, writes widely on health, presents films, facilitates conferences, and still finds time to train young researchers. Vivienne, let's move on to the first session. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Vivienne Parry. I am thrilled to be with you all. I love this place and this show. It's fantastic. And I go around here and everything I see, I think, God, that's a film. God, that's a movie. That is fantastic. So keep on doing what you're doing is my first cry to you all. But here we are, the intersection of food, of wellness, and health, and what an exciting area that is. There's a huge potential for new business. We've got to keep people out of hospital, we've got to keep them well, and agriculture and science can do that for us. We're going to have a very fast and furious session this morning. We're going to, I'm going to be absolutely ruthless with everybody, I'm afraid, in keeping us to time and letting you have some questions. But what I'm going to do first is I'm going to start with Ian Campbell, who's going to give us kind of overview. But let me introduce you to your cast first of all. And at the far end, it's Marianne Ellis. Marianne, why are you here?
So I'm a chemical engineer and I use engineering, particularly bioprocessing, to develop enabling technologies to enable cell solutions to both food questions, problems and health cancer problems.
Okay, fantastic. Sandra Corwood.
Yeah, I'm the Director of Research for Promo International, which is an agri-food consultancy, but we're also part of Genus PLC, which is an animal genetics company, and I will try to cover the agricultural and food industry aspects of this debate.
Jonathan Sheffield.
Well, in a former life I was a GI pathologist, so I'm really interested in the gut and what goes through the gut. But at the moment, my big interest is how we make sure that we can deliver precision medicine trials fast, efficient, in order to get these new products that are being developed to patients.
And finally, Matthew Doherty.
I'm the Chief Business Officer of the Cell and Gene Therapy Catapult, and I'm going to talk about the role of cell and gene therapy in healthcare of the future.
Okay, you're brand new.
I am.
So you've got a great vision. Lay out the future for us.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I want to start by posing some questions and some challenges that we face. We have got a growing population. By 2050, the world's population is expected to be around about 9.7 billion people. We're expected to live longer. Life expectancy is increasing. 1 in 3 babies born in the UK today are expected to live to beyond 100 years of age. Quite startling. Healthcare spend is growing much faster than GDP for the majority of OECD countries. That means if we keep with the same healthcare practices today, it'll become unsustainable very quickly. With more people, the growing population and longer lifetimes, food is going to become at a premium. So our farming industry is going to have to produce 60% more food by 2050. At Innovate UK, we cross these sectors by addressing 4 key areas: healthcare, food, agriculture, and also biosciences in general. In healthcare, we support companies that are making new and better medicines, that are creating technologies that are better for diagnosis of patients' diseases, and advanced therapies such as cell and gene therapies, where these can treat diseases that previously we were unable to treat or even to cure. We support businesses all the way across the UK, from the Highlands in Scotland all the way down to southern England. There are hotspots of activity across cities, that's true, but we also support our rural agricultural economy, as you can see as detailed in the map here. We also support 3 catapults in the health and life sciences sector. The 3 catapults are cell and gene therapy, precision medicine, medicine discovery. In addition to that, we also have the National Biologics Manufacturing Centre based at the CPI in Darlington. 2 of these catapults, precision medicine and medicines discovery, are relatively new and are just finding their feet and learning how to work with businesses. The cell and gene therapy is much more mature, and it's actually bringing a manufacturing centre online in Stevenage in the middle of next year. This will enable biotechnology companies to take their products into clinical trials and ultimately into the market. On the agriculture side, we actually support 4 agri-centres. These are highlighted in red, 2 of which are headquartered in York. The agri-centres concentrate on areas such as big data analysis, innovation and engineering, crop health and protection, and also more broadly looking at how to improve the efficiency of farming and innovations in livestock. The combination of all of these is clear in terms of meeting the demands for the future. Our catapults and our agri-centres are great examples of collaboration. They work with companies and with research partners to drive the healthcare and life sciences sector. What does healthcare of the future look like? So I've already said we are going to have more patients because patient life expectancy is getting longer and the population is growing. So we have to move from treating diseases to curing them, and to get from diagnostic at late stage when symptoms are presented into preventing the disease happening at all. These are clearly challenges that we have to meet. How are we going to do that? I think wireless technologies and biosensors and data management are going to be key. Within the hospitals of the future, wireless sensors are going to remotely, continuously monitor patients, providing instant feedback to clinicians as a patient's condition changes. This will lead to rapid changes in therapy and hopefully shorten stays in hospital and therefore take the burden off of the healthcare system. In addition to that, wireless technology and sensors can also be deployed in the home for the benefit of healthcare. Chronic conditions such as dementia can be continuously monitored and assessed for any changes in the patient's condition, and then the response can be made quickly, although there's not the need for the clinician's time to be wasted using continuous appointments. So therefore we free up time in the system to allow a more efficient treatment for those patients while letting them enjoy the benefits of residing at home. Farming of the future is also going to have to change because of the increased need to produce more food. There is only a finite amount of land in which we can farm, and as we know from Manchester and Scotland, rain and water seems to be disproportionately spent throughout the UK, let alone throughout the world. So we've got to use our agriculture technologies much better. There's also an increasing demand as the global middle-class population grows. We have an expectation for higher quality food, dairy produce and meat to be available to these families. So therefore things are going to have to change and we're going to have to adopt new technologies. So robotics and autonomous systems guided by satellites are going to help farmers in every aspect, from bringing in the harvest, through milking cows, and on to monitoring for pests and diseases. Sensors are going to continuously monitor livestock to ensure their welfare. And in addition, we're going to use artificial intelligence to help farmers make better use of the land. But as well as that, we have to produce food in a more sustainable manner. That is going to be the key. And therefore, going forward, it's going to be clear that farms are going to have to use the land more efficiently and more effectively. The food is going to have reduced salt, sugar, and fat. It's going to retain its flavour because nobody wants to have poor tasting food, and it's also going to provide a sense of fulfillment. But this may actually help treat diet-related diseases such as type 2 diabetes, heart disease, and some cancers. In addition, personalised diets aided by genetic analysis will allow people to avoid food that make them susceptible to specific diseases. Finally, factories of the future are going to process food much more efficiently and safely. The food is going to be monitored and tracked. Waste is going to be reduced and therefore help sustainability within the food industry. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Ian. So a good overview. There are too many of us. We need to prevent illness. That's a major theme of the future. Personalised, and agriculture and health have got to deliver all of this. What part are you going to play?
Okay, so cell and gene therapy catapult. I actually stood on this platform or at a different location 3 years ago, and just as we were starting up, and said, okay, these are the things that we face. And now looking back on those issues that we highlighted, there were quite a big list. We thought it was things which were barriers to the development of the industry, and the cell and gene therapy catapult was going to go out and change those things. What I'm really pleased to be able to report 3 years on is actually we've made an enormous difference to those things. So I'll get the clicker right. And I'm just going to pick out 2 or 3 of those changes just to give you an idea of, in a short period of time, what the catapult has been able to do. In terms of the behaviour of the industry point of view, we've worked with the industry to bring in a much greater degree of discipline in terms of the design concepts, target product profiles, the use of healthcare economics, which have allowed companies to use the capital that they're putting into the development of drugs to make it much more efficient and bring those drugs to market much quicker. We've developed a relationship with the regulators that's moved them from being perceived as a barrier to the development of the industry to being perceived as enablers of the industry, to the extent that even with getting into clinical trials, the time to get into clinical trials in our sector has moved from over a year down to about 60 days. But also at the core of what we do and what we've done over the last 3 years is develop some technology platforms about more rapid, more efficient, much safer manufacturing that allows these fantastically innovative drugs to be brought to the marketplace. Those are manufacturing platforms and analytical platforms. So then the question comes from that platform, that foundation that we have, what will we do in the future? And these are the big themes that we think are going to be coming up over the next 5 to 10 years from us. The regulatory system, whilst we've got this relationship with the regulators, if we want to move towards precision medicine, towards great understanding of the individual and their role in healthcare, then actually there need to be some changes in the way the drugs are developed and manufactured, and we need to work with the regulators for that, and they are keen to engage in that discussion. If you're developing a product, you need to show the marketplace, and I'll come on to some initiatives in a second. The manufacturing centre, we've got that developed, and Ian's already talked about that. Intelligent manufacturing, we heard all about that yesterday. It's at the heart of what we do, Industry 4.0, and also bringing that relationship together with the academics to bring those products through to commercialisation. Last point, really, when you need to bring...
Two words on this.
2 words. What you need to do is bring together economics, clinical practice, the payers, the patient groups and the patient advocates into a place where you can really demonstrate the functionality of these products.
Okay, so I'm sorry because there's a whole session in that alone. Okay, let's go for you, Jonathan.
So why am I involved in it? Well, I've been a pathologist working in the NHS for 35 years, and we've been talking about the new NHS all the way along. But what's happening in medicine now is the development of stratification of disease far beyond the capacity that we've ever seen before. And in order to deliver that precision medicine to the patients, we have to make sure that the clinical trials that we design and develop are fully coordinated, because we have to make sure that we've got the right diagnostic product linked to the right treatment, the right treatment drug, or whatever that treatment is. The most important thing, though, is to understand that as you stratify disease, the patients that are available will be much more widely dispersed. So our current model of designing and delivering research has to change. And it's really about this. It's about the personalisation of medicine. It's about how you engage patients across the whole of the healthcare economy in order that you can drill down and find the right patients for the right treatment. And when you take on these patients in these studies, they have to understand the reason why they might not be getting that product is not because we're exercising a postcode lottery. It's because we are absolutely targeting an appropriate treatment to them. If we look at what's happened so far with treatments such as infliximab in rheumatoid arthritis, a highly effective drug, but only in 70% of patients. Over the next few years, we'll be able to identify the 30% that will not have successful treatment from infliximab or the biosimilars that are being produced to replace it, and we'll find new products that target those patients. The key to that is the diagnostics, and the key to making sure the diagnostic is right is linking that in the research, in the precision type trials that we will do. The role of the catapult is to make absolutely certain that those links are made at the early start of the development of that research in order to take you through an accelerated journey to a product that can be delivered to patients, you and me, out there in the whole of the NHS. Thank you.
Great stuff. So Sandra, tell us where you fitted into this, and particularly, presumably, because there is a personalisation agenda for animals too.
Yeah. So if I work for an animal genetics company, and if I can just draw your attention to our vision, which should be coming up any minute on the slide. It's pioneering animal genetic improvement to help nourish the world. And I just want to draw your attention to the word nourish. For us, it's not just about feeding the world. For us, it's as much as the quality of the food, as much as the quantity. So recent examples would have been, for instance, the lactose-free milk, for instance. In recent years, genomics have revolutionized animal breeding, but for us in the short term, it's availability of data which will allow us to select for traits which we have not been previously be able to select for. So if we get more information from the personalized medicine, etc., it will ultimately enable us to produce food enriched in certain nutrients, or maybe sort of change the balance. When we're talking about animal genetics, we probably have to also talk about the responsible use in gene editing. And as a company, we've been able to produce a pig which is resistant to a disease called porcine respiratory and reproductive syndrome. And the area of disease resistance in animals is very important as well, because as we're using less medicine or less pesticides or less insecticides, that can have an impact on human health as well. So coming to the other part of my job, which is the agri-food consultancy. So in the last year, we have worked in 43 countries in the world, helping companies to bring products to the markets, and health benefits have played a significant role in every single one of them across the world. So there are 4 trends in the food industry at the moment. One is convenience food, one is the food service sector, there's premium taste, and there's health food. And the health food is not only defined to the developed world like Europe or America. In places like Asia, it's a very much growing market and very much wanted by the market. And also in the convenience and food service sector, there is a lot of investment going into taking things like fats, sugars, salts out of food. So maybe in the short term, in the food industry, we can probably make bigger strides than in the agricultural genetics, but for the food industry is defined by the supply chains. So we have to work together, and we're looking forward to the challenge, but there's one thing in our favor, and that is that the consumer actually wants healthier foods in the future. Thank you.
At least that's what we tell the nice ladies with the clipboards. Let's come to you now, Marianne.
Okay, so I said I'm a chemical engineer, and I'm from the University of Bath, where we have a large focus on sustainability, but actually I'm here really representing engineering, and particularly engineering in the UK with focus on tissue engineering. So 2 examples of where, as engineers, we can kind of help everything we've heard today. So take, for example, cancer treatment. So in oncology, there's at phase 1 clinical trials, there's only a 5.1% likelihood of approval of those treatments. It's very costly. It means treatments aren't getting through to the patients. Organoids are a 3-dimensional tool for preclinical trials. They've been shown scientifically to be far better than the 2D models currently used, but there's a bottleneck to their use, and that's where the engineering comes in, is to grow organoids to enable their use by big pharma who recognise their value, so we can actually discover better treatments, genuine treatments for cancer. So very wide-ranging in what we're doing in engineering, and this is a new area. Many of you might not have heard of it. Okay, cellular agriculture. You might have heard of cultured meat. Mark Post launched his burger in London a few years ago. This is a growing discipline internationally, and I think the UK has huge scope for addressing the engineering problems particularly, but actually we need a lot of people involved. Cellular agriculture is a collection of technologies that produce consumables, it could be anything from food to leather, that you would normally get from animals, but growing them either using tissue engineering or fermentation. This is not, my view is this is not to replace agriculture. It's an important part of the UK's economy and social standing, but it can help to address these problems within food. Again, the challenge is growing up for cultured meat, for example, enough muscle cells to make this a cost-effective solution. But if we can do it, and I think we can see much more food produced using much less land and with a much lower environmental impact. So that's the engineering aspects.
Fantastic. I just want to ask, I don't know who wants to reply on this, but this idea of personalised foods and doing genomic testing of people, then finding out what works best for their genome. How far do you think we're going to go with that? Let's go for you.
So I think we're going to go a long way, but behind this we've got a massive education task ahead of us. We have to make sure that the public understand why we're doing this and what we're doing it for. When we do explain to them the reasons why we're doing precision medicine research, patients really accept that and really want to get involved. And I think for food, we just have to extend that beyond patients to the whole public.
And actually there is a big issue of public acceptance of some of these technologies. I mean, possibly the use of some of these, cellular foods has been held back because of the yuck factor perceived by the public.
It's certainly the first reaction is often yuck. There's studies that show there's quite an age-related response. You speak to kids and they're like, yeah, we're going to eat it. They're completely happy with it.
They're the kids that don't even eat broccoli.
But yeah. So it's, and it is about getting out there early and talking to all publics about it. In cellular agriculture, largely in the Netherlands, but elsewhere, there's been a lot of push and working together between social scientists and natural scientists to enable that conversation, because it will be key.
Sandra, what about that GM aspect? Because we're going to be soon a GM island alone, adrift from the rest of Europe.
I think it's always it's a natural reaction for people to be a bit wary about new technologies, etc. They don't know what it's about. But I think for us it's education, but also show the benefits of the technology, what it can do, what it can do for health, what it can do for the well-being. And don't forget, GM is only one part of the what enables us to breed. We still use a lot of the traditional methods. It will just help us in some areas and aspects to be quicker and more precise. So we will be able to produce healthier food without GM, but with GM, with gene editing, we will be a bit quicker and a bit more precise.
And Jonathan, where does the microbiome fit in all of this? I mean, GI man, microbiome is your thing.
So yes, absolutely. And what's really interesting, the information that's now coming out from things like the Phenomics Centre in London, looking at the microbiome within our guts and what effect that has. And if you look at different diets, the effects on that microbiome are absolutely incredible. So there's a lot of evidence coming out now that what we eat determines what gut we've got in our bacteria, and what gut gut bacteria we've got, and how they interact with our epithelial cells lining the mucosa of our bowel actually affects what sorts of conditions that we're going to get. So clearly cancer, the type of diet we have, but it's also that interaction with bugs in there that makes a difference. We need to start understanding that. That is one of the areas where we can work very closely with medicine, agriculture, and the engineers that are interested in developing these new foodstuffs.
But here's the problem, Matthew, that we'll have an N of 1. You know, if we have personalised medicine, we each have our own unique microbiome, our own exposome, and any other lot of ohms you like to think of. So how are we going to go ahead with regulation and with trials in that kind of state?
Now, clearly we're not going to get there tomorrow, but there has to be some vision in terms of what's going forward. The existing system is really very much built around batches of trial work for groups of patients, and the work that the precision medicine catapult does moves towards smaller and smaller groups, more precision, and eventually you get to individuals. But why wouldn't you apply that concept of individuals to everything in terms of healthcare and diet and all of those things? But then you need to change the regulatory system, the understanding, the way we use data, so that it accommodates that. But in a world where there is lots of data, you can move towards that.
So Ian, is working with regulators a big part of what Innovate UK does in order to ensure that what you develop today can get into the market as quickly as possible?
I think not only within Innovate UK, but also within each of the catapults. Clearly, they are creating the sectors and driving the sectors forward. So for medicines discovery, for precision medicine, and for cell and gene therapy, each of those are in discussions with the regulators. And in fact, Matthew has a great example of how he's worked with the regulators to shorten the timeline down to 60 days for approval of the clinical trials. That's an impact directly through funding from Innovate UK.
Fantastic. Questions from you? You're stunned. It's too early in the morning. So I'm going to ask a question of my own, which is, is there one there, sir? Somebody's going to run to you with a microphone, but I think you should just get up and shout. I'm sure you can do that.
Adrian Brown, Health Futures.
No, you're going to have to shout louder than that, Adrian.
Adrian Brown, Health Futures. I agree with a lot of the stuff that you said around innovation, but I think the bit that's missing is actually innovating in the health service in terms of the business models, in terms of how we currently manage capacity around chronic diseases, which, as you sort of noted, are getting affecting more and more people. And I think some of this very sort of far-edged work around genomics and so on is all well and good, but there's a whole million of people who have chronic diseases today who need better sort of management now.
I don't think we're ignoring those people at all, but I think that we have all recognised that unless we really talk, not just talk the talk on prevention, but actually do it, and do it through some of the technologies that we've got here, we are going to be in a right old state.
So I think, I take your point, but you're absolutely right. But the MRC's already had its stratified medicines programme around diabetes. Now that is a chronic disease that is a huge issue. And at the moment, if you look at the NICE guidelines for how we treat diabetes, type 2 diabetes, there's two types of people that get maturity onset diabetes. There are fat people, obese people, and there are thin people. Our treatment protocols at the moment are exactly the same, and we don't know whether or not that's right. The work the MRC has done at the stratification of that chronic disease demonstrates that there is a difference. So that's part of the journey of precision medicine. We will then be able to think about how we manage those patients in the community by using different protocols for actually common drugs that we're still using. So we do have the greatest, latest technologies for diabetes, for insulin type 1 dependent diabetes, but we also now are seeing that there are other mechanisms out there in type 2 diabetes. So I absolutely think precision medicine is not about this high-end cancer genetics. It's actually about real medicine. It's about how we get down to individual patients and what's right for them.
And I've just made a program, still available on iPlayer, in which I talked to a lot of people who just threw away their insulin injections because they were able to go back to sulfonamide tablets, cheap as chips, and they do far better on them.
Absolutely.
You were going to come on back to me on that.
Could I come back?
Yes.
So in terms of the practicality, bringing it back to the now, the advanced therapy treatment centres that I was talking about before, they're very much about that. They're about taking all of these things that are happening separately within the healthcare systems and the development and the catapults and bringing them together so that you start to demonstrate that these things work in patients. And with cell and gene therapies, there's a chance of curing, in inverted commas, making substantial changes to the pathways of chronic diseases. And that really does bring a change to the system. And you've got to bring that into the system so that the system can accommodate that as well.
So we're definitely not saying it's not both and, but we really, really need to get out there and do some prevention work. So another question. Sir, jump up and shout because you're right in the middle. Yeah. He's a medical device manufacturer.
Yes, so thank you very much. Right, so from the medical device point of view, question to Ian. You mentioned in future in hospitals we'll have connected sensors so that clinicians, we can have data and analyze everything in real time. My question is about the regulation side, because there are medical device designers that can design the device, get data, but to get the data from where it's being produced to where it needs to be used is a massive challenge. And the regulation side, they're making the regulations much more difficult. So kind of both moving the different directions. The regulation side, they wanted more data, more risk management side of it, and then on the NHS and the people who want to use it, they want to embrace technology. So I can see
Okay, we've got the drift of this question. So, Ian, what are we going to do about that?
So, I don't think that the change in the healthcare system is just in how doctors interact with patients. I think it's how we're able to use the data. And I think there will be informatics an explosion in with regards to digital health. And in fact, we're very much looking forward to seeing if we can impact on that through funding digital health initiatives through our competitions to enable that transfer of data without it breaching security.
But he's asking you about regulation.
The regulations will have to change. But I think if we look at the healthcare system in general, all the regulations that are in place just now will have to change to accommodate new technologies, because the way that we're treating patients just now is financially unsustainable.
Okay, Matthew.
So the regulations need to change, but patients need to be kept safe as well. So it needs to be a staged process. But one of the consistent concepts through whatever you change to is that the regulators will make decisions and allow things to move on the basis of sound information and data. And we've seen that in our interactions with them. We take things to them that are well supported by information, and they will do some surprisingly accommodating things. So the regulators are not a barrier. What needs to happen is a discussion about what this new environment needs to look like in the future. And we all need to work on that, and they need to engage. A quick plug for the catapults. One of the advantages of the catapults in this is that we are a neutral party in that discussion. So we hear from the industry about what they want to see happen, and the regulators engage with us and say, we really want to know about what the future should look like and how we do that. And I think we'll get to that environment where you really can move things forwards.
So we've already had discussions with the Health Research Authority, because we need to shift the focus of research regulation from sites and institutions to patients, because patients can control what data is transferred with the new technologies that are available, and we need to get the regulators to understand that, and we need to get patients to be our champion to say that.
We've talked a lot about patients. What about animals? Where are we going with animals? What can we do for animals themselves?
So maybe coming back sort of to diet and wearable devices, sort of, I don't know sort of that much about the human diet, but I know that in animals, sort of the diet is absolutely crucial in sort of performance, but also in the prevention of diseases. Sort of the right diet at the right time can prevent metabolic disorders after calving, etc., etc. And also, sort of, a lot of cows nowadays wear transponders with wheat technology in them, which see sort of how much they're moving, sort of how much they're chudding, etc., how much they're weighing when they're going to feeding stations, etc. So, which is probably similar what you want to do. And there is a marked improvement in how you can sort of look after your animals, sort of almost before the farmer and the human eyes can see a disease sort of developing. You usually know a day or two before sort of the animal shows clinical signs of illness.
So the proof of concept is already there in the animal world. There's an awful lot that we could do to actually prevent people developing illness. But to finish off, are we ever going to take humans, wean them away from chocolates?
I don't think we are, but I think it's okay. It's about having a healthy, diverse diet. Education is key. A little bit of chocolate is okay, but ultimately we need
You heard it here.
But we do need to education and working with patients and the public who aren't patients to understand what is nutritious, but also there's responsibility for food producers and wholesalers to be selling nutritious food at an affordable price.
So what I'm hearing here is about collaboration. It's about collaboration between different sectors. It's about collaboration with the public so that they understand what you're doing and they embrace it rather than fight it and resist it, and that they are the ones that pull it into practice. I think we rely too much on push. We should get a lot of pull from patients and people who are advocates in agriculture as well. And we must collaborate certainly with agriculture, and how lucky we are to have Innovate UK to help. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you to our panel.
Thank you very much, Vivian and the panel. And I think we're just going to have to invent the Innovate Shuffle, because we need to try and get as many people seated as we can. So if everyone could just kind of move a little bit more towards the middle and bunch up a little bit more, we'll try and get as many people that are standing onto seats. So do take this opportunity to find a seat and get comfortable for the next session. Because we're now going to move on, and we're going to move on to think about the technologies of the future, focusing on the UK's strengths in disruptive, emerging and enabling technologies. We are delighted to have Hazel Moore to lead this session. Hazel is chair and co-founder of First Capital and a governor on the board of Innovate UK. She brings with her a vast experience on corporate finance matters and working with technology companies of literally all shapes and sizes. Let's move on to the session on disruptive technologies. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my great pleasure to introduce you to this Emerging and Enabling Technologies panel, which sets the scene for the theme for day 2 of this incredible conference. If we think about it, just the smartphone was invented or delivered to market less than a decade ago, and yet this seemingly simple, easy to use device has absolutely revolutionized consumer behavior. And then in this mobile, interconnected, always on world is now revolutionizing the business community as well. And this is a fantastic example of an enabling technology that is completely disrupting existing markets existing companies and creating new opportunities for innovators and entrepreneurs. Our panellists today are going to discuss some of the exciting and incredible emerging and enabling technologies that are being worked on in this country, and to really explore some of those opportunities and some of the fantastic products that we can expect to start to come to market over the next 5 years, 10 years, even 20 years in some of the examples we're going to discuss. So first up is Paul Mason. Paul is Director of Emerging and Enabling Technologies for Innovate UK, and he has the incredibly difficult job of trying to fit into 5 minutes the breadth and the possibilities of the opportunities that we are showcasing with this panel. Paul's been responsible for a number of key roles in Innovate UK. He's been Deputy Director of Research, he's been Chief Scientific Advisor, and he's also been Head of Development. He has overseen the creation of many of the core sector strategies that are fundamental to Innovate UK, and some of the innovation platforms, as well as initiating and overseeing early investment in some of the exciting enabling technology platforms that are in development today. And all of that together represents more than £500 million of public investment. So it's a great responsibility that he is charged with delivering. Before joining Innovate, Paul worked for 25 years in the chemical industry. So Paul, over to you.
Thank you, Hazel. Thanks for the introduction. I know you're all thinking he doesn't look old enough, but I'm delighted to be here to tell you something about the work we're doing in the emerging and enabling technologies area. This group covers all of the areas right from the very early stages of technologies when they first emerged from the science base, right through to widespread adoption across the entirety of the economy. So the sheer breadth of what they do commercially is just extraordinary. And because it's any emerging technology and any enabling technologies in scope, the sheer breadth of the technologies is just breathtakingly exciting. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we do in that area and how we're helping companies to deploy them. So if I can start with the emerging technologies area. Oh, I'm in control of my own slides, it would seem. Great, good. So these are the very earliest technologies just emerging from the science base. And the industries that support them are really, really small at this point. In fact, they're probably zero when we first picked them up. And the idea of investing in this is to build on the UK's great research base that we have. So you'll be familiar with the statistics, but we are 0.9% of the world's population. And yet on these small islands, we produce about 16% of the best research in the world if you base it on citations. So it would be a shame to let all that go to waste from an industrial point of view, and this program is really about trying to do that. So we scan the science base continually and look for the highest impact technologies and try and help companies deploy them. We've evaluated about 100 technologies so far, and we've invested in 7. These pictures represent just 3 of them. So the top one on the right hand side is graphene. So in Manchester, what a great place to talk about graphene. 2 Nobel Prizes here in that subject. You can make ultra strong light composites from it, or transparent conductors for liquid crystal displays. So lots of things in that. The next one is biofilms. So biofilms could be a major problem, and there are new technologies coming forward to control them in new ways, which could eliminate problems in, for example, fouling in shipping or dental plaque in teeth. So all kinds of different things you could do when those technologies come forward. And the next one is quantum technologies, which allow you to do anything from seeing holes in the ground to totally secure communications. And E2V is one of the leading companies in this space. They're based in the UK, and we'll be hearing from their Group Technology Officer, Trevor Cross, shortly. So lots of really exciting stuff at the very early stages of technology. So the next area we work in is enabling technologies, and Hazel gave a great example of that earlier. These are technologies that largely already exist, and the sectors that provide them are already fairly significant, typically upwards of 10 billion turnover. And you don't often see them. They sit hidden underneath the products and services that you use every day. So when you go to the supermarket checkout, you don't think that the scanning machine is powered by photonics technology, but it is. It's kind of hidden underneath the bonnet, as it were. So all of these technologies we're investing in. And we're investing in them because we think although they have had huge economic impact so far, their potential for future impact is really, really great and much greater than so far has been realised. So if you think that things like satellite technology or robotics or photonics or electronics or digital have changed our lives so far, we really haven't seen anything yet, and for that reason we're investing in that. And there's a great example coming up, a short video from Sainsbury's about the way they're using satellite technology, and that's a project working with the Satellite Applications Catapult, which is led by Stuart Martin, so he'll tell you a little bit more about some of their work later. But we need to say that these hard technologies, exciting though they are, they're not the only thing that leads to commercial success. You have to think about people too. So the softer stuff is really important. And we'll be investing in design, and we'll be investing in the creative economy. So design is really important. It's one of the things that makes technology successful. And Apple, for example, is a great example of that. So they don't make anything at all themselves. They design really fantastic products, have other people make them for them. And it's been estimated that the profit contribution from on every iPhone that is sold solely due to design is about $200 on each iPhone. So that is just amazing. And if we could leverage the capacity of design into the 7,600 companies we were supporting, just imagine what an impact that would have. So I'm really delighted today to announce we'll be making a design investment, the Design Foundations competition that opens in January for the first round. It's about £3 million, up to £3 million, to help companies do early stage design products to really put people at the heart of their technology innovation. So that's a really fantastic thing we're doing. And then later on, of course, this afternoon we'll be awarding, well, Wayne Hemingway will be awarding the second of our annual Design and Innovation Awards. But it's not just about design. We have a fantastic creative industry sector. The picture there is Andy Serkis, who is Gollum in Lord of the Rings, helping to develop a new piece of technology for performance capture at the facial level. And it's technologies like these that have helped put the UK at the centre of the global video effects industry now. London is the hub globally in that industry. And we have Stuart Adcock from ILM, Industrial Light and Magic, who are absolute leaders in that field. And he'll talk a little bit later on about some of the work that they're doing. So we've targeted some great sectors with real potential, and we've targeted some great technologies with real potential, but we absolutely don't cover the whole of the base with that. So we have to be alert to the fact that people will have great ideas that we haven't spotted or that we don't know about, and they'll bubble up from nowhere, and they could be world-beating companies of the future. And that's what our open program is designed to support. Those companies who come along with cracking ideas to make sure that they get supported through grants, former Smart Awards, and through knowledge transfer partnerships, embedding capability in companies from knowledge-based providers. So our job in emerging and enabling technologies is to look for the early signals of the great new industries of the future, and to help UK companies or UK-based companies pick up on these and build and grow those companies and those future industries. So getting there first, capturing most of the market share, gaining the biggest value, growing the UK economy, and helping to improve all of our lives. And we'll be doing this, supporting them by funding and connecting them. And we'll need to work with anybody who wants to help to do that, because it's an enormous task. And that could be any of you in this room. So I would say, if you want to have a part and play a role in helping build the future industries of the future, do talk to us. We'll be delighted to work with you, and I look forward to that. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Paul. So next I'd like to welcome Trevor Cross to the podium. Trevor is Group CTO of E2V. Many of you will be aware of the Rosetta space probe launched by the European Space Agency more than a decade ago. And for the last 2 years, the Rosetta probe has been sending back images to Earth from a comet called 67P, and just delivering, enabling scientists to understand the composition of the comet, and therefore to understand better the origins of our universe. Well, the images, the imaging sensors on that space probe were developed by E2V, and it's just an incredible technology that has been really facilitating and enabling some groundbreaking research and development. Trevor was a core part of the management team that led the management buyout of E2V from GC Marconi, and subsequently the listing of the company on the London Stock Exchange in 2004. Today he leads the program in quantum technologies for E2V, and quantum computing just has the potential to revolutionize the way that we do computing and therefore the capabilities, and I'm delighted to listen to what Trevor has to say about this program.
Thank you very much, Hazel. Good morning. I'm very, very pleased to be here. This is a really exciting time in quantum technologies. My purpose here today is to give you a first level understanding of what we mean by quantum technologies and some of the things that could happen as a result of the capabilities within that. Oops. Okay. So, with the first industrial revolution, we understood materials and everything around us by bulk properties, things we could see. How transparent was it? How strong is it? How heavy is it? What's the density? And that served us very well for a lot of technology development. Then came the microscopic age. What do I mean by that? Well, we began to understand matter in terms of atoms. We began to even see groups of and then individual atoms. That led to the whole of the first electronics industry, and it gave us a host of other things, including lasers, for example. But let me give you an idea of scale. If you take a 1 centimetre square piece of silicon and you look at one atomic layer of silicon on there, that's 300 million atoms. That's a lot, okay? The next revolution that is already happening is that we are able now to control, prepare and use the properties of individual atoms or just a few atoms, and the physics changes. What you can do with that is really changing. Some things that we initially think are going to be quite useful turn out to be completely different a few years later. Who would have thought when the first ever transistor was invented by Shockley in 1947 that here we are in 2016 and you can have 500 billion devices on a consumer product we can buy for a few dollars. It's absolutely astonishing. Suspend your disbelief. This graph here is one representation of Moore's law. We've got used to electronic devices getting cheaper, getting more dense, getting more capable, and that's because we have shrunk the geometry of individual elements. We've now got to the point where individual elements in circuits are a few nanometers across. A few nanometers is 30 atoms of silicon. We're running out of road. You can't carry on with this process. This is well known, it's been happening for a few years. So, now that we have the ability to pick up, in some instances, individual atoms and use those, for example, as a time reference, the whole world changes. You can do a second raft of things. The UK response to this has been 2.5 years ago to announce a national quantum technologies programme. It's invested about £330 million into 4 national quantum technology hubs which specialise in different areas. One is looking at the long-term range, the long-term applications in quantum computing, which will undoubtedly have a major impact, but probably we won't see the full impact of that for many, many years. The first at the top left there is in quantum sensors and metrology. That's an area where my company is particularly interested. There's also one in quantum enhanced imaging, that's Quantic, and network quantum information tech and quantum communications is looking at the ability to provide an unprecedented level of security in communicating from A to B, which is going to be increasingly important. So for us then, looking in my company at the sensing and applications, sensing and metrology applications of quantum technologies, you can do a whole raft of different things. We can already build a device, we have already built a device that will sense gravity and enable us to start to build a sort of gravity imager. It's not yet the sort of thing you'll find in your mobile phone and look down and see if there are any holes under the ground. But in a few years' time, who knows what's going to be possible. Within 3 years, we'll be taking this outside and doing better surveys of underground structure and identifying features that are of interest across the mining industry, archaeology, looking at water tables, and there's a raft of defence and space applications too. If you put this technology into a spacecraft, you could, for example, look at the changes in water tables in countries. That's a capability you just can't do today. So, in 1960, imaging technology looked like this. Nowadays, everything in that giant camera from 1960 and more is in the thing inside this little piece here. It's the camera inside one of our iPhones. It's unimaginable. 5 years ago, if you wanted to prepare a single atom and use that as a specialist sensor for measuring inertia or gravity, you needed a laboratory. Last year, we miniaturized that into a tabletop device. And right now in London at a showcase at the Queen Elizabeth Centre, there's a demonstration of a whole range of activities like that. But in a few years' time, we can already see technology building blocks that will enable that sort of thing here. Imagine this as a device which enables you to navigate with GPS-like precision, only without the satellites. So if we come back up to the top level and look at the impact, quantum technologies represents a new host of platform technologies. This will start to augment, erode and add to the current world of electronic devices and create in its own way a £1 billion industry within the next 15 to 20 years. There will be new things, there will be better ways to do today's things. And I'd like to finish by saying that at the showcase in London, right now in fact, is being launched a Blackett review document on quantum technologies. The purpose of this document is to inform business leaders, government and the general public in ways that's probably reasonably digestible what this is all about, because this is going to impact all of our lives. And if you want to understand a bit more about it, I thoroughly recommend the Blackett review, which you should be able to download from the end of the day. So, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Trevor. Next, I'd like to welcome Stuart Adcock to the podium. Stuart is from Industrial Light and Magic, which is one of the iconic visual effects companies in the world. I mean, just a quick survey, actually, in the audience. Who has seen one of Star Wars, Jurassic Park, Harry Potter, Pirates of the Caribbean? I mean, I think pretty much everybody had a hand up, maybe a handful of people who know. I mean, the films that Industrial Light and Magic have worked on are part of our culture, part of our heritage. They have shaped modern entertainment. I'm so excited that Stuart is here to talk about some of the work that he does. Before that, he was with Sony PlayStation and worked on a number of the key titles for various of the PlayStation generations. One quick request, please, for this part of the talk. Please do not take photos or videos for copyright reasons. Stuart, over to you.
Thank you, Hazel. Yes, so am I in control of the slides? I am. Okay. So yeah, I'm from Industrial Light and Magic, and Industrial Light and Magic is a film visual effects company. It's last year celebrated its 40th anniversary, amazing, and of course, as Hazel put it, some really iconic imagery. The company was set up by George Lucas because it wasn't possible at the time to create the effects he wanted for the original Star Wars. And then since then, you know, his motto was making the impossible possible. And that's something that the company has kind of worked hard to upkeep throughout all of the films, and obviously breathes, you know, a lot of innovation in all aspects and all areas to bring some wonderful images to the screen. Iconic characters, I think actually one of my favourite is Davy Jones. And then of course amazing spectacles, amazing, incredible characters, bringing digital characters to life, and very realistic performances from Warcraft. And you know, recently in The Revenant, photoreal animal that you probably not many people know it was completely digital. And of course, bringing wonderful worlds and universes to life. So I'm incredibly privileged to work for such an amazing company. We have 1,000 people worldwide. We've got company divisions in Vancouver, Singapore, San Francisco, and most recently in London. So I would love to go into detail on how we create the impossible. It's a shot-based workflow, so it's an incredible amount of iteration. Shots can be going on for months and months with thousands of iterations, reviews, notes. It's incredible talent, but also tools to enable us to refine shots and get the look that we need. One area I wanted to touch on is virtual production, which tackles a slightly different problem. It tries to set out exactly that, really, a virtual production studio, something that can be iterated fast, where you can explore and you can experiment, and it's not as costly as post-production. And this has actually been going on for quite a few years at ILM. This is AI, the movie, and as you can see on set, we had a very simplistic digital background to help the composition and to help frame the shot. I think this was actually an early version of a game engine, Unreal Engine, which is already the slight convergences of the two industries. And there you can see the final shot. So here, again, going back quite a few years, but Michael Bay just experimenting with, again, you can see simplistic graphics, but to explore a cityscape before maybe taking a helicopter in and getting his shot, or maybe just planning out a post-production kind of shot for that area. And also, actors absolutely love this technology, this real-time technology. Here it's in its infancy, but we've got Mark Ruffalo just experimenting with bringing Hulk to life. And back then we didn't have the ability to do body and face, and it was a little bit limited, but it still gave him a good chance to kind of get a feel for the character. And more recently we've had Lupita just getting up to speed with playing Maz and getting a feel for that character, because suddenly playing a 1,000-year-old pirate is so much easier when you can actually see that character live and breathe in front of you. And we call it Magic Mirror, and it genuinely brings magic to people. In fact, it does crazy things to people when they begin to see themselves as characters. And this is just actually an audition for playing a raptor, believe it or not, in Jurassic World. And this was a complete success story, and we had our best raptor impersonators, and he made the cut, and it was obviously animation that had layers afterwards, but it went down as a complete success and gave the filmmaker and the ability to kind of explore scenarios and scenes in real time very quickly. And a few years back at ILM, there was an experiment which tried to bring virtual production and filmmaking and try and think, well, how do we use the best of game technology and get a quality that's actually closer to final pixels, closer to what we put on the screen. And here you can see the result just in a games engine, but allowing you to see lighting and atmospherics. And it's amazing how much value there is when you begin to see you begin to see more. There's less question marks about the process. You can start to kind of get a lot more out of it and less time post-production, which is key. So that brings me to ILM London, which is, I guess, why I'm here. And this was formed a dream, actually, of Lucasfilms wanted to come to London. And I think not many people know that, but London is an absolute hub for VFX production. We have such a great amount of talent, and because of our history with science and academia and everything, it was just a real hotspot. And Lucasfilm wanted to exploit that, and so started ILM London, which is incredible. It's also the hub and the home of filmmaking, physical filmmaking. Pinewood is just down the road, so it's just a complete centre of excellence, and it's important to maintain that kind of innovation and technology as part of that London hub. So at the same time, we had Innovate UK funded project kicking off, which was amazing because it was the launch of a studio and an Innovate UK project, which enabled us to actually work with other companies to build technology and to build innovation. And so we worked with Disney Research in Edinburgh and Vicon, which is a motion capture company, and kicked off a project which is called Real-Time Digital Acting, and it's to try and kind of put ourselves in a better situation to be able to see real performances in real time and actually meaningful performances, full face capture. So the big goals were to allow the director to empower him so he can have one eye on the real world and another on the virtual. But it's important that we captured every little nuance and every detail, so because if we fell short of that, it just wouldn't be valuable to him. He would prefer to see it in post-production. But also we wanted to empower the actors. So traditionally we've been using 160 markers. You can imagine how long that takes in makeup. And it's also there's barriers of entry, people that don't want to kind of be restricted to that. So, recently this is some RTDA setup. We've got no markers on the face and an actor that seems very happy. We're also using IMU technology, which allows, a bit like your phone, so it allows you to capture from within rather than cameras looking outwards. And that allows people to wear traditional costumes so they don't feel kind of out of place on a film set. So with this convergence of game technology and films and virtual production, I just wanted to show a quick video which demonstrates virtual production over the years and includes a little bit of the real-time digital acting as well.
Well, I look at it myself as the beginning, really, of an exploration.
Thank you. I think we have a moment to talk about the future later on, but in summary, you can see there for yourself, virtual production offers complete kind of transmedia solutions that allow us to tell storytelling in many different medium, and so it's a very exciting future. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. So from one video to another, which I suspect is going to be slightly different, we now have a video from Judith Batchelor of Sainsbury's, Director of Brand for Sainsbury's. Judith sends her apologies she's not able to be here today. We don't typically, I guess, associate Sainsbury's with cutting-edge technology, but they are using satellite technology to monitor agricultural practices to really ensure the brand integrity of their supply chain. So we have a short video to illustrate that.
For a business like ours, whose vision it is to be the most trusted retailer, it's imperative that the nature, the provenance and the integrity of the thousands of products that we sell every week to our customers is beyond question. And the work of the satellite catapult has meant that that process is more robust than it's ever been before. We've been working now with the satellite catapult for over 3 years on a number of different projects. The catapult itself has made that work much more accessible to companies like ours. Satellite technologies have become much more affordable, and therefore we're able to build those technologies into our business as usual processes. One of our big challenges as the largest retailer of sustainably caught fish is to make sure that we are not victim to the 26 million tonnes of fish that is caught illegally every year. Satellite technology has enabled us to track individual fishing vessels so that we can doubly ensure that what it says on that paper certificate is really what's happening in practice. Some of the other impacts of illegal fishing are, of course, the damage to the reputation of those supply chains and the marine environment. One of the other areas where satellite technology can help us is food fraud. An example would be where a market is growing very quickly, but the demand and supply side can't be met. Organic food is a good example of that because it's a market that's back in growth, but it takes 2 years to certify a piece of land. We can use satellite technology to look at the way that the crop is growing to understand whether that field was growing that crop organically or conventionally. This is not theoretical, this is happening in practice. Spot and Rapid Eye are up there looking at fields that are growing organic crops for our customers and making sure that what we think we're getting is absolutely what we're getting.
So I'd like to ask Stuart Martin, who's the CEO of the Satellite Applications Catapult, to follow up on that and perhaps also to talk for a minute or two about some of the other collaborations that the Satellite Applications Catapult is enabling in this sector.
Very good. Thank you very much, Hazel. And yes, if you were looking at your programme this morning thinking about what disruptions in the space sector you were going to hear about, I don't imagine that Sainsbury's was the first company that came into your mind. But no, I'm really grateful for Judith, for producing that video. I know she's very disappointed not to be able to be here, but she is a great advocate for the work that we've been doing and a great example of the sort of work that we can help with. Over the last 3 years, we're about 3.5 years old now. We've worked with over 700 organisations, through from those who are producing the data and providing the communication services up in space, down through to those who are packaging all that data up and providing services to end users, and then, like Sainsbury's themselves, working with the end users to figure out how they can better understand what the offering is and how they can fit that into, as Judith said there, into their business as usual. And the challenge is to do that in a cost-effective and efficient way. We've known for a long time that space has this potential to provide the transparency and to assist with the trusted procurement of all sorts of commodity services, like we've been hearing about from Sainsbury's, whether that's food production, whether that's mining, whether it's logging, whether it's pretty much any commodity-based industry has this transparency deficit, and that's leading to a trust deficit further down the line in the procurement. And there are fantastic opportunities now to use the space technology at scale across the whole globe, because that's when space and satellites are really playing to their best advantage. And it's the UK businesses that are involved in this that are really leading the way. So it's a fantastic UK story, and it's a fantastic export opportunity moving forward into the future. So the challenge now is, as I say, how do we scale that, how do we deliver it more effectively, and how do we bring through those companies now who are delivering those services and producing those services on the back of the data and communication systems that have been put into orbit. So it's very much an ongoing story, and if many of the conversations that we have, in fact, with our organisations, with the companies that we work with, they start by transform everybody's view of what satellites are capable of, and I think I'll better end it there.
Thank you, Stuart. So we've just really scratched the surface of some of the emerging and enabling technologies that are being worked on in this country, and that Innovate UK is supporting and that commercial partners are bringing to market. We've heard a little bit about space, a little bit about digital and special effects, a little bit about quantum. Paul's given us a kind of an umbrella view of some of the broader technologies under development. We do have more detail on some of these in a parallel stream and breakout sessions later on. So if you're more interested, you want to follow up, please do come and participate in those sessions. But perhaps if you could join me in thanking the panel for their insights.
Thank you very much, Hazel and the panel. If we could shuffle up as much as we can, let's squeeze in as many people on seats as is possible, because it is with great pleasure that I can say that we are now going to be joined by the Right Honourable Greg Clark, Secretary of State for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. Greg was born in Middlesbrough, studied economics at Cambridge and was awarded his PhD at the London School of Economics. Before entering politics, he worked for the Boston Consulting Group, and before becoming an MP, he was Director of Policy for the Conservative Party. He was elected to Parliament to represent Tunbridge Wells in 2005. He first became involved with the UK's science and innovation strategy when he was appointed Minister for Universities, Science and Cities in 2014. Last year, he was promoted to Secretary of State for Communities and the Local Environment, and in July of this year, he returned to looking after science and innovation within his new portfolio as the Secretary of State for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. Please join me in welcoming Greg Clark to the stage. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Kevin, and it's good to be back. It's great to see everyone again and to be here in Manchester, a city that is on the rise and has. Throughout all of its history, been a centre of innovation. I think it's very appropriate that we meet here today. And it's a great pleasure to be speaking towards the beginning of day 2 of what I know has been a successful session so far. There's a buzz around the place I detect in the exhibition, and I'm looking forward to going around the stands shortly. As Kevin says, in fact, the last time I spoke at this conference was 2 years ago in 2014 when I was Minister for Science and also Minister for Cities, so linking two of my great passions. And I'm absolutely thrilled that my new role, Science, Innovation and Cities Policy, are also part of this wider brief for industrial strategy. But this time, of course, including business, energy and the low-carbon economy, very important source of innovation in itself. And this, for the first time ever, in the name of the business department, an explicit commitment to industrial strategy, which everyone here will have a big part to play. And it's a focus not just for the wide-ranging responsibilities of my department, but for government and for our economic policy as a whole. Now, last week we had some good news for the British economy. GDP figures put Britain at the top of the G7 growth league table. But of course, in the wake of Brexit, we shouldn't underestimate the challenges ahead of us or imagine that we can predict the future with perfect accuracy, notwithstanding a lot of the conversations here to try to peer into the future. But what we can say is that both through our negotiations with our European partners and in our long-term industrial strategy, we're determined to make sure that Britain continues to be a beacon of competitiveness now and in the future. And make no mistake, we can't afford to do anything less. No nation can. We need to make the most of our strengths, but we also need to face up to our weaknesses. Now, our strengths are not in doubt. One of the recent big events here in the city of Manchester, you will recall, was the homecoming parade for our triumphant Olympians. And as Team GB showed in Rio this summer, this country can amaze the world. And there is a lot of innovation and science and research that went into that very spectacular performance, not least in cycling, a sporting and technological triumph, based here in Manchester at the National Cycling Centre. So whether it's sport, whether it's technology, whether it's literature, science, theatre, engineering, music, architecture, film, manufacturing, finance, innovation oozes out of every pore of this country. A lot was made of the fact when they were announced last month of the Nobel Prizes that all 6 of the American Nobel Prize winners were immigrants into America. Rather less attention was paid to the fact that 5 of the 6 immigrants came from Britain. Now, I don't want to claim some sort of British exceptionalism, but it seems to me there must be something in the water. A wellspring of innovation that could and should, in my view, irrigate the whole of the British economy. And to do that, this is where we need to face up to our challenges. Because for all of the progress that we've made, and for all of the excellence that we know is here and is embodied by all of you here in this room, we know that the progress that we've made is too uneven. For instance, we have some of the most competitive and some of the most productive businesses in the world, but compared, say, to Germany, we have a disproportionate number of low productivity businesses. We can boast some of the most prosperous places, in fact the most prosperous area in Northern Europe, in central London, but also 9 of the 10 poorest places in Northern Europe. And these aren't remote provinces without hope of further development. Most are a stone's throw from our great city centres, places that could be and should be more productive than they are. Now, there are those that claim that these disparities in economic performance are somehow inevitable, that London is so large and dominant that the rest of the country is cast in its shadow. What rubbish. Innovation and growth is not and never has been a zero-sum game. To have a global city on your doorstep is a plus, not a minus. And furthermore, there was nothing inevitable about London's success story. In fact, for most of the 20th century, hard to think now, our capital city actually underperformed the national average. It's only from the 1980s that this was turned around, and turned around so dramatically. And now we see big revivals and momentum in cities like Manchester, where we are, in Birmingham, and in Liverpool. Before 2010, private sector job creation in the south greatly outstripped the cities of the north and the Midlands, amazingly by a factor of 10 to 1. But since 2010, the job creation gap has all but disappeared. A northern powerhouse and a Midlands engine? Certainly, you better believe it. But the whole country, it seems to me, needs to have the prospect for the revival that our great cities of the North and the Midlands are now enjoying. And so we are totally committed to continuing the progress that's been made and extending these opportunities nationwide through the devolution deals that I promoted in my previous ministerial roles, and through the combined authorities, the new mayors, and the local enterprise partnership. The potential of every part of this country is beyond doubt. It just needs to be unleashed, fully mobilised through an upgrade in our underlying economic connections. A world-class science and research base, leading-edge industrial sectors, a skilled and productive workforce, smart and sustainable infrastructure, affordable, attractive housing, strong and self-confident communities, high environmental standards, world-respected corporate governance. These are the foundations on which we need to build the future success of the British economy. And upgrading each of these is what our industrial strategy will achieve, because all are indispensable. If there's a consistent theme, I think one of them is this: the connection between innovation and place. Now, I realise that in speaking to this innovation conference taking place in Manchester, well, I would say that, wouldn't I? But it's true. Scientific knowledge may be universal, but its development is local. Universities are a very good example. In an age of instant communication, of virtual contact, of online access to research, scholars still come from far and wide to study side by side with each other. It is quite literally a medieval way of doing things, but it's still as relevant as ever. And I'm proud to see so many British universities amongst the most highly regarded in the world. But we can do better still. We have centres of research excellence throughout this country. The N8 partnership of northern universities, for example, which the University of Manchester has won, shows the way. We should aspire in the north of England to a golden octagon, glittering every bit as brightly as what people have called the Golden Triangle a bit further south. And supporting the high-tech clusters in the north, in the Midlands and the west, as well as those in the south. That will require investment, both public and private. But first, we need to know where the best investment opportunities are. What is needed in each place is different, and our strategy must reflect that. And so today I'm delighted to announce the publication of the first wave of the science and innovation audits that many people in this room have participated in. And instead of conducting this exercise from on high in Whitehall, peering out to the rest of the country, we've given the task and the challenge to local businesses, to universities, to local enterprise partnerships and local councils to do the job, to come together as self-selected consortia. And we asked them to map out local strengths in science and innovation, in research and in infrastructure, and above all, with the potential to look for where is the potential for enhanced global competitive advantage. Now, the Greater Manchester and East Cheshire Consortium was in that first wave, and no one here will be surprised to know that they identified core strengths in health innovation and in advanced materials. Specific examples of international excellence include the new £235 million Sir Henry Royce Institute of Materials Research and Innovation, and Alderley Park in East Cheshire, home now to over 150 bioscience companies. They identified opportunities for rapid growth, including in digital with a focus on cybersecurity, and exploiting Greater Manchester's rapidly expanding tech sector. Again, many colleagues here today from that community. I want to thank the consortium for its work, along with the 4 other consortia whose work we're publishing today, covering South West England and South East Wales, Edinburgh and the Lothians, the Sheffield City region and Lancashire, and the Midlands Engine. Not only have they produced extensive, detailed and very useful reports, they've proven that locally directed, collaborative working is the way forward, rather than centralising this in London. Through this approach, we'll identify and validate the best opportunities across the UK, providing a comprehensive evidence base to base future investment decisions and to be able to evaluate the bids that come in to us. And building on this successful first wave, we will announce very shortly who will be participating in the second wave, and a further opportunity to participate in a third wave of these local collaborations, identifying the most exciting innovation opportunities in the country. Now, as many people here know, the Global Innovation Index is a ranking of 140 countries. It is, if you like, the Olympics of innovation quality. And just like the Olympics, we came second, beaten only by America. Innovation quality is scored on the basis of university rankings, of academic citations, and patents per unit of GDP. Crucially, where we fall behind America and Germany, and actually in Japan also, is on patents. Yet again, this is evidence that we don't always translate research excellence into commercial success. It's an old story, and it's time to write another one. And what we've been doing in recent years through Innovate UK and through the catapults, we have been making progress on precisely this front. The evidence is clear. Innovation helps businesses to grow, and the UK's reputation for research excellence attracts investment from firms right around the world. Moreover, we know that firms that persistently and consistently invest in R&D have higher productivity, better value added per employee, and more exports. Research and innovation aren't just clearly linked to growth and productivity, they have to be linked to one another. And this is the case that I am making in government. Now, the creation of UK Research and Innovation, UKRI, currently working through the legislative process in Parliament, is part of this strategy to ensure that Britain not only remains a world leader in both research and innovation, but capitalises on those existing strengths. UKRI will provide a single and stronger voice for UK researchers and innovators, and a more agile approach to supporting the best interdisciplinary and cross-cutting research. By bringing together the 9 research and innovation funding bodies, the research councils, under one roof, we'll be in a better position to grasp the synergies that exist, that other countries are increasingly looking at to mine, but that sometimes we can let go. We know that Innovate UK has a specific mission and the culture from the research councils is distinct from that of Innovate UK over the years. But both are crucial, and I and the brilliant interim chair, Sir John Kingman, are absolutely clear that this will be maintained, protected and continued. But we can do even better. By including Innovate UK in UKRI, we're ensuring that business-led innovation and researcher-led science are well placed to work together and effectively, helping to translate our world-class knowledge base into world-beating businesses. Indeed, one of the biggest opportunities in creating UKRI is to actively enhance British innovation, and I believe that's how it should be judged. Innovation will be critical to achieve affordable, clean and secure energy, one of the big focuses of my department. I think bringing energy and climate change into the heart of our industrial strategy is a big opportunity to further upgrade the prominence of clean energy and our climate commitments in the national discourse. And today I'm very pleased to be able to launch the first stage of what is an ambitious nuclear innovation programme, critical given the new fresh start we've given to our nuclear industry through the approval of Hinkley Point C earlier this summer. We want to upgrade the UK's existing nuclear expertise and to position the UK as a global leader in innovative nuclear technologies. This initial tranche will commit about £20 million initially to support innovation across 5 major areas during the next 2 years. There'll be £6 million towards the development of advanced nuclear fuels, which will provide greater levels of nuclear safety and, importantly, will help contribute to both conventional new build and possible small modular reactors. £5 million of this funding will be for research that helps underpin the next generation of nuclear reactor design in collaboration with the Welsh Government. Just over £5 million will be delivered with Innovate UK to improve the operational safety and the efficiency of reactors, reducing the cost of manufacturing. £2 million will be used to fund new research in fuel recycling to reduce future environmental and financial burdens. And a further £2 million to develop a suite of analytical models and underpinning data that can help decision-making on future new nuclear innovation. The first tranche of a major new programme of research and innovation in nuclear, bringing together research, science, innovation with our industrial strategy to secure our energy supplies for the future and to establish a lead for Britain in this area. And with nuclear power already having played an important role in the UK's energy mix for 50 years now, we have already impressive expertise in this country. But we need, in my view, to expand our capabilities and ambitions to make sure that there are more international opportunities that arise. British firms and British specialists are best placed to advise on everything from next generation design to enhanced fuel safety or fuel recycling. British research has a formidable reputation on the global stage, and combined with our strength in advanced manufacturing, nuclear innovation can deliver real benefits as we move to a low-carbon future. Now, this morning I've emphasised the importance already of place in supporting innovation. But our local strategy must also be a global one. Indeed, there's no contradiction between the two outlooks. The presentations that you've heard, the exhibition that you see out there, whether it's in biotech, whether it's in life sciences, whether it's in satellites, as you've just been hearing about, innovation is global, and our outlook must resolutely be to look to the whole world. Localization enables specialization, and that you can find a market anywhere in the world. And so it's not for nothing that this conference is jointly organised by Innovate UK and the Government Department for International Trade. Increasing UK-based firms' productivity and competitiveness is key to meeting our export targets. Investment in R&D increases UK capability and productivity, and productive companies are more likely to be exporting companies. And through exporting, firms are likely to become more productive still, creating a virtuous circle of productivity, export improvements. And it's not hard to understand why. Because for an advanced economy, the ultimate guarantee of competitiveness is not to pile it high and sell it cheap, but to do what no one else can do, or what no one else can do, or what no one else can do as well as we can. For example, the reason that Britain excels in financial services is not because London is the cheapest city in the world. All of us know that it's not. But it's because nowhere else has a greater concentration of specialist knowledge. And I think this applies to all of the sectors that are represented here where we have strong success. By definition, to innovate is to acquire knowledge that no one else possesses, and thereby the potential to produce goods and services that no one else offers. So international trade and investment, it seems to me, are crucial to our innovation story. But it's not just about competition. It also opens up opportunities for cooperation. Many of you will be the greatest of collaborators with partners around the world, working together to develop that new knowledge and to exploit it for every part of the world. And that is an important theme for us in our outward-looking economy. An important way to further these cooperative arrangements, it seems to me, is to coordinate public investment in skills, in infrastructure, and of course innovation, with both domestic and international public and private sector investment. I've already mentioned and singled out our nuclear innovation programme. A further example is the work of the Advanced Propulsion Centre. I can announce today that the two latest grants from this £1 billion 10-year programme are to be made. Firstly, big congratulations to Ashwoods, an SME specialising in the electrification of light goods and off-highway vehicles. They will benefit to the tune of £1.7 million from this fund. And this will help support the development of a more efficient and integrated drive system and help anchor Ashwood's technology in the global transmission supply chain. And the second grant from this programme is for the Technology Developer Accelerator Programme, which is designed to support SMEs in the early stages of developing new products for the automotive sector. You'll have noticed earlier this month, last week, we had a big commitment from Nissan to this country. The part of that commitment was their recognition of the determination of this country to maintain its position as a place of innovation and research excellence in the automotive sector. So we need to build on those strengths. In my view, especially in the wake of Brexit, we must become more, not less, international in our outlook. Despite the decision that the British people took in June, this exhibition shows that the connections that we have around the world become more various, become stronger, and become more enticing as the world comes closer together. We need to make sure that Britain will always be open for business, will be open to collaborative partnerships with like-minded countries, institutions, and firms right around the world. So openness will be very much a theme of our approach to industrial strategy. A strategy that will be developed in full partnership with the innovators, the investors, and the job creators of the British economy. All of you here today have made your own contributions to UK innovation. We are the sum of the parts of this sector in the UK. You are the people that give our reputation for innovation substance. I hope that you will continue to contribute your wisdom and experience, especially as we develop our industrial strategy, in which innovation will be very clearly signalled as being at the forefront. We'll have lots of opportunities during the months ahead for me and my colleagues to pick your brains, to make sure that the strategy we develop is not delivered to you by government, but is formed with you as co-producers of what reflects the needs and the imperatives that we have as a nation to move forward and to guarantee our place in the future. This great conference is a fantastic showcase. It's an exhibition of what is best about the British economy, but it's also a signpost to how we are going to continue to succeed in the future. Thanks for inviting me back today for a second time in 2 years. I look forward to coming for many years ahead and continuing to celebrate with you the success of British innovation. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Secretary of State. We are now having a networking break, so please continue to tweet, and if you haven't already, please download our event app. There is still time until the end of lunch to vote in the peer-to-peer awards. After the break, there are parallel sessions on next generation medicine and the impact of digital technologies on the customers of tomorrow. Otherwise, I look forward to welcoming you back to the main stage after lunch. Thank you.
Please welcome back to the stage, Kevin Bourne.
Thank you very much. And we kick off in the next phase with our first Innovator Unveiled Spotlight of the day, where we showcase products that the entrepreneurs have chosen to launch here at Innovate 2016. Please welcome to the stage Joseph Connor from Experto Creed. Thank you.
Well, good morning. You're in the birthplace of the Industrial Revolution. I think Orwell said that Manchester's the belly and guts of the nation. Well, today we're going to be the hearts and minds of the nation. I see my slides are going to pop up. What were we about? Well, I belong to an organisation called Experto Creed. We do artificial intelligence and we put it onto mobile phones. So we crunch all the AI onto phones. Today we're going to be launching a thing called Emote Your Day. So I can see all of you in the audience who've got phones. Can you just lift them up for me? Okay. Cool. You've all got one. On average, you look at it roughly about 115 times a day. If you're in the United Kingdom, if you're in America, it's roughly about 218 times a day. Significant. Wouldn't it be good if your mobile phone knew how you felt? Well, using computer vision technologies, we can actually use the camera on the phone for it to monitor your emotional response. Wouldn't it be good if the people who send you content knew how you felt? Particularly in the healthcare space, wouldn't it be good if you didn't have to go into if you've got a mental health problem, go into a GP and say, I've got a mental health problem. If you go in there, you'll get a questionnaire. You get numbers of questionnaires. And 1 in 4 people have got a health problem in that sector in Britain. We can remove all of that. You download Emote Your Day, and in a timeline, your emotional response is there for everybody to see. In the advertising sector, wouldn't it be good if you didn't have to send people questionnaires? Wouldn't it be good if you didn't have to employ an agency to find out how your customers really feel? Wouldn't it be good if you didn't have to have a user group? Wouldn't it be good if everybody was a user group and you paid them to share their emotions with you? We sit in the ethical space. Unlike in competitors, and we have competitors, we don't harvest your emotions and sell them. It's up for you to share them. So if it's up to you to share them with a GP, it's up for you to share them with people who want to understand your user experience of their advertising. If you don't want that to happen, there are ways around it, one of which is you can wear a nice big collar around your head and nobody would ever know. Interestingly enough, we're not going to go away from our mobile phones. Our mobile phones know us better than our families do. I think what we're about is trying to make this happen for people so it's useful to them. And we are the Industrial Revolution, and it is starting today, and it's starting in Manchester, a bit as it did a couple of 100 years ago. What I'd like to think today is a celebration not of just of us, but of the fact that we wouldn't exist without Innovate UK support. We wouldn't have done this project without Innovate UK. We wouldn't have this product without Innovate UK support. We wouldn't have doubled our development team without Innovate UK support, because we wouldn't have thought of doing this. So if you're thinking, if you're on the cusp of doing some sort of development, but you really don't think you can fund it, the market isn't ready for it, then at least approach them. Good things might happen, and they've happened to us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joseph. And we move to the next session, My Story. What is it really like to innovate in the UK? I am the chair for your session, and I'm delighted that we'll be joined by 3 hugely talented businesses who have fascinating stories to sell. So let's bring them up onto the stage. We have Neil Ricketts, CEO of Versarion. We have David Saunders, who is the Commercial Director of Dearman. And we have Asha Pater-Thompson, Director of Intelligent Textiles Limited. And I hope what we can do today is have a conversation about what's taken these companies from their concepts to their commercial success. And we'll start with some introductions from each of them, and then we will move into some questions from myself. But do think about questions that you might wish to ask, because there's a great mentoring opportunity here for you to learn from entrepreneurs that have already experienced some of the things that you might be planning and have ambitions for. Oh. So perhaps we could start with the film that Neil has put together, and then we'll hand over to Neil for a short few words after that. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Neil Ricketts. I'm the Chief Executive of an advanced materials company called Versarion PLC. When you're the CEO of a fast growth company, sometimes it's easy to lose track of what's happened. But if we look at the facts, 3 years ago this company was a pre-revenue business, hadn't generated any revenue. Now we're generating way past £5 million, and we've now progressed from being 2 people working in that garage up to 105 people working out of 4 sites in the UK. We operate in everything from extruded aluminium through to the very latest technologies in metal foams and graphene. We're extremely well funded now. We floated the business on the London Stock Exchange in June 2013. That enabled us to have a great shareholder list. It enabled us to be able to fund the business moving forward. So we're able to do acquisitions. In terms of what we've got within our group at the moment, the graphene and the porous copper, we're looking at market sizes in excess of 6 billion. potential for graphene on its own outweighs anything that we've ever thought about before. It's a product that can be used in almost all walks of life, in almost all technologies. And what we're seeing now is that there's a real sense of excitement around being able to use that, as there was when silicon was developed. When we first started the company, we were very fortunate in that one of the first things that happened was we secured an Innovate UK grant to develop some of our technology. If we hadn't got that grant, there is no way that we would have been able to have pursued that market or actually even made that jump into being able to create these jobs. That really did take some of the risk out for some of our initial shareholders. It also created a huge amount of validation in that we had something very good. Viserion is a fast-growing business. We see that that will not stop. We see that that will continue. We're starting to explore the global markets now. We've got opportunities in Korea. We have opportunities in the US, the other Far East nations. And so we would see that this business will continue to develop. It will continue to employ people in the UK. It will continue to develop technology with the support of the government agencies like Innovate UK to become a global player. Innovate UK has been absolutely inspirational and has really driven our business. I don't think we would be in the position we're in without the contacts and the connections and the help that we've received from Innovate UK.
Neil, would you like to add a few words?
So that's my story. The question is, what it's really like to innovate in the UK, and we've shown that it is extremely possible. The government have created a great environment. There is a real desire for the universities to work with industrialists like myself, and as a result of that we can actually employ people, we can create world-class products, and we can take the challenge back out into the world. And for me that's what it's all about, but I'm sure I'll be able to answer some questions from Kevin.
Thank you very much. So David, did you want to take the lectern and give us an introduction to the story of Dearman?
Morning, I'm David Sanders from Dearman Engine Company. Quick introduction to us. We're a UK company. There's 70 of us, set up just over 4 years ago. We are still pre-revenue, unlike Neil's business, but earlier this year we raised 16 million of private equity funding, so we're pretty well capitalised. We use a liquid nitrogen engine to provide cold and power. Just a quick explanation about our company. Why do we use liquid nitrogen? You can think of it combined with our engine as having the same energy density as a Tesla battery, but you can refuel it or refill it in a few minutes. Liquid nitrogen is readily available, cheaply, easily, anywhere pretty much in Europe or in the world. Picture of our engine. We always show a technology slide. We've got lots of intellectual property, but when I talk to customers and partners, they don't actually care about this. The thing that made the biggest difference to our business getting off the ground was to recognize the value from cooling. So nothing to do with the technology. Cooling, even here in the UK, cooling is for 15% of UK electricity. Globally, it's responsible between 7 and 10% of greenhouse gas emissions. So when we talk to customers and partners, we talk about the value associated with cooling and not our engine technology. Our engine, which produces cold and power, has a number of applications, and again, one of the key things we've done is focus on a small number and one in particular. So the example applications, refrigerated transport where you need both power and cold, air conditioning in buses, backup power for things like data centers, and we have a heat hybrid engine which actually has nothing to do with cooling, but all of these applications reduce or eliminate the use of diesel. Why do we pick transport refrigeration as our first one? So we've had to focus, and we've put 80% of our effort into transport refrigeration as the first application to prove our business. A typical transport refrigeration vehicle, so 70% of food is delivered around Europe using these vehicles. They have two diesel engines, one at the front, which is very, very efficient, one at the back, which is a puffing billy, which is unregulated. And the one at the back has 6 times as much NOx emissions and 29 times as much particulate matter as the main diesel engine. It's very polluting, and it's also quite expensive. Our engine produces no emissions, or no NOx emissions, no particulate matter. There are some life cycle CO2 emissions, but it's way less than using a diesel engine. It's quiet, we have no combustion in our engine, and it can compete economically with diesel. Another thing we've been lucky with in developing our business is finding an initial customer, and it's very hard to do that. And unless you're lucky with grants and support from people like the Innovate UK, getting that first customer is challenging. We've been lucky with Sainsbury's, who've taken the risk to put one of our engines on one of their vehicles, and they're delivering food around London and have been doing so since June. They keep telling us we're allowed one failure, and we haven't had that yet. What are we doing next? So we see ourselves as changing from R&D, we're still pre-revenue, to becoming a fully commercial company. We've had a lot of support from Innovate UK. We've won a lot of grants, and that's been invaluable to us. We've just won a large grant from the Advanced Propulsion Centre, which is also incredibly helpful. These investors, as I mentioned, have just put £16 million behind our business, which makes sure we're safe for the next 2 years. And we've also created some very big partners, such as Air Products, Hubbard in the UK, which is part of Daikin. Thank you.
Asha, would you like to give us an introduction to a very different company?
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm going to go over here. I think I got the wrong definition of what we should be talking about today. No, I'm joking. So, my story, I thought I'd tell you a very, very personal story because that's the way that I work. I'm very passionate about what I do. And I thought basically it takes a lot of people to make something happen, but it can just take one person to make it not happen. And in our 14 years worth of going at what we're doing, we've met a lot of people who have believed in our technology and a lot of people who have helped us on our way. And thank goodness we haven't met that one person that could stop it yet. We've met a few that tried, and so that's what I wanted to talk about today. So intelligent textiles, what do? We weave electronic circuits into fabric. You can find a lot of information about us on the web. We've got an Innovate video called the Eureka Moment. And that Eureka Moment happened when you take a weaver, such as myself, who was interested in doing products for people with disabilities, and how you can make a piece of fabric do something other than the norm. Other than the norm than just be wearable. So you could make it smell, you could make it move, you could make it do all these wonderful things. That happened 14 years ago. I started work doing disability products for people with cerebral palsy. When I met this man, he's a science guru, he's Doctor of Sensormatics, Neural Networks, and now my business partner, it's Dr. Stan Swallow. Dr. Stan Swallow appreciated and realised what we could do for Phoebe. This is Phoebe. What we decided to do was we would create a piece of fabric that could act as a switch. That switch then could be activate a body-worn voice communicator, so we could give Phoebe her speech back. She could touch wherever she could touch on her clothing, and she could say, yes, no, my name is Phoebe. And that was where our innovation started. We created a Eureka Moment where our two worlds collided. Stan being electronics, Asha being textiles, and literally colliding the two, we created this new technology that revolutionizes the way that you can weave electronic circuits into fabric. It breaks down electronic products to making them fabric friendly, and also going to spaces that electronics can't go or haven't been able to go in the past. So this happened 14 years ago. We patented our technology as part of Brunel University. We then found that we couldn't capitalize on our technology through a university network, and we decided that we would spin out from the university. The university tried to charge us an incredible amount for our technology because they believed in the worth of it. And yet, thanks to Bookshop Auntie, Stan's Bookshop Auntie, he came into some inheritance at the time that allowed us to buy our technology from Brunel University. Brunel University wanted to put us into an incubator setting where they would put two of our heads or two of our professors in charge of our company. We wanted autonomy, we wanted to be able to do it on our own, and we didn't want the encumbrance of two university professors' salaries, so we went it alone. This man here is one of the very first people that we met. We went out to Germany to do an exhibition And we had a TV remote control that was a cushion, that you can squeeze the cushion, you could change the channels. This guy here is a man from the board of directors on Australian Wool Innovation. Australian Wool Innovation were looking at ways that they could use, or new markets that they could access for wool. So by weaving in our switching technology and our passive electronics technology into the fabric, into the wool, that meant that we could then create new markets for wool, have new products made out of textiles. So he was a very influential person that we first met. He flew, or got his board of directors to fly to Brunel University, where we met them, and basically we got a contract. And our first R&D contract was from Australian Wool Innovation, and they wanted to go into a joint venture. So we looked at joint ventures, and remember, Stan and I were academics. I was a research fellow at Brunel, he was a professor. We knew nothing about business. They dictated a contract back, and it said, Stan made sure that he put in the words, if this joint venture doesn't go forward, that we can walk away with our technology. There was a complete change of board at Australian Wool Innovation, and the people that we were dealing with decided they didn't want any tax backdoors into Wool Innovation's funding, and therefore they didn't want to go forward with any joint ventures. This let Stan and I walk away, having paid for our patents to the university and set up our company, Intelligent Textiles. So this guy here, very influential person that helped us on our way. This guy here, we were working with Australian Wool, and we were working with mills and factories in the UK to prove that we could make our technology using wool. And one of the sister companies of a company, the weaving company that we were working with, was also printing Canadian military CAD-PAT. And they said, they would love your stuff out in Canada. Why don't you come share our stand in Canada at a military defence show and show them what you can do? A week later, after we'd been to that exhibition, this man turned up with 12 other people from Canadian military, and saying, this is fantastic technology, but what we really want to do is just for the soldier, we want to reduce the burden. We want to be able to put a network on the soldier, transmitting power and data that could get rid of all his batteries and allow him to be able to move more freely without any wires. And we said, well, hold on a second, we can do switching with our technology. He said, we are interested in your technology, switching technology, but it's really the ability to put power and data around a network on a uniform that we're interested in. This man here, he's a guy from US Marine Corps, and we got introduced to him via Jacques Levesque, the previous one. And the work that the bid that we got from Canadian military was an R&D contract to be able to do, prove the principle you could put power and data around a soldier's uniform. We did this, and they asked us to present at NATO. We went and presented at NATO, me with my red watering can handbag. There is a photograph of me at NATO with it. And what happened there was we got an official apology from a British UK scientist to say, I'm really sorry that a British technology has had to be funded by a Canadian funding route. Really, really sorry about that. Why don't you come and see us when you get home, and we'll speak about how we can maybe get some UK funding. So we got UK funding. We got UK funding from the Centre for Defence Enterprise Agency, and they allowed us to de-risk our technology. They allowed us to put it into EMC chambers. They allowed us to put it into British UK soldier systems to be able to be evaluated. And with that evaluation came kudos. With that evaluation came the reality that this was a feasible product that could enable and enhance people's lives, the soldiers on the front line, and basically it allowed us to show that we had a very real product. This guy here is a guy called Steve Mapes. Steve Mapes works for US Army, and what he actually allowed us to do was he got more funding for us. He got congressional funding from the US government, even though no projects were being backed at that time because it was sequestration within the United States. And what he did was he got us $4 million worth of funding. But he said, you know what, I can't give this to a small company. You're tiny, there's only the two of you. So what we had to do then was we collaborated with BAE Systems. BAE Systems had an internal wrangle all of their own because our technology didn't fit within any of its parameters. It wasn't building a ship, it wasn't building an aircraft, and it took some really brave individuals to actually convince the powers that be within BAE Systems that this was a worthwhile product. So this is our product. We've got a product now with BAE Systems, and what it does is it takes power and data distribution, reduces the burden for the soldier, and allows him to do the job that he needs to do. And without the individuals from BAE Systems, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't. Oh, and the other thing, the big thing. So in order to be able to put this production chain together for BAE Systems, what we've done is we've taken British manufacturers, we've made the fabric, we've cut the fabric, we've shaped the fabric, we've laminated the fabric, all using British industry here in the UK to make this product. This is our cutters and finishers as well, and Stan over there. And what this allows us to do is give the product to the people that need it the most. We've been really lucky that now it's in full production with BAE Systems. It's a fully qualified product, and it's helping the people that we originally intended it to help. Along the way, we've had a lot of fun. We've met some incredible people, and even the Queen said, "What a remarkable technology." And that was an event set up by Innovate UK. So although we've not directly had funding from Innovate UK, we have had so many other benefits that have helped our story. So that's what happens when you mix a weaver, a sensormatics and neural networks, Doctor of Technology. We create an incredible technology that can help people. And that's our story.
So we have a wealth of very different experience up here on the panel, and I'm really keen that as many questions as possible come from the audience. So just while you're thinking of those questions, let me just ask a quick question to each. Neil, the decision to go and list and become part of AIM must have been a huge one. What are some of the what's the difference now that you are listed on AIM? How does that affect the way that you run your organisation and business?
I'm not quite sure there's one question there. I think there's
well,
probably about six.
Go for the bit you want.
The real reason that we listed on the stock exchange was very difficult. We were a pre-revenue business with 4 or 5 people in that company. It's a big challenge listing a business, and but we achieved it, and we did it in about four months. And the real thing was the access to capital. So we were very fortunate that we've done about 13 projects with Innovate. We've drawn down about £500,000 worth of funding, but that's all match funding. And developing technology such as graphene or any of these really great technologies is expensive. We also needed to be able to take that technology and put it into companies, so we wanted to buy companies. And what's really interesting is that video is about just over a year old, and we've actually doubled in size since that video was produced. We've been very fortunate that not only have we got doing companies, we've also got innovation companies as well. And the real beauty comes from putting those two things together. So not only creating, world-class materials and this is graphene, but then being able to take it and put it into 3D printing or injection molding or any of those other industries.
Thank you, Neil. David, you've had experience across a whole range of Innovate UK competitions. How does Dearman work out its next move? You've participated in Newton competitions for the developing world, the Advanced Propulsion Centre nearer to market, big collaborative R&D projects on refrigeration. How do you set about choosing your strategy for approaching competition funding?
The critical thing for us, where we have an engine technology, is each application needs a different supply chain and different partners. And in order for us to bring along a supply chain with us, if we don't bring a supply chain with us, we can't sell our engines. And in order for us to work with partners like Air Products, who supply the refueling technology and the storage technology for the liquid nitrogen we use, and the supply chain which requires particular cryogenic tanks and pumps, applying for and winning grants as a consortium brings those companies with us. And that's, when we talk to people like Air Products directly and ask them, okay, we need you to improve your refueling technology, for them to get internal budget approval, it's much easier for them to be able to say, well, look, there's this competition, Innovate UK have said this is a good thing to do, And so Air Products R&D people can get internal approval to do the project. So for us, we look at these competitions as how can we create this ecosystem and bring this ecosystem with us. And that's been the big benefit of all of the grants that we applied for, and is how we structure our strategy for applying for future grants.
Thank you. And just Asha, quickly, a fiercely independent design team is what comes across, yet you're dealing with the military.
Yeah.
You know, is BAE an adequate buffer? Are you able to maintain what you want to do as a design agency and still deal with the military through BAE?
So we're really lucky in the fact that we've got some really big supporters. What happened very early on was we had the technology pull from the user, from the end users that definitely needed our technology. The most difficult thing we have found is getting the larger companies, and BAE have been absolutely, I mean, they're an example of they've taken this small innovation or this large innovation from a tiny, tiny company and given us a vehicle to be able to export it and also to manufacture it. And it has been difficult, and it is a bit difficult. They are a buffer, but we, in many, many circumstances, have been the ones that have taken BAE to the table. Right. Because what we did was we had like a pincer movement. We had the users at one end, and then we were trying to herd and corral. Even the users were trying to herd and corral the production and the manufacturers to get the product that they wanted. So really, this tiny little design team has had, I normally use the expression David and Goliath when dealing with BAE Systems and other companies like them. Goliath didn't have a very good ending, so that's probably not a good example. But it's very much this and it's even one man, one woman team, which brings with it a whole other kettle of fish. And we're not normal, we don't look normal. I carry a red watering handbag. You know, Stan has long hair, he's true academic. But it's because of our personalities that we've actually managed to get our technology into the places that you wouldn't have expected it to. And it's been a learning curve for a lot of the people that we work with, that the relationships that we've built up along the way have stood us in good stead. They've helped us out when we've needed it. We had a few problems with obviously negotiating with a huge lawyer team from BAE Systems to do a licensing deal. Was in itself a really interesting time for us. But it's because we've got a good network of people and a good network of advice that we've been able to tackle and challenge those big companies in the US military and British military as well.
Lovely. So, questions from the floor for our panel. Who would like to kick off for us? There must be something across this breadth of experience that resonates. Right over there. Thank you very much.
This one is for Asha. Hi. I do not know how you put the electronics into textile, but what I wanted to know is quite a lot of work being done using inkjet printing on electronics. I have done a little bit of inkjet printing on metal, but when I went for exhibitions related to inkjet printing, I saw quite a lot of activities with respect to UV curing of ink straight onto fabrics. I don't know how that influences the technology, what you provide to BAE or through BAE.
So the interesting thing about our technology is we're using it a woven structure. So we're building it at time of manufacture. We can build in an electronic schematic, if you like, into the actual fabric. And what that allows us to do is build in a redundancy to it, so that if it gets cut, damaged or torn, it can find a way of rerouting, repowering and taking the power where it's needed or data where it's needed, USB 2. One of the problems that we've seen with some of the inkjet technologies that have been coming up is that over flex life, a lot of these textiles are going to be in rugged and durable environments. A lot of the printing technologies that we've seen don't carry enough power yet. We're looking at, a 10 watt system, 20 watt system, 50 watt system. They don't carry enough power for what they're doing. And also this idea of redundancy. So our technology brings in that fully flexible redundancy and durability to the fabric as well. And that, I can just say how that's what we're doing with our technology. It's a really nice combination. If you use our technology as a power and data backplane, you could then start to embed some of these inkjet technologies or inkjet sensors or all of those things if you need the high power backplane of our technology. So, did I answer your question?
Very good. So, question down here. Ijaz.
Asha, your initial inspiration seemed to come from helping people with special needs. Are you looking at a journey ahead with a possible massive growing market for the aging population as well?
Yes, one of the problems that our technology has had, because textile can go into any market sector, it can go into buildings, it can go into car interiors, it can go wherever. So one of the problems we had as a small company at the beginning, remember there's only 2 of us and we've kept it that way deliberately because we're control freaks. One of the problems was that we were pulled in so many different directions. Our technology, we were doing ski boarding jackets for Armani, Paul & Sharp and Bogner, you know, that controlled your iPhone or your iPod at the time, and it's like, wow, that's a really good use of our technology. Whereas other people were pulling us into pressure measurements on bandages and things like that, which took a long time to clinical trials and all the rest of it. So we as a company had to navigate our way where there was a decent technology pull, but a financial reward to keep us going. And that's how we were pulled into this military industry. And the idea is now that we've proved that we can license our technology, we've proved that we can mass produce our technology, and we can get a product out there. The idea now is to take everything that we've learned from concentrating on that one particular market, and now hopefully, in my ideal world, it will be seamlessly to run it into medical markets, consumer markets, and back to some of the more esoteric voice communication aids that we wanted to do and how our technology was originally invented. So, yeah.
So we have a few moments left for further questions before we finish. Is there another burning question here? Thank you.
Hi, I'd like to ask each of the panel, if possible, one of the issues we have in the UK is trying to find the early stage innovative companies and trying to make them aware of the type of opportunities they can get from knowing Innovate UK, whether it's grants or connections and things like that. How did each of you actually become aware of Innovate and the grant system?
I was very fortunate to have a good career, and as part of that career I'd worked on DTI projects, so I was very, very aware of Innovate when it was first launched, and it transitioned from DTI. What I do now is I'm on the board of an LEP, and I spend a lot of my time trying to get that message out to a lot of small companies. And to be honest, there's not a day goes by when I don't find a different funding scheme or a different proposition. And so you have to work really, really hard to keep on top of that. Our guys have just won a grant up in Manchester for pharmaceuticals, and it's an area that we've never been involved in. We wouldn't necessarily go into that if it wasn't for the fact that there was a scheme available for us, but we didn't know it existed until we started searching for it. So, David.
I've spent a lot of my life commercialising early stage technologies, so I've been aware of Innovate UK for years. I think for non-commercial people, if for pure inventors, if it's their first invention, then it may be challenging to find out about, unless they ask the right people, how do you go about getting grant support for an early stage company. But I've been lucky, I've spent my life in early stage technologies.
It's probably not going to be the answer you want to hear, but it was purely by accident. So it was this by this presenting at NATO, by being found by Dick Cave, was the guy who knew about CDE funding and sandbox funding, and that then there was a direct correlation to Innovate through that as well. So that's how we found out, but purely by accident. And we should have been a bit more savvy, we should have been a bit more aware of Innovate, we should have known how to go after that funding, because I'm sure we would have done.
It's probably worth just adding that I believe that that contract you got was through SBRI.
Yes. Yeah,
and SBRI is one of these annoying acronyms, but actually incredibly powerful because it's a procurement. So they pay all of your costs because it's a procurement factor, and there's a customer at the other end. Sometimes it gets a bit complicated because the customer isn't quite as close as you might think. The procurement department might sit a little bit separate from the R&D department that places the SBRI contract. But SBRI is a really interesting way to both get a hold of a customer and get paid completely for what you're doing. And Innovate UK often gets brought in to run those on behalf of all kinds of organisations. So keep an eye on our website because you will see a steady range of SBRI contracts, and I think they can be extremely powerful in bringing together both that customer element and the funding, all of the funding that's needed. Any other questions? And then I'll just pursue a few of my own if there's a gap in that opportunity. Because Neil, you're at the moment now where you've progressed from a growing company yourself to one that's acquiring companies. What do you look for in the companies now that you're acquiring? Because it must be an interesting change in your world from when you first started in building up your own company.
Yeah, so when we look for acquisitions, what we're trying to do is to reduce the time it takes a product to get to market. Through our journey, 4 or 5 years, we've learnt that these things take time, and the quicker you can get these products to market, the better it is for everyone, your investors, the company, and so on. So what we look for is, this is a good example, we'll take a technology which was created in the University of Manchester and the University of Ulster. We'll then take that technology, we'll develop it, we'll commercialise it, we'll productionise it, but then we've got to find a use for it. And in this particular case, what we've been able to find is that if we take that material and we put it into plastics and polymers, if we can injection mould it, then we can get some really significant benefits in the mechanical properties of the final product. So about 6 months ago, we started on an acquisition trail to find a plastics producing company. And we completed that deal within the last month, which is why we've jumped in terms of scale. But that company produces injection molded parts for a whole range of industries, including the car industry, the consumer industry, and in fact some other different products. As a result of that, we can take the technology we learned in the university for making the material, put the material straight into a product and go straight to market. And in fact, we'll be able to launch products within a period of 2 or 3 months, as opposed to taking years. And so that's what we look for when we look for an acquisition. We look for something that is going to enable us to get our product to market much quicker.
And I think that's why you enjoy coming to conferences like this, in the hope that maybe he'll find one. So do chat to Neil afterwards if you can speed him to a new market. David, everyone dreams of getting a large investment pre-revenue. What was the convincing factor that persuaded investors to part with such a large amount for Dearman pre-revenue?
Multiple factors.
Right.
So one is that we've built the vision of our company around cooling and not our technology. And there's very few companies out there targeting the cooling industry. If you ring up what was DEC and is now BASE and ask to speak to someone to do with cooling, they won't have anyone. They've got 13 or 14 different clean technology areas, no one looking after cooling, even though by the middle of this century, more energy will be used for cooling globally than heating. And so there is this huge opportunity out there that investors were sold on. There were other key things, such as us winning grants from Innovate UK, that provide them with some comfort that our technology and our business is sensible. And we've also attracted an ecosystem of partners, such as Air Products, that also gave those investors comfort. And we also have a lot of possible applications, a bit like Asher. There's too many. You need to focus on one, and they kind of liked the way we were focusing on one, but they had lots. So they saw a lot of potential, but it also needs quite a lot of funding, and we were lucky. You need a lot of luck.
We're just coming to the close. So Asher, is there any final words of wisdom, for the smaller entrepreneur, that's someone that really does want to stay relatively small but think big?
Think big. It can be done. We utilise the patent mechanism, so I think patents are really important to advertise and show people that you've got your technology bound up in this package that is purchasable. That's really important. Patience is an incredible virtue as well, because it takes a long time. This overnight success takes a long flipping time, a lot of heartache, a lot of hard work. And I always say that Stan and I both looked at each other when we left the university and we said, do you think we're going to have more fun doing this? And I can definitely say, hand on heart, we have had more fun running our own company and meeting the people that we've met than we would have if we'd have stayed in the university. And that's it. Just go have fun.
Go have fun. So let's finish on that note. Please join me in thanking our panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Johnny Voon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope your lunch was fantastic. Now, we have a fantastic second session. So this is the all-important, exciting piece. But first, one little bit of housekeeping. Please vote. For those of you who haven't voted in the peer-to-peer awards using the app, scroll down, choose your favorite innovators because they will get an award later on. So please do that first. So this afternoon, we're looking at a range of topics that include the knowledge flow across the Northern Powerhouse. The result, we're looking at diverse workforces and the power of innovation to improve daily life with renowned British designer Wayne Hemingway with Team Sky, Ocado and BP. But first off, let's hear from one of our new innovators unveiled, Peter Lang from Exivion.
Thank you, Johnny. Zika is a mosquito-borne virus infection that has spread explosively around the world. The Centers for Disease Control are resigned to it becoming established in the United States, a fear increasingly shared by many countries. Zika damages the developing brain of the fetus, giving rise to microcephaly, which is one manifestation of the Zika congenital syndrome. It also causes paralysis in adults. Latest estimates predict 2 billion infections worldwide. 2 billion is almost a third of the world's population. Also, there will be many cases of Zika congenital syndrome, each costing $4 million in healthcare costs. Zika is an economic and humanitarian disaster in the making. Vaccines in development may not be safe for young children and pregnant women due to concerns that they may increase the risk of related diseases such as dengue. Thanks to Innovate UK, Exivion Limited is developing a new vaccine that is designed from the ground up, the only vaccine so designed to be safe in children and pregnant women. It may be the only vaccine that is both safe and effective in low and high income countries alike, with the potential to save millions of lives in due course and also to be profitable to boot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you. So our next session, Innovation Clusters, Entrepreneurship and Knowledge Flow from the Northern Powerhouse, is our second main stage session, looking at fantastic developments taking place in this region right now. Head of Chariot is Tony Quinn, Operations Director at the Offshore Renewable Energy Catapult. So Tony joined the Catapult after the merger with Narek, where he had been the Operations Director since August 2012, and is responsible for business delivery with the new existing facilities, as well as completing the investment program and Director of Major Projects and Assets since March 2010. Please welcome Tony to the stage.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. Well, it's my pleasure to chair this session on the benefits of innovation clusters in the Northern Powerhouse. I've been reflecting on why I've been selected to chair this session. I didn't know whether it was because I started my career in a steam turbine manufacturer in the Northeast that was eventually taken over by Siemens because it failed to innovate quickly enough. Or perhaps it was because I've been recently involved in a capital-intensive catapult requiring significant finance and funding. Or perhaps recently I had a brush with our new super hospital in Northumberland after breaking my leg mountain biking, and I experienced new innovation in the health system. But after some thought, I decided it wasn't because of those reasons. It was because here in Manchester, you needed a token representative from the true North in the Northern Powerhouse. Thank you. So, without any further ado, we have some really high-profile and influential speakers this afternoon. And without any further ado, I'd like to welcome the panel to the stage. So just before I invite our first speaker, I thought it would be worth reminding ourselves what we mean by a cluster. I know there's a lot of esteemed work done by Michael Porter in the 1990s on the competitive advantage of nations. And a cluster really can be defined as a geographical location where enough resources and competences amass to reach a critical threshold, giving it a key position in a given economic branch of activity with a decisive and sustainable competitive advantage over other nations, or even gaining world supremacy in that field. And there are three stimulants that it's felt to give. One is increased productivity, one to drive innovation, and finally to stimulate new business. And I think it's worth remembering that throughout the presentations that you'll hear this afternoon. So, I'd like to introduce you to our first speaker, Rowena Burns, who's Chief Executive of the Manchester Science Park, who has deep roots in the greater Manchester economy. She sees the MSP as a perfect private-public sector partnership, driving growth and opportunity in the most vibrant and innovative sectors of the economy. And she believes successful cities are those whose leaders make common ground across functional and organizational boundaries, delivering more than the sum of their individual parts. Can I introduce Rowena Burns? Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you as well for stealing most of my best lines. But I'll start again. My name is Rowena Burns. I have the immense good luck to be Chief Executive of a brilliant business called Manchester Science Partnerships, and also the privilege to chair a new body called Health Innovation Manchester. And I'm going to talk about both of those briefly this afternoon. My roots do go deep in this city. I've worked in the private sectors, the public sectors, and in all of my jobs I've worked in partnerships. And that is no surprise, because actually a deeply ingrained belief in the power of partnerships is, I think, Manchester's single most defining characteristic. It also underpins most, if not all, of Manchester's successes as a city. Our coherence and our stability are hugely attributable to a bedrock of trust and common cause that has been built up over 2 decades. The evidence of this is everywhere. From the wonderfully successful Commonwealth Games, an airport with 2 runways, the only second runway to be built in the UK for the last 50 years, and a comprehensive tram system that is the result of voluntary work between 10 local authorities, creating a momentum and a belief in what we could do together that ultimately led to the combined authority and to devolution in Greater Manchester, the biggest experiment in local government in this country for many, many decades. And it was no surprise, therefore, that the only place other than London that the Chinese Premier visited when he was in the UK earlier this year was indeed Manchester. Partnerships flourish in the dense knowledge quarter that is Manchester's Oxford Road, the place that we call the corridor. It's a cluster of sufficient scale and sufficient diversity in its cultural assets, its research, academic assets, its clinical depth and breadth of facilities, and the businesses that cluster along that mile of Oxford Road, to be classed by Bruce Katz from the Brookings Institute as probably one of the top 5 innovation districts in Europe. MSP is very much a part of that innovation ecosystem, a strategic partnership and a successful business which is dedicated to driving the growth of the region's commercial science and technology sectors. We do this by leveraging the power of our knowledge assets to support the growth of existing businesses, and by working with partners to attract investors, national facilities and capital into the region. Our growth attests to the strength of this approach. We can't build fast enough to keep pace with the demand for space on our central Manchester campus. which is home actually to a wide range of innovative businesses. Life sciences and technology are the biggest clusters, but we actually have strengths as well in environment and in advanced materials. Our City Labs biomedical facility, we built the first phase of that campus, which sits right on the Central Manchester Hospitals Trust campus. A year and a half ago, we're about to start building the second phase, and the third phase will follow. In combination with the 1 million square feet of bioscience facility that we have at Alderley Park, nearby Alderley Park, we actually have an internationally significant quantity and quality of life science commercial activity sitting in Manchester. Successful partnering, which is dear to my heart, starts with finding common cause, with pulling together the right attitudes as well as the right skills mix. And in my view, really successful partnerships and collaborations are indifferent to organisational boundaries, they're indifferent to hierarchies. They look for talent and ideas wherever they can be found. Density and proximity, physical proximity, are actually, even in this digitally connected age, pretty important as well. Informal conversation and informal discussion are kind of key generators of the energy and the free flow of ideas that happens in our best innovation clusters. When I came down to MSP 2.5 years ago, one of the things that I was really clear about is that we needed to become a team that was sufficiently steeped in the sectors that we serve to be able to make a real and substantive difference to their growth. And that involved, for me and for others, getting out of our comfort zone, listening and learning, and getting over the myth that it is only sector specialists who are good at devising policy and good at case making. I've lost count of the number of bids and pitches that we have been involved in over the last 3 years. We haven't won them all, though we have won all of the initiatives that are on that slide. But actually, you know, you learn even by failing, both in deepening your knowledge and actually deepening the trust and the bond between the partners in the endeavour. And that learning brings other opportunities as well. It brings the invitation to be at the table when policy is being developed, the policy that will drive or inhibit the growth of the sector. Both regionally and nationally, we are deeply involved in policy development. And it also helps to understand what's missing so that we can work with partners to start to fill those gaps. The work that we have done actually in starting to provide other sources of funding for startups and early stage SMEs is kind of attests to the power of that learning and its ability to help move everybody on. I want to turn in the last few minutes that I have actually to talk about 3 projects which are strategically important and each of them incredibly exciting in their own right. The first of these is Health Innovation Manchester, and our vision to transform the health and well-being of the people of Greater Manchester by accelerating the discovery, development and delivery of innovations in partnership with industry. The opportunity which devolution in Greater Manchester has given to us is probably unique, and certainly judging by the worldwide interests attracting, it probably is. The reception that we got at the Global MedTech Conference, AdvaMed, a couple of weeks back attests to that. The group of Harvard professors who have been in the city this week to understand about devolution and learn more about devolution in health, I think gives us great confidence that we're actually doing something both important and very exciting here. A single body is now responsible for all NHS, population health and social care expenditure for 2.8 million people. There is nowhere else of which that is true. That single body is defining Greater Manchester-wide priorities to improve health and to improve ill health outcomes as well. Health Innovation Manchester was established as an early action because they recognised that they needed to do something to accelerate innovation, which is painfully slow. Not just in drug development, but innovation in all aspects. Our starting point is to align both activity and to align focus. A biomedical research centre which is attuned to GM prevalent diseases, an academic health science centre and an academic health science network, which are aligning their priorities to the same set of innovation challenges. It sounds such obvious stuff to do. It is not what happens now. A fundamental challenge for us is to simplify and de-risk the journey from trial or pilot to system-wide approval and system-wide adoption. At the moment, innovators get something trialled or piloted in one place. They have to go 2 miles down the road to the next hospital or the next centre and do the same thing again. And even going through that labyrinthine approval process doesn't actually guarantee adoption at the end of it all. It's a very long, perilous and risky journey. The third limb of our approach is to leverage our strengths. University of Manchester's expertise in health informatics is internationally important. We have at Salford the best and longest establishment electronic patient record in the UK and the UK's most digitally advanced hospital. We will build on those strengths and create a single informatics infrastructure covering all of Greater Manchester, which will provide researchers, academics, care providers with real-time data covering all aspects of treatment and care. This informatics infrastructure will work alongside Greater Manchester's growing expertise in precision medicine to inform earlier diagnostics, the more accurate matching of treatment to the individual person, the prevention of complicating comorbidities, and the development of new care pathways. And thirdly, we will combine both of those strengths to enable every patient in Greater Manchester to have access to a clinical trial relevant to their disease. Health also features in my second example. City Verve is the result of Manchester's successful bid to provide a home for the internet for the IUK. Definitely name check IUK since we're here today. Internet of Things Smart City Demonstrator. City Verve has 20 partners. They span major corporates like Siemens and Cisco, micro businesses, and a bunch of incredibly creative and innovative SMEs. It's probably our most ambitious partnership yet. City Verve will create a platform of platforms digital architecture, which will enable innovators and businesses to develop new approaches to the delivery of public services, and new public services actually, providing Manchester with a smart city infrastructure which improves quality of life, efficiency, and supports the growth of a brilliant digital tech sector. Over 2 years, the project will develop a series of use cases focused on innovation and service development in transport, energy, and health. All of this will be done with the citizen centre and foremost in terms of the design process. The approach will be one of open innovation, providing transparent and connected access for partners to fully anonymised data. Finally, Connected Health Cities. It's another health project, it's another technology project. This one links up cities across the north of England and will deliver a connected data infrastructure that again will provide unrivaled access to academics and researchers and caregivers to demonstrate through the use of comparative data the efficacy of different interventions into health and care. This project is led by the NHSA and will accelerate innovation in health across 4 city regions by making actionable data available to industry on a daily basis. It is a huge privilege for me to be part of these projects. This last slide is full of people, because actually it is people and creating the multiple opportunities for people to congregate together, to work and play, to talk informally and formally that drives all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Rowena. There's some really inspirational stuff in there, and particularly I thought the 3 projects gave a real insight to some of the tangible benefits of innovation and clustering. Our second speaker arrived as a young man from southwest Germany, Karlsruhe, 40 years ago, only to have his image of the great British industrial nation shattered when he arrived at Leeds. He now tells me, 40 years later, that it's a massive pleasure to live in Manchester and to visit Leeds and other northern cities like Newcastle and see the positive change that has taken place and the continued development through the Northern Powerhouse. Please welcome Jürgen Meyer, Chief Executive of UK Siemens.
Well, thank you very much, Tony. And just to clarify, that was definitely not a comparison between Leeds and Manchester. I think they've both become tremendous cities. And indeed, you know, if we do reflect back 40 years ago, certainly to anybody who did have that image of this Great Britain, you know, I think your image definitely would have been shattered as mine was, because it wasn't anywhere near what it is today. So, and I'm actually going to talk about that and the journey to make the Northern Powerhouse even better and create even more value. So I'm really delighted to have been invited to talk about this really important topic of innovation clusters and how they can be a key part of this value creation of the Northern Powerhouse. And of course, if we go back to beyond those 40 years ago, you know, we know that innovation and ingenuity was always at the heart of the north of England, the Northern Powerhouse, to be able to create new industries and create jobs and massive prosperity that happened here in the first industrial revolution. But we all know that we did lose our way, and I don't need to quote you all of the statistics of where the Northern Powerhouse as a whole is, or any one of the cities individually. When you look at their sort of productivity rating, they rank significantly below other major European industrial cities, and indeed when we compare it to the southeast of England and London. And a big part of the reason for that, it's very complex, this picture of why is productivity low, but a big part of it is that we have just significantly underinvested both in infrastructure, transport infrastructure, connectivity, and we have also underinvested in innovation, R&D, in new industries, in creating new industries that create new jobs, high value jobs. So the idea of stronger innovation clusters emerging in the Northern Powerhouse to really help drive what is increasingly being called the fourth industrial revolution and be right in the center of it, I think is extremely appealing, and it's especially appealing for the Northern Powerhouse. There's been quite a few of these clusters discussed from what I've seen from the agenda over the last couple of days in this conference. Advanced manufacturing, materials, Rowena has just talked about health innovation, renewable energy, and all of those areas there are strengths within the Northern Powerhouse. I'm going to make the pitch in my little introduction here that industrial digital technology should be one of those key clusters. And with that, really what we're talking about is creating the digital Northern Powerhouse. And the idea being that that digital powerhouse really becomes a key strand of the new industrial strategy, which the Secretary of State, Greg Clark, talked about earlier today, and with that creates new industries and new jobs up here in the north. And the sorts of technologies areas I'm talking about here are things like artificial intelligence, augmented reality, blockchain, high performance computing, IT, cloud-based systems, data analytics. All of those things are in places already going on in the Northern Powerhouse. And certainly we as Siemens have got a very sharp eye on some of those activities that are going on. We've actually created a new innovation company inside Siemens called Next 47, and we're very interested in looking at investing in startups, in technology in this field to be able to bring it in-house to Siemens, where it helps us develop our broader technology. But that was a bit of a list of lots of technologies. It's probably more useful just to give you a couple of practical examples. So let's take the offshore wind sector as an example, which has been on the agenda, one that Tony is very familiar with. And here there are two types of industrial strategy approaches. The one, which is the one we're currently taking and is fine, is we're basically looking at trying to repatriate or to bring to the UK as much of the existing supply chain as possible to create local value add here as we're building these mega offshore wind turbines. And of course, we as Siemens have made a big investment. We're creating this plant over in Hull. First prototype blades coming off the production as we speak. There will be 1,000 people there manufacturing blades. That's a nice industrial strategy. But what we're learning is to bring more and more of fabrication suppliers, tower manufacturers, this sort of thing to the UK. Actually, they find it quite hard to compete here against where it's already being done, whether that's in South Korea or sometimes it's in the north of Germany. So I argue that actually a way in which we can create more value for the long term is to look at industries like drone technology, like augmented reality and giving technicians virtual reality glasses when they go on to the turbines that give them the work instructions on what needs to happen next, and of course registering back everything that has started to happen. Robotic systems that are making repairs on the blades that crawl systems and create brand new industries, and of course with that they become a real centre of excellence and we start exporting those around the world, and some of them of course also into other sectors because these disciplines end up being cross-sectorial. So I predict that, and that's just one example, but there is going to be a massive explosion of these sorts of digital connected possibilities across all industries. You can think about automotive, aerospace, energy sectors. All of these are going to have huge opportunities for digitalization. So what do we need to do as the Northern Powerhouse to make sure we create more of that? And I'm just going to talk about three very brief areas. And the one is that when you look at what we've got in the north, actually there is a lot of what I've explained already happening. We have SciTech Daresbury just down the road here, great data analytics, high performance computing activities. Rowena has just talked about CityVerve and smart and connected cities. There are great projects going on in Newcastle around smart cities and about autonomous driving. There are great things going on in Sheffield about data analytics, and the list goes on. But what we haven't done is we haven't connected it all up. We haven't created the strategy. We haven't called it an industrial strategy, and we haven't made sure that all of those people are collaborating and working together to one goal, which is to make that a digital industrial industry that is going to be world-beating. So it's joining up, it's making it part of a key strategy, and of course with that making sure it is a very strong cluster or ecosystem. The second area is skills. And I could now talk for hours on skills, and I won't, but I think it's pretty obvious that we need to work harder to make sure the skills that companies like ours, but this whole new industry around industrial digital, is going to need people with more digital skills, and actually it's a merging of digital and engineering skills, and so we need to focus harder on that. And then my final one is ambition and long-termism, and I actually think that's the biggest challenge of them all. I think the technology piece we can master. I think there's brilliant things happening in the Northern Powerhouse, but it's this ambition of really creating an industrial revolution. And what is interesting is when I look around this conference here and what Innovate UK has managed to do over the last few years, it's really impressive. We're seeing a real rising ambition to innovate more, to create new startups, new businesses. I'm seeing a really positive move in the UK, and I think Innovate UK should be congratulated for all of the great work that you do in this space. But the question I ask is, which way round is it? Are we saying we want to innovate more and we want to create more startups and more business, which is a good thing, Or, even better would be, are we creating a new fourth industrial revolution which is based on digital technologies, and as part of that, making sure that we create the innovators, the new startups, and with that also think much more long term and turn the startups into scale-ups, into large businesses that ultimately create that industrial revolution. And that last bit we have not got yet right, and we need to do more of. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jürgen. Thank you very much, Jürgen. It's fantastic to hear from such a large industrial player like Siemens around all of the opportunity that exists around this fourth industrial revolution. So, without further ado, none of this can happen without money. So I'd like to welcome our third and final speaker to this stage. Grant is the Director of Venture Capital Solutions at the British Business Bank. He's been there since 2014, responsible for EU funding. No doubt we'll have a few questions about that later on, as well as wider strategic work on improving finance for small businesses. Grant.
Thank you for allowing me to cross the Pennines. I'm actually based in Sheffield, so it's always nice to get a warm welcome when I come across to this side. Sometimes we call it the dark side, you probably call it the same. And I also wondered why you would get somebody from a bank to come and talk about innovation clusters. Well, I should start by saying we're not a bank in the traditional sense. We're a national economic development bank owned by you, the UK taxpayer, through the Secretary of State. Our shareholder, I understand, was here earlier this morning. We didn't have a chance to cross paths. And we've been set up to improve financing for businesses in the United Kingdom, and we are a UK-wide institution. We work with partners, so you can't come and see me afterwards and ask me to sign a cheque. We work through people who are closer to the financial market and have a much better feel for what makes a good investment proposition. And by the way, we celebrated our second birthday yesterday, so happy birthday to us. So we have 4 key objectives: increase the supply of finance to smaller businesses, create a more diverse marketplace. It's still a truism in this country that you're more likely to get divorced than you are to change your bank account, and we have to do something about that. We need to support more choice, more awareness and diversity of finance. So that links into the third objective, which is about providing better information, making sure that SMEs understand the choices and options which are available to them, and it's not just going down to your bank manager, and if you're turned down, forget about it. And of course, because you managers, you owners, we have to manage your resources effectively. We're not a traditional bank. If you come to our offices in Sheffield, you won't be particularly impressed by what we have there. So what we do is we work with the private market, we leverage private sector investment using public money, and we work through a whole range of different finance providers, everything from small enterprise agencies, CDFIs, up through private equity type fund managers. So it's a broad plethora of finance. It can seem a bit confusing sometimes to SMEs, but we're also supporting choice. And one of the things that I want us to think about in terms of innovation is actually the North is great at financial services. We're seeing a growth and innovation in financial services, not just here in Greater Manchester, but elsewhere across the North. And these are some of the organisations that we're now supporting directly to increase the availability of finance. And you'll see they are primarily northern based, so those funding circle works across the UK. So information, I've got to plug this wherever I go. We have something called the Business Finance Guide. We've distributed over 200,000 copies. I understand some are available here today. And we've made it more interactive. So we've actually moved into the 21st century. You can go online, if you're an SME, work your way through and understand much more what the choices are around finance and what may be more appropriate for you. But the real reason I'm here is to talk about the Northern Powerhouse Investment Fund. While the British Business Bank has a great story to tell, in terms of the Northern Powerhouse, about 20%, over 1.5 billion of our capital is deployed across the Northern Powerhouse, which compares to a GDP of 19%, so we're very much where we should be. The reality is there are still problems for SMEs across the North, particularly in terms of raising equity finance. So the British Business Bank, working with our 10 local enterprise partnerships, are developing a £400 million Northern Powerhouse Investment Fund. You'll notice, and this is probably for Tony's benefit, there's a little bit of blue in the northeast, which isn't a part of the Northern Powerhouse Investment Fund. So the Northeast LEP is decided to develop its own fund, which is fine, and that will be about £120 million. So with the Northern Powerhouse Investment Fund, with the Northeast LEP Fund, we'll have over £500 million of money to invest in SMEs. I mentioned the LEPs, they are key partners in driving this forward. We've set up a strategic oversight board chaired by Roger Marsh, the chairman of Leeds City Region, but also involving representatives from Greater Manchester Combined Authority, Lancashire, Sheffield and Tees Valley. So what type of finance will it supply? It will supply what we call microfinance, the traditional startup, £25,000 to £100,000. People who want to start in business or perhaps have been going but want to expand, but very modest ambitions. We're also going to provide debt finance. One of the great things about the Northern Powerhouse area is the manufacturing businesses we have across the north, the family-owned businesses we have across the north, and sometimes they don't quite hit the sweet spot for the mainstream banks. So what we'll be looking to do is to provide debt finance between £100,000 and £750,000 to individual companies. And then of course we'll be supplying finance in the form of equity to those fast, high-growing businesses across the north. And there are fast-moving, high-growing businesses across the north. We had a look at the Tech 100 latest figures. We've got about 10% of the portfolio within the British Business Bank, and we were looking through, and there were a number of businesses across the north here in Manchester, Macclesfield, which is an interesting one, and indeed in Newcastle, who are based in the Tech 100. So it's not all about London, the South East and the East of England. And interestingly, we've had our first unicorn that's listed. So some of you may have heard of Mimecast, which provides cloud provision for Microsoft. That is now valued at over $1 billion. I'm not sure whether what that equates to these days in terms of pounds, but it's roughly the same, unfortunately. But the Northern Powerhouse Investment Fund's got to be more than the sum of its parts. It can't just be a £400 million fund which is investing in SMEs. We've got to do more. We've got to use it as a catalyst to bring other private sector investors into the Northern Powerhouse, to bring that demand, to showcase what innovation, what high growth companies, what great companies we have here as well. So that is equally an objective of the fund. So that's me. Thanks.
So, thank you very much, Grant, and thank you, Rowena and Jürgen, for your talk. I would like to open the questions to the floor and invite anybody to challenge our panel on what you've heard this afternoon. I guess as chair, I might have the honour of asking the first question, and I wonder if I could pose that to Grant. I wonder how do innovative businesses access funding from the Northern Power Investment Fund?
So we currently have a list of fund managers who are on the framework, who will be delivering the funds, the sort of microfinance, the equity and the debt. But what we haven't done yet is actually allocated that money to the fund managers. We're about to, and I can't say when, launch the mini competition to put money in the hands of fund managers. This is later than we originally thought, but unfortunately the 23rd of June happened and that delayed things for a little while, but we're now back on track and money will be available to SMEs January or February next year.
Thank you. And could I invite some questions from the floor?
Hi, thank you. Caroline Gorski from the Digital Catapult. I was really interested, hi Rowena, by the way. I was really interested in listening to you talk about the importance of the asset base for the different areas around the north. And I guess I would like the panel to help me understand how important is it that regions, whether it's Newcastle, whether it's Manchester, whether it's Leeds, whether it's Sheffield, wherever it is, have a really powerful understanding of the asset base they have to deliver versus everybody trying to do everything.
Rowena.
I think that's a great question. I think the ideal situation for the North would be one whereby our assets were complementary and that we actually combined to support each other in developing complementary strengths. Competition has a place, but actually I think we have more to gain by working together than by working in eating our own lunch, if you like. I think there are very good reasons to hope that actually we can do that. I think I came from a meeting actually immediately before this where we were talking about what the agenda for the Northern Powerhouse should be. And issues that we felt we had in common included skills and the vital importance of developing a skills base that allows people to move easily between regions. Skills that are common requirements to all cities across the north include skills and technology, and the development of better links between higher education establishments and industry, and the development of better links between business and education full stop is a critical enabling asset, if you like, that we can join forces and work on together. Transport is another. But actually in the fields that I'm very focused on at the moment, and take the two projects that I talked about, in particular Health Innovation Manchester and the Internet of Things project, it was really important to Innovate UK in deciding who to take forward with that national demonstrator that the project should be scalable. And I think we lose nothing by working with other cities to talk about how CityVerve gets scaled across the north as a whole. I think in health, the project Connected Health Cities similarly helps us all to grow by actually combining major data sources and providing an open access, an open innovation platform upon which we can all leverage. I think by concentrating on the areas that we have in common and seeking to develop our specialisms in a way which are complementary, not competing, we can be very, very powerful as an economy.
Great, thank you. Jürgen?
Yeah, I mean, I think, there's a massive need, and really that was, what I was talking about, that there needs to be a much better understanding of the assets available to all, and a better joining up and more complementing each other and more collaboration on those. Because quite simply, and if you go into this digital space more, the amount of capital you need, the amount of resources you need, you just can't multiply it over and over again. And just speaking for a company like Siemens, very regularly I bring one of my divisional heads or my global head of technology over here to the UK. And and what we don't like is when we go somewhere and they tell us they're brilliant at everything. And that's very often what you get. And we never believe it. So the question we ask is, no, what are you really world beating at? Or what are you going to be world beating at? Because that's what Siemens wants to invest in. And that's increasingly the questions you're going to get from inward investors. And that's why we need this industrial strategy to help join it all up. By the way, it is beginning to happen. So it's not like, we're starting from scratch. If you take high value manufacturing, we now have 7 high-value manufacturing catapults, and it's been quite interesting to see how initially there was quite a lot of competition, and over time they're all finding their place. And one is more for additive manufacturing, the one more for process automation, etc., etc. So these sorts of things are beginning to happen, and we just need to do more of it.
Great, thank you very much. Back to the floor.
Hello. Is that better?
That's fine.
Can you hear that? Right? Yeah. My name is Michael Pemberton. I make an exhibition of myself by wearing a high-vis jacket because I can't afford to come here and exhibit. Right? I'm probably one of the oldest people here, and probably the only person here that's self-funding. Nobody is paying me anything, and yet I have innovation classed as disruptive and innovative technology to make a major impact on renewable energy in the ocean. I make concrete float. And when I finish talking, perhaps you'll come and see some of my concrete. I'm delighted to hear that Siemens has a company that is investing in innovation that will actually affect your company. At the moment, we put steel into the ocean, which only lasts about 30 years, right? What are you going to do with all this steel after 30 years? I can produce the same product in concrete that will last 5 times longer than steel.
Okay.
Right?
Thank you for making your pitch.
Thank you for making your pitch. I'll come and see you, and the banker as well.
Yeah. Okay, let's have a chat about it. We don't have time.
Thank you very much,
every pitch here.
Well, I have one more question at the back there, very quickly.
Hello, thank you very much. My name's Craig Hunter from Wolf Rock. So it's for Rowena again. There are many barriers for new businesses, new startups, people who have great ideas, or they think they're great, they might not be so. What's the best way to make ourselves heard with City Verve and other clusters? Do you have any groups planned or open meetings, or just what's the best way for small people with big ideas to get to people like you?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The City Verve project will include an open access facility for SMEs to come and use the architecture which is being created. We have a home, we have a headquarters, which is situated on MSP's central campus. That is intended to be an open access facility. It is a supported facility, so we will be providing ongoing support as well as a series of workshops and surgeries for startups and for established SMEs to come and understand how they can deploy the infrastructure which we're creating there. And it is a lovely extension of what we have tried to do at MSP, and other bodies do as well over the last few years, which is to create more and more opportunities for SMEs both to meet and to work together and to collaborate and co-create, but actually to bring the resources that are sitting, in our case, in that concentrated area in Oxford Road in Manchester, bring the resources of our academic and research community to bear to support the development of the small business sector. In health, the single most important thing that we can do is, as I described briefly there, to start to disentangle some of the spaghetti that makes it so difficult for innovators to get traction and get momentum within the NHS market. We're not going to do that overnight. It's taken decades to get this highly regulated industry to the place it's in today, but we've started on that journey.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're up. Do we have time for one more question?
Hi.
Last question.
Sorry. I'm Mohammed Dana from University of Glasgow. I'm a KTP associate with Innovate UK. I just want to advise, what is your approach to disrupt undisruptive industries such insurance or very rigid industries? I'm sorry, Ms. Rwanda just said it's going to take very long time, but lots of KTP projects are on short term. What advice do you give to disrupt within short term of big industries?
So how can we be disruptive in the short term, Grant?
Well, I think you're seeing it already. I think when you look at financial services, which is traditionally a historic type of heavily regulated industry, we're already seeing innovation happening and disruption happening. The peer-to-peer lenders are the first ones, the Crowdcube type organisations. We're doing crowdfunding. So I think it is happening, but clearly there's got to be a balance between protecting the consumer, which is important, as well as advancing that sort of disruptive innovation in financial services. So it is happening, but some sectors are going to take longer than others.
Thank you. Jürgen, anything to add?
We need to finish.
We need to finish. Jürgen's telling me as chair that he needs to finish.
I'm getting the signal.
So thank you very much to our esteemed speakers. I think you'll agree it's been a fascinating insight into their worlds, and I'd like you to thank them in the normal way. Thank you. I think we head off there.
Thank you very much, Tony, Rowena, Jürgen, and Grant. So I took away from that digital opportunities and ambition as part of the Northern Powerhouse. And speaking of ambition, next up in our series of product teasers by one of our innovation showcase companies is Nate Johnson from Style Me More. Please welcome to the stage, Nate Johnson.
Hi everyone, I'm Nate Johnson and I'm the founder of Style Me More. Today I'm here to share my vision for the future of online retail. Imagine a world where clothing was connected, with each item linked to one another, and those links being based on each individual user's style or measurements. Imagine the tremendous insights you could gain from being able to determine exactly what people have bought, what they currently liked, and what they will like in future. Then having a product strategy based on that, like a more advanced version of Amazon, if you will, but more personalized. And instead of seeing results in a list, users discover products organically like they would in store. Imagine if these connections enabled millennials and Generation Z, who are all about fast fashion and instant gratification, to shop in new and fun ways. And imagine if this also captured a greater customer spend compared to the current market leader, ASOS. Imagine how it would feel to invest in a business like this. Imagine being able to meet the person behind the operation at an event like Innovate 2016 at stand B308. Maybe I dream too much, but hopefully some of you in the audience also like to dream. Thank you.
Thanks, Nate. So our next panel is Research is Great. Collaborations taking the world by storm. So this session will look at the pioneering research activity taking place in the UK and how it is attracting worldwide attention. So here to chair the session is Susan Watts, Head of Communications at the Medical Research Council's Clinical Sciences Centre. Now, Susan has quite an extensive bio. Susan is an award-winning science journalist with a 30-year career as a broadcaster, writer and speaker. She was science editor of the BBC's Newsnight programme until September 2013 and now heads up communications at CSC, which is at the forefront of biomedical research and seeks to further basic understanding to find new ways to help patients. So please welcome Susan and our panellists to the stage.
Thank you very much, Johnny. So welcome everybody, and thank you really to everybody who's played a part in creating this session, which is to be a really vibrant showcase, I think, of the benefits of collaboration between business and research. And thanks should go in particular to Peter Simpson of the N8 Research Partnership. Now, some of you may not know that this is a collaboration in itself. This is a collaboration between the 8 most research-intensive universities of the north of England. So that's Durham, Lancaster, Leeds, Liverpool, Manchester, Newcastle, Sheffield, and York. And you're about to hear from 4 of the most exciting areas, really, of research in the UK. And areas in which our excellence is really giving a competitive edge to industry. And we hope also that you'll hear some of the secrets behind making that collaboration work well. So how best to bring together those two often quite disparate worlds of research and of business. So our first speaker is Alex Breeze. Now, Alex is from the University of Leeds, and he uses advanced structural biology techniques to pinpoint promising new opportunities for drug discovery. So over to you, Alex.
Okay, thank you, Susan. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to tell you about a revolution in what we call structural biomedicine. It's a revolution that's happening right now, and it's a revolution that's happening here in the north of England. But why should you care about a technical revolution, which is essentially what it is? Well, today's biomedicine is increasingly complex. Statistically, almost 1 in 2 of us in this room will get cancer at some point in our lives. Many of us will know relatives who suffered from Alzheimer's disease or other debilitating conditions of aging. Many of us, our children or our relatives, will have routine surgery in hospital. Might be a hip replacement or appendix operation, for example. We've almost come to take for granted that we'll come out alive and well. But there's a scary prospect that if we don't act fast, we may not be able to make this everyday assumption. So to really be able to understand how to tackle these complex biomedical problems, we need to be able to see into cells. And we need to be able to see into cells in atomic detail so that we can see how the molecular machines in our cells, or indeed in the cells of invading bacteria, how they work. But until now, we've lacked the tools to really be able to do this at the level of detail that we need. So today, I want to tell you about an incredible and exciting technical revolution. It's graphically depicted on this picture from an issue of Nature last year. It's a revolution in what we call structural biology, and that's to say it's the technologies we use to study in minute atomic detail how our cells function. So this technological advance comes in 2 parts, and if we use them together, they can allow us to see into our cells' machinery and see them in action at staggering levels of detail. And thanks to a generous and far-sighted multi-million-pound investment by the University of Leeds, we now have access to both these approaches in the Asprey Centre in Leeds. So the first technique is electron microscopy, and it's shown on the left in this slide. And EM is really undergoing what we call a resolution revolution that Leeds is now very much part of, thanks to our massive new Titan microscopes, which you can see in the slide there. These are the most powerful microscopes in the world. And then there's nuclear magnetic resonance, which is, or NMR, which is shown on the right, where in Leeds we've just installed the most powerful and sensitive magnet in the UK. And the key is that having both these investments in one place really puts us in the global super league for structural biomedicine. So what can these instruments do? Well, I want to show you a couple of examples of how Leeds scientists have used this new generation cryogenic EM to get exciting new glimpses into disease biology. So the first example is a virus. It's called cowpea mosaic virus. Although it's a plant virus, it could be used to develop new vaccines against human disease. And this is what traditional electron microscopy could tell us about the structure. You know, we can see the size and shape, but really we can see very little detail. But now as we zoom in, you can start to see the extra detail. these revolutionary new cryo-EM instruments can deliver, where these spaghetti-like worms represent the individual protein chains in the virus. And as we zoom further in, the purple density is part of the virus that we know is essential for assembly, but we've never been able to see it before. But now, though, we can see where the individual atoms are. And we can see how this part of the structure interacts with the rest of the virus, and we can see all the nooks and crannies in the surface where we could design drug molecules to bind. So this is the kind of structural detail that these new microscopes now are making possible. And we can also use this amazing technology to look into antimicrobial resistance. So this is our enemy, if you like. So-called gram-negative bacteria are increasingly threatening our everyday lives by becoming resistant to our most powerful antibiotics. And one of the keys to tackling this problem lies in the bacterial outer membrane, which we can see here around the outside of the bacterium. This forms a protective shield that makes it very difficult for drugs to penetrate. Well, scientists in Leeds have been using the amazing power of these new microscopes to work out the structure of the so-called BAM complex that sits in the membrane. And this BAM complex puts together many of the components of this protective shield. Now, the first step is to collect nearly 100,000 electron microscope pictures of the BAM particles, which are outlined here in red. And the more particles we have, the more detailed the final structure will be. Then there's a massive amount of computer-based number crunching to work out the structure. And so finally we can see the structure, including this part in green here, which we weren't able to see before, so we had no idea where it was, how it interacted with the rest of the structure. We can see how the barrel part in blue at the top is submerged in part of its artificial membrane, which is shown in grey. And that's another first in terms of this structure and this approach. And we can also see how the BAM machine can flip between open and closed structures to carry out its work. And this detail shows that in this particular structure we have an open form. This is really important for understanding how the BAM machine actually works in a bacteria. So if we could find out how to stop it working, we could design powerful new antibiotics. So I don't have time today to give an example for nuclear magnetic resonance, which is our other big technique. But the key strength of NMR is that we can see how parts of the big structures we can resolve using these electron microscopy methods move around to perform their function, and how this motion can be altered in disease processes. So if we combine EM and NMR together, which we're now uniquely placed to do in Leeds, we can also begin to screen for new potential drug molecules that can block the action of these very large and important complexes. And so what you've seen today, I think, is that we're on the verge of being able to create what we might call a Google Earth for the cell. That we have the world-leading tools to do this right here in the north of England, in the Asbury Biostructure Laboratory in Leeds. By working together with colleagues from across the region and beyond, with academics, with clinical medicine, and in business, we believe we can start to advance really exciting new treatments for today's complex health challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. So that was great. I can really vouch for cryo-EM being the next best thing in biomedicine. We're very envious. We're bidding for cryo-EM machines left, right, and centre at the MRC. So our next speaker is James Baker. Now, James helped the UK to win its multiple medals at Olympics 2012, shall I put it like that. He now works at the University of Manchester, where he has the small task of making a commercial success of what's been hailed as a wonder material, and that's graphene. So please welcome James to the stage.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I think graphene's a bigger challenge than winning the gold medals.
Was asked if we're going to have the next graphene gold medal. Well, actually, for the cost of some graphene, it's actually more than gold, so still a bit of way to go. So welcome everybody to Manchester, the home of graphene. Small story, I'm going to talk about graphene, but really it's an example of advanced materials. So 2004, driven by curiosity, 2 scientists in the University of Manchester took some graphite, some sticky tape, and peeled the graphite many times over with this sticky tape to produce a single atomic layer of carbon. So what is graphene? It's a single atomic layer of carbon. It's got length, it's got breadth, but it's 0 thickness, just 1 atomic layer thick, a so-called 2-dimensional material. So what? Having done that, they then started to measure that material, and they found these fantastic properties like 200 times stronger than steel, strong, flexible, more conductive than copper, very impermeable to water, so it can act as a barrier or also act as a perfect membrane. So what, if you like, from that? It's now led to research not just here in Manchester but across the UK and on an international basis. It was recognised in 2010 by the Nobel Prize for Physics for the 2 scientists. From my perspective though, what was more interesting is post-2010, industry started to take note about how they may use this so-called wonder material in their various products and applications. So people started to talk about everything from transparent screens, bendy phones. So not only can you have your touch smartphone, you can also have it so you can fold it up, you can fold it in your pocket, you could wear it as a wrist strap, you could even actually stitch it into your skin or into your clothing. So a whole range of electronic applications started to be talked about. People also started talking about structures, putting it into aircraft. How do I put this into the wing of my aircraft to make it more fuel efficient, lower emissions, reduction in fuel, lower production costs? Again, medical benefits, everything from drug delivery through to artificial limbs, through to, again, artificial patches or smart bandaging that you might wear to tell you when a wound is healing. Again, electronics from mobile phones through to optics, through to smarter systems for the future. So lots of talk around various applications, but a key challenge from my perspective is the UK has a great reputation for discovery, but not always a great reputation for converting that discovery into made in Britain. So we talk a lot about discovered in Britain, but how do we make that into made in Britain? So what is the challenge of taking this great discovery, this new materials technology, from concept, from academia, into real products and real applications, and we move across this so-called hype cycle where this material can do all those fantastic properties, but it's difficult to actually see it, to use it, or to understand how I might make that into a value of a product or create jobs. So for me, the answer to that challenge is very much around collaboration and partnership. How do we bring that great science that takes place, not just here in Manchester, but across the academic community, and bring that together with industrial partners to take those ideas and concepts and make them real into products and applications? So if I look at what we're trying to achieve in graphene, graphene is still only 12 years young. 2004 to today is 12 years. If I look at silicon, if I look at carbon fibre, it's probably 25 or 30 years before the first product started to hit the marketplace. Now if I look at carbon fibre, it's probably 50-year-old, and it's only now being considered for markets like automotive in mass scale or wind farms, but it's fairly well embedded in other markets like aerospace. So how do we actually see what we've done on other materials, learn lessons, but also look at different models like Silicon Valley, the internet, the dot-com. We're not dealing with software. Software you can turn around in minutes and hours and days, but materials has generally taken decades to go from discovery into adoption. So the secret for me is collaboration and partnership. On graphene in Manchester, we've been successful in having 2 facilities, the National Graphene Institute and the Graphene Engineering Innovation Centre, £120 million of dedicated infrastructure and facility, but infrastructure and facility that can bring together academics to work in collaboration with industrial partners, whether they're big companies, small companies, startups or scale-ups. Again, it's not all about startups, it's about creating product, but then taking that product into scale-up and then into the market.
And the NGI is really around research and collaboration. The GEEK, as it's fondly called, Graphene Engineering Innovation Centre, is about scale-up, pilot production and accelerating to market. But the secret of all of this is partnership. If I give you one quick case study, you saw the slides. Aerospace is a key market opportunity. It's a key strength of the UK. If we could put graphene into the wing of your aircraft or into the body of the aircraft, can we take out weight to reduce emissions, reduce fuel, reduce manufacturing costs, but also to decrease operating cost? My background is aerospace. A few years ago, my attitude was, let's wait for a few years. Graphene's too young. I'm going to wait for 10 years till the supply chain develops, till people can tell me how to make graphene, till I can buy it at scale, at cost, and I can afford to buy it. I'm now totally reprogrammed because I'm in academia. I'm now saying you need to engage. Outside on the stand, some of you may have seen, we've actually got a small aircraft with a graphene skinned wing. It's not a graphene wing, it's a graphene enhanced carbon fibre wing. We flew the first drone or UAV about 18 months ago up here in Lancashire. At the Farnborough International Air Show in July, we flew that aircraft in front of 100,000 people, 102-page safety case, the same safety case as an A380 or a Typhoon jet. And we flew that in front of 100,000 people. It's a graphene skin wing. Why are we doing that? If we put graphene into the carbon fibre, it improves the impact resistance. It means I can now make my wing or my component with fewer layers because there's less redundancy, lower risk. I could take out between 10 and 40% of the weight of the wing. That starts to be disruptive as a technology. By doing the experiment, we're now working on a strategy with academia in the Northwest, about 10 small businesses based in the Northwest from the supply chain involved in aerospace, but also involving new companies. The side product of doing that is we found by adding graphene, it decreases the cure time. So lower energy costs, more throughput through my tooling. It's also got benefits. I can move heat around the wing, so I can de-ice the wing. I can potentially also do lightning strike protection. So a very quick case study by doing things, by producing demonstrators, by working in partnership and collaboration, if you like, changing that rule book, we really can bring product to market and turn discovered in Britain into made in Britain. Thank you for listening and happy to take questions later.
Thanks, James. I love the way you kept talking about putting graphene in your aircraft wings, if we all have one. I should have said there will be time at the end for questions, and I believe there's a networking session directly after this one in this hall. So there's some time, the speakers will all stay, and there'll be time for you all to come down individually if you like and make contact and ask more questions. But on now to our next speaker, who is Becky Doherty, and she is a knowledge exchange scientist at the University of Liverpool. Now, I'd not heard of a knowledge exchange scientist before, but Becky leads 40 computational and material scientists in developing real-world applications in fields including energy and healthcare. And she, lucky thing, is about to move into a new space at the University of Liverpool with lots of money, and it will house the highest concentration of robotics for material science in the UK. Here's Becky.
Thank you. Okay, so this is a nice picture of the new department that we'll be moving into at the beginning of next year. So the top 2 floors of this department are going to house University of Liverpool's academic groups. The second floor will be a private space for Unilever. We'll house, probably at any one time, about 100 Unilever staff. The ground floor is what we like to call the research hotel. So this is a space for small companies and large organisations to take a residency, a flexible residency, and get access to the state-of-the-art facilities we have and the technical staff. So the Liverpool model for collaborating with industry. So our core activity as a university is doing basic research, usually focused on key societal challenges. We have long-standing partnerships. A key partnership is Unilever, but we work with lots of organisations, and we have state-of-the-art facilities, which really are unique in the UK. So when the Materials Innovation Factory is open, it will contain the highest concentration of material science robotics in the UK and possibly the world. There'll be high throughput analytical and synthetic platforms. The benefit to working with us at the Materials Innovation Factory is that this can really fast forward your research. We're still doing this research on a slightly smaller scale at the moment, but for example, a recent client that we've been working with, we were able to go through around 400 different formulations of shampoo within the space of about 6 weeks. And we estimate that this has cut the R&D time for this project down by half or even to a quarter. We combine our robotics with computer simulations. So to start with, the role of the expert is key here. So we start with a hypothesis, and it's usually a sketch on a piece of paper of what the molecule will look like and what kind of characteristics and properties it needs for the certain application. And then we'll do some computational design, and that's building the molecule from the atom up to kind of give us a good guess if the molecule is likely to exist in the real world. And then we'll do in silico modelling. So for the shampoo example, this could show us how the molecule might behave in the shampoo formulation. And then we move on to predictive design of experiments. So this gives us the best starting point of the experimental parameters. And this is all done before we even step foot in the lab. And then we go to our make and measure portion, which is using our robotic facilities, which allow a single researcher to do many, many experiments over the space of a few days. And then if this all goes to plan, we end up with new materials with specific characteristics and properties which fit the application at the beginning. So I'm going to talk about a research project that I'm working on currently. So formaldehyde is a major problem worldwide. It causes cancer. It's contained in lots of cheap paints, MDF, lots of building materials contain formaldehyde. They're released from these products and they can be inhaled. They cause nasopharyngeal cancer, which is a type of head and neck cancer, lung cancer, and it's got suspected links to leukemia. This is serious stuff. And if you have acute exposure to formaldehyde, you can get serious damage to your central nervous system, to your eyes and lungs. This is a particular problem in China, where due to the rate of new builds in that country and the quality of the materials that are actually used in those buildings, many, many people are being exposed to formaldehyde and many people are getting cancer and dying. So we've developed at the University of Liverpool a molecular solution to this problem. It's the first example in the world of a dual sorbent material for formaldehyde removal. This means the formaldehyde molecules are chemically and physically bound to the molecule. It's highly selective for formaldehyde and it's also soluble. These are important characteristics. The material has a very high uptake of formaldehyde. It can contain about 500 times as much formaldehyde as the most commonly used material for formaldehyde removal in people's homes. The formaldehyde is very strongly bound to the material, so it can't be re-released as a form of secondary pollution, making our technology very safe. And it's solution processable, so it can be combined in a range of consumer products. So we're actually working on commercialising this material, and I should add the way computer simulations have helped us in the development of this material is before we stepped foot in the lab we were able to predict that this material would be stable and is likely to exist in the real world. We were also able to understand the mechanism of the formaldehyde binding to the material, which has helped us to develop further generations of this material. So we're looking at a range of different sectors at the moment. The one we're focused on right now is indoor air filtration. So we would house our material inside a small air filter. And if you visit the Material Innovation Factory stand that we have here today, you'll see a prototype air filter, which we just received this week, which is very exciting for me. And we're also working in putting material as an additive in paint, because many cheap paints release formaldehyde into the air, so obviously it'd be quite attractive if we could add our material and remove the formaldehyde before it became emitted into the air. So to summarise, our aim once we're open is to be a world leader in computer-aided material science. What we want to do is to change the way that industry and academia look at developing materials. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Becky. Now, just talking in the wings, Becky and James were cooking up a potential collaboration there, perhaps bringing graphene and porous cage technology together. So maybe we've achieved one of our aims of this session already. But now on to our final speaker, and that is Andy Marshall, who is a physics lecturer at the University of Lancaster. And he has a background in infrared detector research and now works very closely with industry to develop future generations of detectors. So please welcome Andy.
Thank you. So yes, I'm part of the Quantum Technology Centre at Lancaster, and my group work on next generation infrared detectors and the development of the materials that go behind them. And the idea is to see, as it says here, beyond the visible. So we see this very small part of the electromagnetic spectrum, and beyond that the infrared, and that's where our detectors work. Now the infrared's a bit of a hard sell in some ways because you can't see it. So I thought, why not start big and try and convince you about its importance to life on Earth? Why not go for it? So the sun delivers an amazing amount of energy to the Earth. Maybe not, seems like on a day like today, but it does. And the only thing that stops us really from overheating is the fact that as the Earth is warm, it emits infrared radiation. And in fact, it's the balance between the emission of that infrared radiation and the absorption of some of it by the atmosphere that gives us the temperature we currently have on Earth. So it's very important to be able to understand that and to be able to understand what we can do, what we do to influence it intentionally or otherwise. But to tell you a bit more about what we do, we need to start back down at the really small level. We need to start with the atoms. So we build quantum structures as we grow our semiconductors. And we grow them using a machine called a molecular beam epitaxy machine. And that grows pretty much layer by layer. Its distinguishing feature is actually that it grows really, really slowly. It grows at about 1 layer of atoms a second. And that might sound like a drawback to you, but to me it's a great advantage because what it allows me to do is to change the composition or the materials we're using on a layer by layer basis. So this grey dotty background here, if we come into it closer and closer, you can start to see what it actually is the atomic structure of this sample that was grown. And I love this image because it's actually even bigger than the first one shown. You can zoom right the way in. And these dots here are actually the atoms and the bonds, which are all being imaged. So what I've got on here are a couple of bands of colour, and they're trying to show you the length scale of which we need to change the composition of this material to grow things like quantum wells or superlattices. And superlattices are actually really, really powerful because there we can use two often quite simple materials, and we can develop essentially another pseudo material by changing the thicknesses of those layers, and that's what defines the properties. So we're applying superlattices to infrared imaging arrays, and this is something which actually the UK has long been a world leader in since the invention of a material called mercury cadmium telluride. But what we're trying to do is really trying to prepare for the next generation, the rollout of these sort of technologies to a wider market. And what that requires is it requires to bring down the cost, and particularly the cost of the system, because these require cooling to cryogenic temperatures. They look somewhat like the array in your digital camera, and they are. The trouble is they often require operation at 77 Kelvin. So what we're trying to do is try and apply our knowledge of the physics and the materials to try and raise this operating temperature, to open up new applications like medical applications, or people looking at diagnosing skin cancer by looking at the infrared reaction of the skin, or to bring it into automotive safety so that we can all see further up the road ahead of us. As far as applications go, probably undeniably the biggest application for infrared detectors is in data communications, optical communications. We have a truly insatiable desire for data, ever-increasing data bandwidth all around the world, and what that leads to is some really stunning technology. Today already we're encoding bits, ones and zeros in light, where the bit is 2 centimeters long in light. That light is then streaming off down the fiber to a detector at the other end, arriving billions of bits per second. And our detectors have to then turn those light bits back into electrical ones and zeros, and they have to keep up. So we all want to be able to stream 4K TV whenever we want to. We have to add a 0 to that bit rate. We then have to turn tens of billions of these back into ones and zeros every second. And there's some really significant materials and physics-related challenges behind that to to make sure that we've got the capability to increase that bandwidth, as, to be honest, everybody expects we will, and really the economy is depending on us doing. So that's the faster and faster. The final application of our work I want to mention is the fewer and fewer. You may have heard about the recent increase in our understanding of quantum science and the somewhat spooky nature of entangled quantum states, and our desire to then build quantum systems based on those. And to do that, we're going to need quantum building blocks. We're going to need, in our case, single photon detectors. And detecting a single photon is a lot harder than it sounds. Well, maybe it doesn't sound easy anyway, but it is very hard, trust me. Because if you imagine something that you can all relate to, an amp of current, so that's 10 billion electrons a second. Okay? If we have a single photon arriving at our detector, that's going to give us a single electron when it's absorbed. We don't need to turn it into tens of billions, but we do need to turn it into millions before it leaves our device, otherwise it won't be able to be seen by an external circuit. So we're working, and with Innovate funding, so we've succeeded in developing the first extended infrared single photon detector to give us this sort of building block for future systems. And one of the other applications we can use it in is illustrated by the map here, where we can use it to map back to the bigger picture. We can map the gases in the atmosphere to see where things like CO2 are generated and where they're sunk back into the environment. So although I can't claim really to be controlling the Earth temperature, our work is feeding into some very important technologies. It's doing it somewhat invisibly, somewhat like the infrared, but through our great collaborators, which I'm really proud of working with on all our work, we're going to start feeding into things that make us safer, healthier, and make our economy more effective in the future. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Andy. Now, we have time just for one question to each of our speakers. So that's 4 questions from the audience. So I'm afraid this is slightly random, but as I say, please do stay and question individually if you don't get a chance to ask your burning question. So you were first up with your hand, I think, the gentleman there in the front. And if you wouldn't mind just saying where you're from and who you would like to answer your questions.
Actually, we're from the world of material science, and I think we are related to each of the speakers. Our product is related to each of the speakers.
Okay, well,
over
I'll
here.
choose who to answer then.
My name is Kalyan Bhattacharya. I'm from Freshfield. We're a company doing global researches collaboratively for over 9 years to have come up with the product, and that product is we call it polycarbonate polymer. It is 1.5 inch thick, and it is lighter than aluminium and much stronger than steel. It is a film like polymer, and it could be integrated into the building structure, and it generates electricity 6 to 10 times more than the electricity produced by the conventional solar cells, and it is at a fraction of the cost of the solar cells.
Can you tell us what your question is?
A fraction of the solar cells. So this is a much lighter product, but it is with a tremendous load bearing capacity. It could be integrated into the building structure, so it could be made the walls of the building. It could be made the building skills as well, giving the building power day and night, independent of climate and geography. It harnesses the energy of the IR and UV, infrared and the ultraviolet. Actually, we could have sent the pitch, but we have just registered in the last hours of this event, and so we couldn't send the pitch, and so I couldn't deliver everything over here.
Okay, that's great. Did you want to ask the panel for some advice?
Yes. I actually, because this is the product so far our knowledge goes, because some universities in the USA and China, Shanghai University are all involved over here for over 9 years. And the thing is, actually, we are in the C2 stage in the beginning.
Okay, I'm going to have to ask you to ask your question, or we'll have to move on to somebody else.
Actually, we are to apply for the competition, Innovate UK competition, but we have gone through the application procedure, so there are so much we need to make a booklet to enter into the competition. But my point is that in science journals, only a few words and a few lines spells what the scientist or the discoverer wants to say. So if the Innovate UK people could use the experts in that particular area, only a few words or a few lines of the product could explain them, and they could have come up with us and screen the real discoveries and the real innovations and help us to apply for the contest.
Okay, I'm still slightly struggling with what your question is, but perhaps you can have a chat with the speakers later. So is there somebody else with an actual question? Chat down there, yes, with the jumper.
My name is Kim Wong from the University of Manchester. I work at the BP Innovation International Centre for Advanced Materials. Sorry. My question is, at what point do you, as people from academia, start to engage with third parties, SMEs, and how important is a degree of openness and trust in those collaborations?
Okay, well, let's go from there. Andy, I think you've got plenty to say on that one. Yep.
Okay, to me, quite often actually it even starts from engaging with companies. If you have some productive engagement already and you come to events like this, you get seen, then actually the idea itself can often come from engagement with companies. It obviously needs to be an idea that we have the know-how and the facilities to contribute to, but it's really best to kind of start from there. I've seen a number of bad examples where academics try and force something on industry, and I think that very rarely succeeds. So it's best to really start as early as possible, I think.
Okay, can I bring in James here, perhaps? Because you were talking earlier about one of your biggest challenges was in dealing with the hype around graphene, and I wonder how that's affected your engagement with companies and the stage at which you might now engage. Have you learned lessons from those early years?
Sure, yeah. So there's no easy answer to your question. I think it depends what you are, but there's a risk at times you can be accused of hype or technology push. So you've got a technology or a product that's looking for a problem to solve. And often if you engage with industry with that mindset, they can be not that receptive. So it's very important to understand when you have a technology what you're trying to do, what you're trying to solve, what you're trying to deliver, what your product does compared to a different product. And I think if you can think through that, then you're better placed to talk and engage in industry. But my recommendation would be to engage at an earlier stage rather than a late stage, because you can get much more input and advice. So ideally, if you can find a friendly industry person, and maybe a mentor, maybe someone who's been in industry to help you before you engage with the more commercial side, then it can help you to understand what the real value proposition is rather than what the technology does. So we talked about it earlier, there's a difference in language between academia and industry. Graphene does this 200 times stronger than steel, but it can't actually produce that in an engineering sense. So you've got to bridge this language gap between academia and industry. And I think the quicker you talk to industry on the right language, the better.
Great. Anyone else with a burning question? Yes, you with the blue shirt there.
Hi, my name is Steve Stead. I'm a machine learning developer in the financial services industry. I'm quite interested in collaborative projects between industry and academia. What are the practicalities of managing them? Who tends to take the lead? Are there cultural differences? And if so, what steps do you take to overcome them?
I wonder if Alex, if you could take this one on first. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I can speak from having been on both sides of the divide in the recent past. And I mean, what I would say is the most important thing probably is to have absolute clarity on both sides about what your motivations are for collaborating. I think it really does need a very, very honest engagement between industry and academia, between the two partners, about what it is that they want to get out of the collaboration. And I think, I mean, speaking personally, I would say a collaborative arrangement, actually one that really is based on engagement really early on. And we've seen a lot of actually engagement, around the acquisition of our new structural biology technology with biopharma companies, wanting to explore what this new equipment can do. I'd say, get engaged very early on. Be very clear about what it is that you as a company want out of the collaboration. Be very cognizant of the timescales involved, but actually potentially in academic research. And from the academic side, obviously, be cognizant of of the fact that often projects in industry can evolve on rather shorter timescales and be driven by very, very well-defined goals, which may actually potentially diverge from the interests of the academics involved. So I think continuing to be very open with each other about what you respectively want out of the collaboration is extremely important.
Can I bring Becky in perhaps on this as well, because I know you were talking about the importance of understanding each other's time scales and timetables and how they're different.
Yeah, I think having kind of an open communication about the different outputs that a university has to give. So this will be things like demonstrating out impact for the research, publications are going to be important to us, and we need to understand the things that are important to your business, like your time scales that you need to get products out by, and having those conversations very early on can help us work together a lot better.
Great, so we do seem to be out of time. Early engagement seems to be a key message that's come out of the questions, and if anybody would like to stay and talk individually to the speakers, you're all really welcome, but just please a big thank you to everybody who's taken part.
Right, thank you Susan, Alex, James, Andy and Rebecca. So now it's time to reveal our top 3 innovators in our peer-to-peer award. So can we get that on screen? That's okay. So first up, in no particular order, Bloom Labs, we have Blue Maestro and My Manu Limited. So please stick around for one of those. So we're having a break right now, back at 3:30, and after 3:30 we've got how embracing diversity results in true innovation. And in our seminar sessions, there's a look at how to support community well-being and advancements in the UK space sector. So thank you very much for this first section, and we'll see you back at 3:30. hopefully, or tea, or whatever else you may be taking to keep you awake. So great, fantastic. So before we continue with our next session, we just want to have a look at the peer-to-peer awards. So if we get the slide back up here. So just a reminder, the 3 finalists, and they've got to be around later to collect their prize, are Bloom Labs, Blue Maestro, and Mamanu Limited. So congratulations to those 3 finalists, and we'll hopefully see you back at 5. So before that, let's hear from a new innovation from Rich Walker from Shadow Robot. Please welcome Rich to the stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm from Shadow. We've spent 20 years building hands for robots. Why do we build hands for robots? Because we want to make robots useful and do something in the real world. What does the real world need? Turns out it doesn't need hands for robots. Big mistake. What it actually needs is robots that can pick things up and hold them well. So we've spent the last 3 years looking at that gap in the middle of that slide and saying, how do we build something that fits in that gap? How do we build a piece of technology that lets robots pick things up and handle them as well as humans can? And I'm pleased to announce that we unveiled it yesterday, and we had our first client order today for it. Fantastic new piece of innovation. Come and see us on Stand A202, where hopefully we've created something that will revolutionise manufacturing in the UK. Thank you.
Thanks, Rich. Okay, great. So now we're going to look at how true innovation happens when diverse groups of people come together. So here at Innovate UK, we published our statement of intent to ensure that we're doing all we can to manage and encourage diversity, both as an employer, a partner, and as an investor. We've launched our In Focus campaign. We had our Women in Innovation Awards as well to try and improve the fact that there are currently only 14% of our applications come from women. So I'm delighted to introduce Elspeth Finch, CEO of Indigo and Chair of the Royal Academy of Engineers Entrepreneurs Network, to moderate this discussion. Please welcome Elspeth and the panelists to the stage.
Asking me to chair the session. It's a real pleasure for me. From setting up my first company when I was 24 years old, back in 2000, to heading up innovation across Atkins, across 10,000 people, I think I've seen quite a lot about both the challenges and the opportunities around diversity and innovation and how the two things are linked together. Now at 40, I'm setting up my next startup, so I think I've been through the whole panel from 24 to 40. I think one of the things, just sort of looking back in hindsight, when I set up Intelligent Space back in 2000, my business partner was Jake. So it was led right from the outset by both a man and a woman. And actually one of the things which we never anticipated was some of the strengths that would bring us. So one of which was that all the way through the business, we were always 50-50 gender. And we actually were 40% non-white as well. And I think one of the things that happened is we created an inclusive culture right from the outset in the way that we led the business, and that created a sort of environment that was very inclusive all the way through. One of the other things it did was, because we were quite different in the ways that we worked, it actually helped us to create a resilient business, which enabled us to do an exit 7 years later and sell the business to a FTSE 250. So, I mean, I think from my side, I really see the opportunities that having inclusive businesses has in terms of the outcomes that can be derived. The other thing which I find quite inspirational here is that in this room, there's probably the next Google or the next Apple. Now, how can we make those businesses inclusive places to work from the outset? Because it's much, much harder when you have an existing business to try and change the culture and make it inclusive later. So how can we actually create businesses that right from the start will be able to include the best talent? We've also got inspirational speakers who span the innovation space, and we had a very, very good blether about 5 minutes ago, which hopefully will continue on the stage now, about both the challenges and the opportunities that diversity brings. And I think what we want to do is focus on 3 things, one of which is the opportunity that diverse and inclusive businesses deliver in terms of financial outcomes. Yes, it's about making sure places are for inclusive of great talent, but they also deliver good financial returns. The second is the challenges faced.
both by people trying to change their businesses as well as for entrepreneurs themselves? And then thirdly, what actions deliver impact and how can those be implemented easily? So I'm now going to ask each of the speakers to introduce themselves. Phil, why don't you start at the end and we'll work our way down.
Thanks, Elspeth. So I'm delighted to be here. I'm Phil Smith. I'm chair of Cisco in the UK and Ireland, but I'm also chair of Innovate UK. So obviously been here for the last couple of days, enjoying a lot of the discussion and looking forward to this one.
I'm Hilary Reynolds. I work at the Research Councils UK as their executive director, and I'm delighted to be here.
Hi, I'm Gaynor Dykes. I'm here today representing Angel Academy, which is an angel network encouraging more women to get involved in the angel investing space.
Hi, I'm Joida. I'm the CEO and founder of Gyana, which is an artificial intelligence company based out of Oxford. I'm a serial entrepreneur. This is my third company and I have a background in engineering. Thank you.
Attention all delegates. The Secretary of State session will commence in 5 minutes. Please can you make your way to the main auditorium. Thank you.
I thought we'd already started, but that's okay.
I'm Tara Alice. I'm a visiting fellow at the McKinsey Global Institute, which is a think tank that does research around economic topics, including the impacts of diversity on the economy. And I'm also on the governing board of Innovate UK, so delighted to be here today.
That's perfect. And I think the first thing I was going to say, if you've got questions, please raise your hands. We're just going to try and keep this quite an informal discussion, but try and make sure we get through all the topics in the 35 minutes that we have remaining. So first of all, in terms of the opportunity, I don't know if any of you have seen it in the news this week, but there's a fantastic report by Morgan Stanley looking at the impact on investors in terms of investing in diverse businesses, and the fact that they delivered improved financial outcomes through 3 things. 1, improved financial returns from productivity and innovation. Secondly, improved customer acquisition. And 3rd, improved talent recruitment and retention. So first of all, I'm going to hand over to Tara to talk about some of the work maybe McKinsey have done in terms of the outcomes that can be driven.
Yes, thank you very much. They very much actually echo with what you've just mentioned into the Goldman Sachs report, which is good. It means that the data that we're getting and the analysis we're doing is actually driving very consistent conclusions. So I think what we find is that...
The Secretary of State session is about to commence. Please can you make your way through to the main auditorium. Thank you.
You've had a quick period. It's all right. Yeah. So first of all, we find that diversity is not just a social issue, it's very much an economic issue on a global scale. So we have looked at the participation of women in the workforce and figured that if all regions improved to the level of the best country in that region, the world would increase GDP by $12 trillion. That's about the size of UK, Germany and Japan put together. And so this is an absolutely huge macroeconomic opportunity, but it's also a huge opportunity at the firm level, at the level of individual companies. So all the research shows that the more diverse your business, the more likely you are to generate better financial returns. For example, more diverse businesses in terms of gender are 15% more likely to generate better financial returns. More diverse businesses in terms of ethnicity are 35% more likely to generate higher returns. 70% of businesses that are more diverse are more likely to enter a new market. So they're also more innovative and they're more outward oriented and more growth oriented. And the final thing is, of course, it also matters at the individual level. So minorities in businesses that have more than 15% of people in their own group of representation are much more engaged, much more empowered, and they stay longer and they are more productive. So at all those 3 different levels, global economy, at the level of the business and at the level of the individual, the research is very clear that diversity really does matter.
So we've got all the stats. Do people believe the stats?
It's a really good question. I think some people do and some people don't. The same research shows that people actually tend to only believe what they already believe. And sadly, that means that it's a very long-term process to change mindsets and behaviors. And generally, people need to have had a personal experience in order to change their mind about something. And that's why I think it is going to be a gradual process to get more companies to be more diverse, but once people see it working, they really see it working, and they get very passionate about applying that in their own businesses and in their own jobs.
And I mean, I think one of the things which is, so there's established businesses where there's a lot of evidence around it. If I can hand over to Gaynor, because obviously you're in the angel funding space and it's focused on female founders. So why is it that you see this as being a big business opportunity for you?
Well, angels invest when they see a good opportunity and they see a good team that can take that opportunity forward. This research that's out today just reinforces the fact that diverse teams can create much better, much profitable, much more successful businesses. So as an angel investor, if you were to invest in a diverse management team, then the results today show that there's a good chance of that business succeeding and you getting a high return on your investment. So it's fantastic that that research is out, and those, the smart investors out there will now hopefully be looking for more diversity in management teams. The feedback that we get from investors is often the reason they don't invest is the ability of the management team or the lack of confidence in the management team. Now, if we can now bring forward management teams that are more diverse, have got more experience, different skill sets, then hopefully more investment can happen. And not just thinking from the investor's perspective as well, but from the startup and the founder perspective too. At Angel Academy, what we do is we try to support not just more women becoming angel investors, but for them to support businesses that have at least one female founder within the business. So then we have the diversity on both sides of the table within the angel network and within the businesses that hopefully get investment as well. So it's a win-win from both sides, from the angel perspective and from the entrepreneur's perspective.
And can I just ask, because there was a session before talking about the Northern Powerhouse, and you're obviously based up in the north. Mm-hmm. So what do you think the opportunities are for businesses here, especially for women who are interested in setting up businesses, to respond to the big opportunity?
Well, Angel Academy has been running in the south for the last 3 years, and it's only in the last few months that we've brought it up to the north for the very reasons that there's so much happening here in the north. Yeah, we've got the Northern Powerhouse. We'll hopefully have the Northern Powerhouse investment funds coming shortly. But we've got some great tech businesses here as well. We've got some fantastic incubators. We've got some amazing science parks. There's a real buzz about the place at the moment. So why wouldn't an angel network in London work equally as well in the north? It should happen. It needs to happen.
I mean, one of the things you talked about there was, and it's sort of a bit on the challenge space as well, is confidence, that investors are looking to have confidence in the team. Do they have a difference in the view of the confidence between male and female founders?
I don't think it's really anything, it's not necessarily about gender.
Okay.
They have confidence in a management team that can present their business opportunity. They can demonstrate that they've done their research. They can demonstrate that they understand their product, their market, that there's scale to the business as well. It doesn't, having that diversity brings different aspects to the business and to the opportunity. Whether it's a female presenting the opportunity or a male presenting the opportunity or a young person, an old person, it shouldn't matter. It's the diversity within the team creates opportunity, as we've seen from the results today.
Okay, so can I just then ask a sort of question, probably for anybody in the panel, which is, I mean, there's an interesting piece of research by, I think it was either PwC or KPMG, I think it was KPMG a few years ago, talking about the sort of different challenges and the way that men and women communicate. So a man will say, if he's leading a team, he would say, I've done it. And a woman would say, we've done it. So when people are presenting confidently, are they being heard in what they're saying? And how do we make sure that we don't get any inbuilt bias?
I think, yeah. So all I would say is, if I were the investor, then I would actually trust the person better who says we've done it, because they're the person who can build the team, and they're the person who realizes that they can't do it on their own. That would be my take on it. But I'm sure I'm not the average investor, so interested in hearing
From
other
a perspective
thoughts.
of a person who's pitched several times over a career, I found that when I delegate and I use other people to complete the pitch or involve them in different activities or showcase that different parts of what we are presenting is a group effort, they kind of tend to have more confidence than just having one person show running the whole thing.
And so Phil, as the man having, we have a bit of diversity on the panel. We have a man here. What's your view of it? Because you must see a lot of pitches and have heard a huge number of pitches over your time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I always think this is an interesting argument because I think, one, it's easy to overcharacterize one way or the other, which is a danger. But I also think it's kind of what I would describe as stating the bleeding obvious sometimes, which is if you've got a talent base which you're not getting a hold of as a business, then you're missing a massive business opportunity. And if I look at our apprentices and even our grads who come in, we typically have a higher number of females than males who get through that. And that's typically because young women are performing better at that age. They do, in many cases, come across in a very collegiate fashion, but they're actually very talented. And if you've got a workforce which is kind of 50-50, or a population which is 50-50, if I'm not getting 50-50 in my business, I'm losing out in some way. So my sense is that businesses who are enlightened in some way, big or small, are people who think about how they get the best talent. And I think that's increasingly becoming a problem. The battle for talent over the next 20, 30 years is going to be huge. And if you're not in an environment where people either want to work or you've got a culture where an organization thinks about including everyone, whether it be male, female, old, young, whatever, then you're probably missing out on people. And I think that part of it, when I look at companies who pitch to me, I look at them and think, are they really someone who's going to make the best of the talent they've got? Or is it just one individual who happens to be a bit smart and is going to ostracize everybody else in the organization? That's a recipe for disaster on the whole. And to not take the overcharacterization, but in general, when I look at my real doers inside the company, people who really get things done, a lot of them are women. Because there's a natural tendency to be collegiate, to bring people together, to get tasks sorted and so on, at any level in the organization. And when you see that in a company that's pitching to you, think, this is a person who's smart, who actually knows how to use the whole organization. And those aren't always women, they can be men as well.
Yeah. I was going to say, it's not just about when you're pitching or seeking to watch. It's the leadership that goes on in the whole organisation at all levels, behind the scenes as well as in the pitching arena. So it really comes back to, do the leaders of the organisation realise that their best shot at being successful, whether they're making money or in a non-profit place, are harnessing the talent, visible and invisible, latent and already there, of every single person. Because the more productive every individual is, the more productive the company is.
Absolutely. I just wanted to add one other additional point on that, which is we often perhaps think too statically about the talent we have. But of course we know from schools that if teachers are told that the kids are talented, the kids end up being talented. And this same thing applies to businesses. If you, as a leader, believe that your people have a huge potential, they will end up having that potential. It's a weird psychological thing, right? I can't really explain why it's a bit irrational, but it's true. And so there's enormous power in behaving exactly as you point, which is much more kind of humble in some ways.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I think we're all quite clear that this is a big opportunity, but there's also a lot of challenges. And I think the discussion we had before, we were all sharing some quite personal stories about some of the challenges we faced. So I don't know, Joy, did you want to talk about your first company? Because I think that was a really interesting challenge.
So I have a particularly learning experience. So one of my first startups was in my late teens, early 20s. I exited in my early 20s. And I remembered that what happened there was it was a very tech company. We were kind of trying to do enterprise mobility planning. And we found that 10 years ago in India, where I'm from, it wasn't very common for a woman taking entrepreneur to go about recruiting a team at 18, 19 and start building a company. It might be a little different these days, but it wasn't then. So I couldn't recruit enough diversity, and I tried to recruit women. They wouldn't come with me. Even if they agreed, their families or their partners would encourage them to go work for other really big, safe companies where they could join instead of joining an early stage. So they'd come to me and say, I really want to be part of this, but I can't, no one's supporting me, and they would walk out. So I ended up recruiting only men over time. it's not that it's significantly deviated in my current startup. It's really hard to recruit in early stage anyway, regardless of which country I'm in, and I've seen that in US, India, and UK so far. So what happened, it particularly escalated into a situation where I had only men of a particular sector and ethnicity who could risk enough to come and join a startup, who had the cultural support and the background to do it. And it quickly became an echo chamber of a group of people who supported each other for the same kind of thought. And they would try to solve every problem in the same way, and everyone would support each other saying, yeah, that's the right way. And I had to have a little bit of variation, because there wasn't any other kind of person in the room opposing and saying that this will not work. Please think through, because I think you're completely missing the sustainability or the unifying factor. They just wouldn't see it that way. And within a couple of years, it just completely degraded into a really non-profitable enterprise where the CEO didn't have much of a say. I ended up losing the company and my IP and everything. And eventually, after a couple of years, they failed as well, which is probably karma, but that happened. And from that, I learned that recruiting even early stage companies and creating diversity is really essential. And I know the first 10, you may not have that much flexibility, but as soon as you cross that number, really, really think about what kind of ethnicities, backgrounds, skill sets, age groups, and genders you're bringing in, because it will eventually tell on what's going to happen to your company when you cross 100 people.
Yeah. And I mean, I think what we were talking about before, and I think this is quite useful to discuss, is, Hilary, some of the sort of personal experiences of, you have to, I think one of the things which is very consistent with all of us is having to show a lot of resilience. Even if people are not aware of it, there's a real sort of embedded resilience you need to have to set up a business in your teens, and to be senior in an organisation. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah. So this is, diversity is personal to all of us. It's not an institutional abstract thing, it matters to all of us. So when you're in a room and the boss addresses the room and says, gentlemen, and Hilary, you start to think there's something a bit odd. And a number of people find that really hard and don't bother to go again. Others of us get a bit fired up and go and do a bit of fighting, so that actually that's not how you get on in business. When I was in the civil service, where I've been for 30 years, I was the youngest female senior manager, which is where that comment came from. And it was hard, and it was either stop trying so hard or do something about it. And actually the standing up and consciously being a role model, which makes you even more uncomfortable, as we were talking about beforehand, is actually a choice. And so the personal experience for me is actually, I can stand up, I can be a voice, and actually, can I help release those who aren't quite ready to be those visible people yet, to bring them forward? Because if you keep going, gentlemen, and it's the same goes for race or age or anything else, then you're making invisible half the talent in your company, half the talent in society is being wasted. And so I guess my learning was, sometimes you have to step up, and that's the responsibility as a leader, as a manager, as a mentor, as a coach, paying forward.
I have a very interesting small snippet on this. Yesterday I met a friend of mine. She's an R&D engineer in a really, really big manufacturing company, and she's absolutely awesome at what she does. It's been, I think, 16 years, and she's the principal engineer. She's just amazing. And she came up to me and she said that because of her very shy and quiet personality, she often fails to speak up and tell people that when she enters a room, when they say gentlemen, and not address the leader of the group, who's herself a lady, how terrible she feels about it. But she's never had been able to speak about it. It's not so much about fearlessness or courage, it's her personality. She's shy. And she said to me that I really like the fact that people like you are speaking up. So please speak for me, because I can never write about this in my blog, but you can.
Yes. I mean, I think just a sort of, so when we set up the business, I was 24, and just a personal one, because this is where you can actually use it as a benefit as well. So Jake and myself set up the firm, and we did all interviews, both of us. And there was one person we interviewed, and every time I asked him a question, he answered to Jake. And I'd ask him another question, and he answered to Jake. And then I thought, I'll do this a third time, so I asked him a question, and he answered to Jake. He didn't get the job. I mean, I think one of the things is, it's useful, it's actually very, very helpful to have a dynamic like that, because it helps you weed out unconscious bias for people before they even join your firm. I think the other thing is that also because I looked exceedingly young when I was 24. I mean, I looked practically like a teenager. Actually, I did look like a teenager, let's face it. And so when people came in, they often thought I was the PA or something like that, especially because I was quite friendly, I'd offer them coffee. And they were often then quite embarrassed when they realised I was actually the owner of the firm. And actually, you could always, if you didn't react to it, people were so embarrassed. It was a very good sales technique because people were so embarrassed you'd always get the contract afterwards because they just felt so bad for you. But the trick was about not reacting. But I think that it is really, really hard if you look young, especially if you're in a traditional sector. And I think we should make sure that, yes, there's challenges if you're a woman, but it's hard if you're different from the people who surround you. If you're a sort of 55-year-old startup, you don't want to be working in the startup hubs where it's, everybody's in their early 20s. So how can we talk about inclusivity and diversity and the challenges more broadly around sort of age and ethnicity and skills? Any thoughts around that? Go for it.
I guess my first observation is you just have to be honest about the fact that people feel uncomfortable when there's diversity. So, we all feel in our comfort zone with the kinds of people that we know and love and we grew up with and so on. And when you introduce diversity, you introduce dissent. That's super important for the right kind of problem solving and innovation and outcomes and actually delivering financial results. But it's uncomfortable for the individuals. And so you, as a leader, need to create an organization where you recognize it's uncomfortable, but it's worth it because it brings these benefits. And then in other ways, make people comfortable about the fact that they don't have to always be right. Listening to other people is a strength and not a weakness. And, it's a cultural thing, really. And it's incredibly important to not just say, but actually act yourself in those ways, because action speaks so much louder than words. And the worst thing is if you say we're all for diversity, and then in fact you do what your interview candidate did, which in a kind of subconscious way, don't actually act it out.
And I can tell you the results of that, if you push for it, is fabulous. Currently in my team, we are only double digits and even less than 20, but just because the founders were so diverse and from different ethnicities and representing equal genders, unconsciously a positive vibe crept into the organization, and currently we have every person from a sort of different nationality. And the interesting thing about that is even though we are so less people, we have international projects from day one. We are only a year and a half old, and I think we have the fastest data science valuation in Europe, if not the world. And that's because globalization isn't even a problem for us. If we get a customer from China, Dubai, India, Korea, North America, we don't say no, because there's someone in the team who has local knowledge, either speaks the language or actually knows how to deal with that geography, says, oh, I remember, he's from that geography, this is not how you should speak to him. And this is already an asset, even in such a small team. So it's worth making an effort. It looks like you're putting in a little extra effort to make that happen, but the results are fabulous, I can vouch for it.
I think also, I think one of the things it brings out to me is the very conscious job of leaders to think about culture. Culture within an organization can be seen as, a bit soft or a bit whatever, but I would argue that certainly in my, 8 years of running Cisco, that the thing I'm proudest of is the culture I created, and I think the culture has created a success. And that can mean everything from a culture of diversity to inclusiveness to, positivity or whatever. But I think it is something where you really genuinely need to think about it and be thoughtful, and if you're not thoughtful about it, to be honest, you're going to end up with something that doesn't, naturally fit probably even how you feel about things. So one of the things that's important for leaders, I think, when you talk about authentic leaders, is people who are actually authentic about the fact that they want a particular kind of a culture. When I look back in early days of Cisco, for example, the bulk of people in Cisco who are running, the various regions of the world had probably come through a sales environment, were probably male, were probably some level of middle-aged, and that was kind of just something that had come about. Whereas, when I looked at the leadership team that I had within Cisco in the UK, it was 50-50 male and female, made up of people who had come from all different backgrounds, who, had done production, manufacturing, who had done marketing. And the reason for all of that was because the culture was that people who wouldn't have even put themselves forward for this kind of leadership suddenly felt, actually, I could do something, or I see a role model, not necessarily a male or female role model, but somebody who's a little bit different and is actually being successful in that environment. And I think one of the things we learned in a big company was that that's definitely an area we had to put some positive assistance in for our middle-level female leaders or aspiring leaders, because like many tech companies, we had some quite good female diversity at the early stages because graduate recruitment, etc. And then obviously there was a lot of conscious work going on to get women at senior levels. But in that middle section where women were often having to go off and maybe have families and come back, and they're going, you know, I really like Cisco, but I do really want to come back to that kind of job where I was doing whatever I did before. And so I think you had to really think about how to help people at that stage of a career, both in the way they thought about putting themselves forward, but also about the sorts of, you know, part-time working, job sharing, all those sorts of things, which made people think, actually, maybe I could come back and work in that environment. So there was a sort of very conscious set of the things that you actually want to get from an organization and making sure that you help the organization to think about those as well as just performance. And one of the things we did about Work McKinsey a few years ago, and they talked about organizational health, and it was about the performance and the health of the organization. You have to think about both of those. It's not just about performance, it's about health, and health is often the underlying culture of an organization. And I just feel you have to be very thoughtful about that, I think.
So in some ways, I mean, how explicit, so if you're talking about, so for big companies, that's obviously important. And when you're thinking about entrepreneurs who are working within Cisco and got good ideas, making sure that the culture is there to support them. How explicitly do you talk about your values within, is that something that was a big change within Cisco?
Yeah, I do think it was. I think, you know, I've always been reasonably naturally open about what I do. And I think having that, and certainly for a leader to do it, essentially gives other people permission to do it as well. Now, you know, I don't think people should have to have permission. One of the most striking things I remember when I took over running the UK, which was about 8 years ago, just over 8 years ago, was people coming up to me asking me permission to do things. And I said to them, why are you asking me to do this? Why don't you just do it? And they went, and actually a number of them came back a year or so later saying, that was a pivotal change in the way that, and it wasn't, you know, big, you know, it's not like we're going to go and sack everybody in the company or whatever. It was actually relatively trivial things, but they'd got themselves into a way of thinking that everything was about having to come through me. And I said, you know, that's not, you should feel that you can make these kind of decisions, these kind of whatever it is you're trying to do. And as a result, suddenly they were very consciously started to change. And of course, they then changed with their teams, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. So it was a very conscious thing, I think.
So just coming back on that, because I think one of the things which is quite interesting that Tedder, you were talking about, was some of the, it's pretty tough going in a company to change, and that people feel quite uncomfortable about that. How did you manage that discomfort? Because it can be quite hard to be the outlier yourself, but it must be quite, you've got the discomfort there. How did you manage that discomfort?
There was a very tangible example, but when I started running the UK and Ireland for Cisco, I remember we do an annual what we call pulse survey, employee survey. And one of the questions on it was, can I express my opinion without fear of retribution? And the score was terrible. It was like 40% or something said they could. And of course, I was absolutely horrified for this as someone who's very happy to have people expose their opinion. And I thought, I'm absolutely going to change this, and I'm going to, you know, do all sorts of stuff to talk to people and make sure they understand it. We did the pulse survey 9 months, you know, it was kind of out of sync, but 9 months later we did it again. The score was exactly the same. And I was devastated. I thought, what's happened here? And of course, what it really said was making that sort of cultural change takes time. And what, of course, had happened is me and maybe my direct reports had started to talk about this. But the person a couple of levels below didn't really believe it yet and hadn't really experienced it, as you say, hadn't found it themselves. So one thing that was clear learning of that is any kind of cultural change takes time. You have to stick with it, but you have to be authentic about it and make sure that people, you know, are important, because it was quite difficult. You were getting people who were clearly hadn't been persuaded of this and needed time for it to happen. So it's quite a difficult position to be in.
Because I was in Cisco for 5.5 years, 3 years as an engineer and 2.5 years as a program manager. The first 3 in an incredibly diverse part of the organization, and the last 2.5 in an incredibly non-diverse. And I can totally vouch for everything you're saying, that it does take time, and that's pretty much how it works. You have to push through and not give up.
So one of the things we've talked about a lot about the sort of the internal parts around innovation, diversity and the benefits. But one of the things which was in the news this week was about Airbnb. So they've had to put a new charter in place for diversity and inclusion because of a huge backlash, especially in the US, around for the sort of black and minority groups. So one of the things which is, I suppose, a question for all of you, which is how can you work well with a diverse group of clients and of your supply chain if you don't have an organisation that reflects it? So what are the risks if you don't have a business that reflects your clients?
You don't understand the clients you're trying to sell to, provide services for, work with, collaborate. You've got a partial picture. So you just got less of an offer.
So have you ever seen which businesses have been doing that? Are there any examples of where there are challenges?
A great example historically, the Marks and Spencer were one where they consciously thought about the staff, because in general, and I don't exactly know the dates, but you know, Marks and Spencer's typically employed, like many people do, people they'd employed before, and it was probably middle class, male or female, people who were working in there as well. And they were finding that as they spread their stores out to many other parts of the UK, they weren't getting people buying stuff from, and actually the sales figures went up significantly when they started to hire people locally. They also had the amazing example, which was when the foundation of the Organic Business in the Community, which is an organisation that I'm sure you've been involved with, their foundation was based on the riots. I think it was the Brixton riots, which when the riots happened, the only store that wasn't trashed was Marks and Spencer's. And the only reason that it wasn't trashed, they believed, because they got some feedback on it, was because they had been involved in the community doing projects. And so the people in the community had said, they're good guys. So there's something about being resonant with your customers, people feeling that you're someone that's even vaguely like them. And if you're not like them, well, I'm not saying they should trash your store, but there's something about whether they would go and buy from you. Do these people understand what I need, etc., etc.
So in some ways, you're saying that it creates more of a sort of relationship-based business rather than transactional business.
Yeah, exactly. Try doing it in Ireland if you've not got a relationship business, you'll have a problem. You know? So
in terms of the other challenges, because there's a bit which is we're talking about them from a whole of business side, but from a sort of personal side. I mean, I know that I found it really, really hard at times to be different from the people who are around me. And it's often the things which are not said that I've found hardest. So one of which is because I might appear confident, I probably am fairly confident, but people wouldn't think that it was actually hard. But if every single meeting that you're in, you're the only woman around the table, it does, and where you've got a different background from your colleagues, you know, I've got a startup with an engineer, it's something that is actually quite hard. But the hardest thing I found wasn't that. The hardest thing I found was when people would say, but it's easy for you. Yeah. And when people say something's easy and you find it hard, it really discredits you finding it difficult. And then you actually find it further because you think you're failing. Yeah. So one of the things from a personal side I found is that certainly by being different, I found it actually, I just wanted someone to acknowledge that it's probably harder. And I don't know if we do that.
So I totally face exactly your problem because I come across confident. The people tend to think that, oh, it's easier for you. I mean, even if you're fighting all of these glass walls, it's easier for you. So what I've done is I've started being a little bit unashamed and not becoming embarrassed by telling the truth. I now actually sit down and tell my team and whoever I can about how hard it is for me, and I'm not embarrassed to say it. I'm like, this is what I had to go through to sit here and look confident. It looks like I've got it, but you don't know what I went through to be here, and I think you need to know. So what I would encourage everyone to do is actually not be embarrassed to talk about your daily struggles or all the things you do because you're a woman or because you're diverse. Not be embarrassed to speak about it openly and tell them that this is what I had to go through to sit here today, this morning, stuff that you did not do, so you should know about it. I tell them.
I was just going to add that what's really interesting is when you do that, the feedback you start getting from people is also eye-opening. So literally yesterday or the other day, this week, I was having a feedback discussion with somebody on my team who's male, and he started talking about how difficult he finds as a male to have a particular kind of relationship with someone. And it was so interesting. I'd never have thought that it would be difficult, but I had never been male in that situation, so it's part of it is just listening and keeping our eyes open. Although the sort of researchers talk about intrinsic diversity and acquired diversity, and that acquired bit of it is, going out, meeting lots of different people, getting comfortable with them, and just kind of being open-minded.
In the last couple of minutes, if there's any burning questions, raise hands. If not, then can I ask everybody in the panel to say one thing that they think would be a good action to take forward? Go in whichever order you would like, or I'll pick on one of you.
I think, we all fall into the trap of stereotyping. And I think if we can just try in our own minds not to do that, I think that's the first step to creating diversity within our organisations or within your business. Just, if you find yourself doing it, just stop, think, check, and rethink. And eventually, over time, we'll wean ourselves off these stereotypes that we have in our heads.
So I'd go, talk about the issues, don't pretend they don't exist, because they do. And secondly, I think every person, however big or small the place they work, can benefit from having a mentor and being a mentor to talk about these things as well. That's a huge benefit.
And I have a small psychological thing, and this is specifically for the men in the room. This is this really common phenomena called mansplaining, if you've heard of it. It happens all the time to women. So here is your exercise. When you're talking to a woman, employee, mentor, boss, and anybody in professional or even maybe personal capacity, just replace their face with that of a male buddy you have. And would you have spoken the same way? Just do this little test. And if there is a deviation, try to think, well, can you justify that? If you just did it primarily because she's a woman, then maybe think about it a little bit. Just replace her face with that of a man, and how would you have said this? Because mansplaining is extremely common in the professional world. It's something that I think men need to experience for themselves. So this is a little exercise. Thank you.
So I'm a bit of an analytical person, so I would say, especially for larger companies, you need to have metrics and measures of unconscious bias. And so I would go as far as doing blind recruitment occasionally to see whether, when you don't know the name of the person, so you can't guess what their ethnicity is or what their sex is, are you actually picking the right or the same candidates as if you do know? Because if you're not aware of the problem of unconscious bias, then you're not going to be able to address it. And so I would actually get a bit analytical about understanding in what situations, whether it's with your employees or with your customers or with your supply chain, that you might be, as an organization, exhibiting those biases. And then there are some techniques you can use to actually start resolving them.
And I would certainly be conscious about culture, and don't be afraid to be authentic, even vulnerable. As a leader particularly, I think it's one of the things, as was just discussed, when you have those conversations, it's amazing what you hear from other people.
Well, thank you, and we're bang on time, so thank you very much for the session. Amazing panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists. And what I took away from there was that communication is key, and I really enjoyed the diversity. You see what I did right there, of the items that you could take away from that. So, our last session is set to be truly inspirational, and is looking at the power of innovation to improve daily life from a wide range of perspectives. We are delighted to be joined by celebrated British designer Wayne Hemingway of Hemingway Design to introduce this session. Wayne.
Hello, welcome. This is either the graveyard slot or the grand finale. So I don't like things that are boring. and so let's not make it the graveyard slot. So make your question. This is going to be more about questions that everybody's going to introduce themselves very shortly, and I've told everybody that they've got 8 to 10 minutes, but if it gets boring or part of the way through, I'm going to go bing and say, right, we're going to get on to the next person, because this is going to be about asking questions, and we might as well make this final session lively. You can tweet questions all the way through, and I'm going to get them on here, and all you need to do is to do #InnovateQuestions, and they'll come up to me, and I'll then pick them out, the good ones. So just to start off, this is called the power of innovation to improve daily life. Now, I've only been here. I've not listened to any of the talks, and I've not been going around much of the exhibition. But has there been much discussion about Brexit? None, I would imagine. Has there been any discussion about Donald Trump? Probably not. Well, we're going to discuss it because we have to improve daily life. The way that politics are at the moment is that people are pissed off. There's a gap growing, as we've seen, that increasingly grows between those that have and those that haven't. And when you have a situation where an equality gap grows, you get shit politics like are happening at the moment. And whilst most of us in here, I would imagine, are on the side of internationalism, we don't want to close borders, we want to be open to the world. That's normally the case with innovation. We've got to understand that there are people out there who the things that we do are not touching and are not helping their lives. Hence, let's go back to what the title of this is: the power of innovation to improve daily life. If we improve daily life for the people who get left behind, then we wouldn't have the issues that we're having right now and the kind of disparages in everyday life that are not that happy, really. So, first of all, I would like you lot to introduce yourselves. Your name is?
Paul Clark.
And you?
And I am Chief Technology Officer at Ocado, and I've been there just over 10 years.
I'm Simon Jones. I work for Team Sky and I'm Head of Innovation. I've been there for 2 years.
What does Team Sky do?
They're a recycling team.
Yeah, and Richard Browning. I've been with BP for 15 years, combination of trading and now moving into technology and innovation and drastically changing how we go about it.
Right, Richard. Exciters. You're first, aren't you?
Yes, that's me. I'll either stand over here. If I'm going to mess up the whole AV thing, I'll flag, wave at me, but otherwise I'll just stand here if that's all right. So yes, as you've heard, oh yeah, it does work, good. Strict instructions to keep this short and sweet. So what I think is important in terms of trying to make innovation impactful and have meaning to the community, I think it's all about better collaboration between small firms and large firms, and this is something that we, at least in our trading division of BP, have been exploring and experimenting with in the last few months. In fact, almost 12 months. And I want to just cite a couple of examples and keep this exceptionally short of where we've had quite some success by adopting that strategy. It's really on the premise that actually those two communities, large firms and startups of the likes of the people out here, together actually offer really quite a number of collaborative opportunities. I would throw out there that inside large organisations it's quite hard to generate the kind of nimble creative thinking that you see in places like this. And similarly, smaller firms often find it hard to get the scale and market reach and access to the domain knowledge that we have all the time inside a company like BP. So with that in mind, I'm going to throw up ask the folks there to throw up a big visual thing, which is going to hopefully just play along by itself. There we go. That's designed to send you to sleep in the next 4 minutes, hopefully. This was this is now. I mean, you can go to a website now and see this right now. This is not BP or thanks to BP. This is just an online available version of the technology I'm going to talk about for 2 minutes. This is all around ship tracking. We only really discovered this as the wider energy commodity industry, thanks to really us going out and bridging out beyond the normal area that we operate in. So I personally was very lucky to be pioneering this, and it was somewhat accidental, but it was all about getting out there and speaking to small firms who had realized there was an opportunity to get hold of this kind of data from a health and safety perspective, and through working with them in a nimble, exploratory way, we turned this into a platform that is now used across the entire shipping and commodity industry. And frankly, if you really want to be brutal about it, it makes the whole cargo commodity world far more efficient. If you as a community can see this kind of detail about who's shipping what where, then you end up with far less inefficiency in the system. And like I say, that only came about through really nimble collaboration between big firm and small firms. I'm going to let that just kind of scrolling around, because then if I get boring, you can just stare at this, because it is quite mesmerizing. The other example, which I'll throw out there, and then I'm pretty much done, and I'll hand over to these guys and look forward to the debate we're supposed to be launching into soon, is around blockchain. Blockchain has been one of those things that just furrows my brow and gets me a little frustrated, because there's an awful lot of talk around it. And in the spirit of this innovation initiative that we're pioneering, I thought, well, let's just get on and do something in it. So again, by leveraging a small firm, as a firm called Machine Capital, we've gone and leaned on, they have done a fantastic job in then going and turning an idea that we took from our trading business, and we've built what I believe to be, I'm sure somebody will shoot me down if I'm wrong in this, but I believe to be about the only example of a shared ledger, for those blockchain enthusiasts amongst the crowd, a shared ledger of trust in the field of KYC and account clearing. A bit like when you open a bank account, they have to check your background. We have to do the same with trading counterparties. And we've now got that in collaboration with a bunch of other oil companies. We took 3 weeks to build it with this small firm. They did all the, frankly, all the, rapid creativity. And we've now got that as a live, kicking, screaming, demo, trial, proof of concept that's suddenly teaching us an awful lot more about blockchain than we ever would have learned by writing yet more analysis on it. So I'm pretty much going to stop there, and I think I've beaten my recording. So you can kill that off now. It's supposed to seamlessly finish when I finish, but those are, like I say, this is all around collaboration. I think collaboration is really powerful as a medium to speak to this headline, and it's something we're trying to do more and more of. So I'll hand over to Paul on that.
Good job.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for staying to the end, the bitter end, hopefully. As I say, my name is Paul Clark. I run the technology side of Ocado. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what innovation means to us. That's what I've been asked to talk about. Getting through this in the time is definitely going to be a roller coaster ride, so please strap in. Okay, so we're the world's largest online-only supermarket. All the words in that sentence matter, or else a few other retailers get a bit miffed. And we do it like nobody else does. We're a disruptor in our sector. We deliver, we pick and pack our customers' orders in huge automated warehouses, and then we deliver it to their kitchen tables in 1-hour slots using our own delivery fleet. And in order to do that, our business is all about making this process of online grocery delivery as simple and as convenient as possible for our customers. But that simplicity belies the truth in terms of the enormous amount of data, technology, software, machine learning, algorithms that live under the surface of what is an enormous iceberg of technology that powers our business. And we build almost all of that technology ourselves in my division, Ocado Technology. And our technology estate is very broad and very deep. It spans e-commerce, fulfillment, real-time warehouse control, last-mile van telemetry. And then there's all sorts of other technologies like robotics, vision systems, data science, simulation that sit underneath it. So what we do at Ocado is absolutely, definitely not IT. It is technology in the true sense of that word. We seem to be going... Oh, we are going forward. These ones aren't. Sorry. Right. Okay. Here... Sorry, we seem to have gone over one. Whoops. Oh, I see. There's a video in the middle. Right, okay. Guys, can we play the video? That's the confusion. Right, okay. This is a video of one of our existing warehouses. Each of the moving coloured squares is part of a customer order. There are about 8,000 of these crates on the move across 30 kilometres of conveyor at any one time. So this is an enormous traffic management and scheduling challenge that our software systems solve on a daily basis. But this is not just a pretty visualization. It's actually the front end of a very detailed mathematical simulation of this warehouse that we use for all sorts of purposes. We use it in order to design it in the first place, but also in order to test out new algorithms and to do troubleshooting during production. Can we go back to the slideshow, please? Right, okay. At the center of our fulfillment model are these huge automated warehouses. They offer enormous economies of scale and they drive efficiency. But they also allow us to range over 47,500 items, and that's growing all the time, more than any conventional supermarket. They allow us to give shelf space, though, also to specialty suppliers who could either never compete to get onto the supermarket shelves, or if they could, they would operate at a level of wastage that would be horrific. And indeed, our overall business runs at a wastage level that is dramatically less than conventional supermarkets, about 7.7% in 2015. We can give greater product life and freshness to our customers by truncating the supply chain. By using real-time availability to promise, just-in-time ordering, and real-time stock control, we can give our customers what they order almost every time with very low levels of substitution. And unlike a physical store that offers a one-size-fits-nobody, we can create any number of virtual stores, ones that are personalized for each customer, that can adapt to their shopping style or to their level of experience. We can create shops within shop for things like organic, gluten-free, vegan, American, French. In our experience, everyone shops from around 200 to 250 items, but the challenge is that everybody's 250 are different. And unlike simple loyalty cards, we can collect all manner of data on our customers' behaviors, what they see but don't buy, what place order they put things in their basket, what their shopping styles are, and what they search for but don't find. So you could say that really Ocado is in the time travel business. We're about giving our customers back the time they would have wasted traipsing around a conventional supermarket. But our vision goes much further than that. What we're about is creating what we would call the broadband of grocery, where the right groceries turn up at the right time as if by magic. So whilst our competitors over the last 16 years or so have been busy copying our existing solution, we've been busy moving the puck. When my children were very young, what they thought that Dad did was drive every single van, Ocado van that they saw on the road. But as they got older and more sophisticated, I got a promotion because what they decided that actually Dad did was to help build and operate the largest theme park for groceries in the world. And indeed, you could say that's what we do. We are the Disneyland of grocery. Well, like any good theme park operator, we're always thinking, what is going to be our next big ride? And although our existing warehouses are the biggest of their kind in the world, they're also the most sophisticated and automated. But they are now legacy to us. We are never going to build any more of them again because we have effectively leapfrogged over ourselves in order to create a brand new modular and scalable way of building these facilities. So in our new warehouses, instead of many kilometers of conveyor, we will have thousands of robots roaming around on top of what is a large chessboard. And underneath those chessboard squares are stacks of storage bins containing groceries. And these robots can collaborate in swarm-like behaviors. The very precise choreography of these swarms of robots in real time actually required us to evolve a brand new communications technology that is now the densest mobile network in the world and which has all manner of spin-off applications such as the Internet of Things, which is why we launched it at Mobile World Congress this year. Here is a visualization of one of these warehouses. You can see the robots stopping to change direction to either pick up bins or deposit them. And you get a sense of their swarm-like behavior. Our new warehouse in Andover that is currently undergoing testing has two of these grids, one for ambient product and one for chilled. And each of them is about the size of a football pitch. And it will become the baby brother of our growing family of automated warehouses. But this technology enables us to scale these facilities up and down. And its big sister in Erith in southeast London, which is under construction, has grids that are each the size of 3 football pitches. In July 2013, we signed a deal to put Morrisons' grocery business online using our existing platform. And in January 2014, we put them live 11 minutes early. And since then, Morrisons have grown to be have become the fastest growing online grocery business that the planet has ever seen. But the very next day, after we put them live, we embarked on an ambitious project to basically rewrite from scratch our complete end-to-end solution to run in the cloud. And the combination of that new software running in the cloud and that new hardware platform I've just showed you is what we call the Ocado Smart Platform, or OSP. And we will use OSP not only to replatform ourselves in the UK, but also to allow large bricks-and-mortar grocery retailers around the world the same shortcut for moving online that we gave Morrisons. Indeed, we have been speaking to many of these retailers in every continent apart from Antarctica and perhaps a couple of war zones for quite some time, and there is a huge amount of interest out there. But there are also a huge number of spin-off applications for the underlying technologies that were off-patenting, and some of these are very far indeed from online grocery. So our business runs on the intersection of 4 technologies, which are washing all over us now and have been very much part of this conference, those being the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, robotics, and big data. And where these technologies collide with one another and with us, they're creating an explosion of new opportunities, as we've been hearing about. And I want to talk a little bit about their relevance to us at Ocado. So if we can play the next video. So within our warehouses, we have hundreds of thousands of sensors and masses of machine-to-machine communication going on. So they're like little Internet of Things worlds of their own. But this video shows our production day massively speeded up from the perspective of our delivery vans rushing around the country. The traces show the van's routes, and the little water droplets are customer drops taking place. And these vans are like little sensing platforms too. They stream back a huge amount of data in real time. Their temperature, their engine revs, their wheel speed, how fast they're going over speed bumps, how fast they're cornering, and so on. Okay, we can skip to back to the slide now. Right. So moving on to the next 2 technologies, artificial intelligence and big data. Our applications for AI fall into 4 main buckets: predictive analytics, monitoring and oversight, managing complexity, and real-time optimization. Unfortunately, I don't have time to go into these in detail today. Building AI into your applications used to require you to have specialist engineers with PhDs, pizza-stained T-shirts, and wet towels wrapped around their heads. And indeed, some specialist applications of AI definitely still do. But for many other applications, the advent of cloud-based services has completely disrupted accessibility to AI. It's made it a commodity, and in so doing has redefined the baseline for smartness. Now, for a few cents, you can call a cloud API, pass in some data, and get back a smart prediction or insight. And indeed, if you're not using these services, your applications are unlikely to be best of breed going forwards. But I would go further than that. I would say that companies that are still talking about digital transformation rather than executing it at scale are frankly already dead. They just don't know it yet. It's like standing around a swimming pool debating how to learn to swim when just outside a tsunami is approaching. And as I say, our business generates a huge amount of data, and we collect all of it and we store it in the cloud. The clickstream data from our mobile apps and our web shop, all the data from our business events, the data from data exhaust from all our systems, and then all that IoT data from our warehouses and our last mile. And we use these to monitor our processes in real time, but we also use it to feed our hungry machine learning applications. Data really is the food of AI, or to put it another way, AI eats data science for breakfast. Moving on to the last technology, robotics. I've already talked a bit about how we use swarm robotics in the new warehouses. But the holy grail of robotics in online grocery retail is the picking and packing of customer orders. But it's actually much harder and more difficult and more complex than it looks. It requires highly adaptive systems that can make smart decisions on the fly. It's all about vision systems, grippers, and machine learning rather than the underlying robotics. But for us, picking isn't the end of the story. We have 2 Horizon 2020 funded projects underway, which are collaborations with universities across Europe. The first is called SOMA, which is to build a brand new generation of robotic gripper. And the other is called Second Hands, which is the one shown here, which is to build a collaborative humanoid maintenance robot that can learn by observing human engineers at work and then can help them with their tasks. And if I'm sitting where you are, I'd be asking, why on earth would a company like Ocado want to build a humanoid maintenance robot? Well, the answer is we intend to pepper the planet with these automated warehouses, either for ourselves or our OSP customers. And that means it is worth investing in robots, not only to help maintain those facilities, but ultimately to automate their construction too. So if those 4 technologies are our base metals, what is the alchemy that fuses them together? Well, that's the innovative force within our business. And at the core of this is our culture. We've retained our startup passion and spark. We're very quirky, unconventional, and rule-breaking. We're risk-embracing. We love a challenge. In fact, we love to do things that people say are impossible. I often say that pulling rabbits out of a hat is a core competence of ours, even if we have to first construct the hat. And for me, innovation is like playing a game of extreme non-linear snakes and ladders. Some of the very most exciting innovations can follow on from what appear to be failures. And it's all about intersectional thinking. It's about stealing ideas from the most unlikely places and applying them to your problem domain. The nonlinear piece is about the serendipity, the chance encounters, the spending time, making leaps of faith and spending time on some stuff that makes absolutely no sense on paper, but just because you believe it may lead somewhere exciting in the end. Very nearly there. For us, it's not enough just to innovate fast. For us, it's about the first or the second derivative. It's about getting better at getting better, innovating our innovation factory. And to do that, we have 3 innovation streams, the last of which is our 10x stream. This is where we look for game-changing opportunities, such as the new warehouse technology. It's an opportunity for us to disrupt ourselves or to be our own worst enemy. So in conclusion, what is our business really about? Well, for me, it's summed up by this piece of pseudocode. It's about creating a bold and expansive vision. It's about inventing disruptive solutions to those hard problems. It's about building the technology to power those solutions, and it's about operating this technology at scale. And then it's about putting all of that in a loop and doing it again and again. So really, what we're trying to do in Ocado is to perfect the art of scalable and sustainable disruptive innovation. Thank you very much indeed.
Simon.
Right then, I'm going to start with a video. It wouldn't be a sports presentation without a video. The reason I played that video is at a conference last week, and wittering on about Team Sky, and afterwards people came up to me and were asking me actually what Team Sky was. So I had to realize, okay, we're not quite as big as Man United yet. So hence the introduction. So we are a cycling team. We're owned by Sky Broadcasting, and we're part of the Believe in Better campaign. We've got quite simple goals, and it's about winning bike races and about winning the fans. And that's really the connection to this piece this afternoon, is about through our love of cycling and through our passion for innovation, we want to inspire people to actually get on their bikes and enjoy the sport just like we do. So this is a picture here of 2014 Tour de France that came to the UK. This is, I think, some steep, awful hill in Yorkshire. Lovely hills, I mean, if you're from Yorkshire. And there's actually a bike race in the middle of here. Actually, you can just see the bike. So I think round about 4 million people came out to watch the Tour de France, which is pretty incredible. And certainly incredible for me when I used to race and ride a bike, you turn up to a bike race and there'd be, you know, a man and his dog and tumbleweed, you know, so the sport's changed enormously. And obviously that's not just been through Team Sky, through the Olympics, UK sport investment in Olympic programs. But as Richard say, I was saying to Richard, it's all down to Team Sky. It's all down to but that was one of the goals that we set. We set a target of getting 1 million extra people riding bikes, and it's incredible. You know, when you set these high targets, it's incredible sometimes that you can achieve them. The other goal that we had is to win bike races, of course, and it's through the winning that drives the inspiration. This is a shot of the 2016 Tour de France. We've run the Tour 4 times now. And the goal was, back in 2009, was to win the Tour de France once within 5 years with a British rider, and we've done that 4 times. So it's pretty incredible. When you aim high, it's amazing what you can achieve. So how do we win? Well, we've got a methodology and a framework. You might have heard of marginal gains. and I'll just go through a few. You've seen the bike, hopefully it's still there while we're not watching it. 3D printed bars, titanium printed bars by Sheffield University. We have to collaborate. We don't have the expertise within house, so we tend to go and have a big network of universities and knowledge, and our partners are really critical to that. The Pinarello bike, the reason why that we've chosen some of the sponsors that we've got is that they want to improve and be as good as they can be. So we've helped Pinarello through selecting a UK designer and an engineer to really make that bike the best possible bike there is. Other marginal gains that we do, just looking at this picture here, we optimise the helmet here for aerodynamics. The skin suit's been not just tailor fitted, but each panel's been optimised for drag and drag reduction. Chris will spend time in Southampton Wind Tunnel optimising his position. Even down to things like the overboots, nothing on there is by chance, it's all there, just got a clear purpose. Even down to the sunscreen, we do quite a lot of research on sunscreen to make sure it actually does what it says and not heat up the rider. And there's things like the training science, the training of course, and the data we collect through power sensors and sensor technology on the bikes to give the coaches that feedback. And I should say marginal gains, the process of marginal gains is really about mapping out what it takes to win. So it's like a goal setting process. And you work back from there and you break down each sector, each vertical, and then you try and innovate and you improve as much as you can. So, and we don't just talk about that, we really do it. And so it's more around that sort of continuous improvement than that sort of silver bullet innovation. We also look at some more sort of softer side of innovation. Winning Behaviours is a digital app which our staff use. We've got a set of values which kind of guide the way that we operate in the team. And it's just a simple sort of self-reflection tool which enables you, when you're under pressure, just to kind of think, hold on, am I actually behaving as I should be behaving? I'm sure that's not new, another organisations have got it, but that's new and that's innovative for us. The chimp paradox is, you might have heard of that as well, that's came back through some work by Steve Peters, a psychiatrist that worked with British Cycling. It's back in 2003 and he's still a consultant of ours now, and that's really about understanding your mind and how to optimise the way that you think for the best performance. So we use all these things and trying to, these are the things, perhaps the methodologies, could this be something that we can sort of share more broadly than what we, if there's a bigger benefit. I think Steve is actually doing quite a lot of work in education in schools, so it's now taken that model from sport, from psychiatry into sport and then wider. Just a brief thing about our vision. We want to be at the real cutting edge of innovation and what that means for us. So we want to be leaders in this. And also we want to be a real reference port for other people to come and say, actually, wow, like Team Sky, like the physical and the human performance is the benchmark. So that's something that we know we're not there yet, but that's what we really want to aim for. And for us, innovation in the future, I think we want to tap into the crowd a lot more. We've got a lot of fans. So we're going to experiment this year with some open innovation strategies, talking to some people here about that, which is fantastic, because we need help. We don't have the expertise in-house. So things like hackathons. We had a little go at a startup event this year, which was brilliant, getting ideas to come to us. Because even though we think we're the best, it's amazing, like people come to you and they actually educate you massively. So just listening more, I think, to our fans and a much broader population, I think would be something like that we want to do. And for anybody that's interested, we really, we'd call it invite business in, because I think sport's a really nice sort of test track for innovation. Could be technology, materials. So we're quite keen to speak to anybody. It's a bit of a plug, but got to take your chances while you get them. So I've got one short video to finish off on here. I'll just explain it before we play it. It said that perhaps, there's many definitions of innovation, but perhaps to get that inspiration, you need lack of resources, you need like a change of perspective and maybe some urgency. So I'm going to show you a clip of the Tour de France from this year. It's Chris Froome. He's crashed up Mont Ventoux. Well, the three leaders have crashed, and he's in the yellow jersey, so he's in danger of losing the bike race in this moment. The team car's probably 5 or 6 minutes behind because of the hundreds of thousands of people on this mountain. And I think this is a great example of innovation, like happening right in front of your eyes. So if you could play the video, please.
So don't forget, it's hashtag Innovate questions if you want to ask questions. We've got quite a lot, but keep them coming. There will be a chance for mics to go around shortly, but I'm going to go through most of the questions that are tweeted first. We may not get to you with mics, so if you can tweet. First question I'm going to ask for all of you, and I'm going to start from my left onwards, is what one thing in your business, in your individual businesses, has improved daily life for people, do you think, if you had to pick one thing?
Well, I think something we're very, very proud of is actually on the CSR side, which is, as well as what we do, which, as I say, is about trying to improve the life, our customers' lives. In terms of what we do, in terms of volunteering, is we have an initiative called Code for Life, which is all about getting our engineers to volunteer their time to produce materials.
It's more about what your business. So, for example, myself and my wife were very early adopters of online shopping. I think Tesco were probably one of the first to do it, and we jumped at it. It felt exciting. It felt new, like a lot of things do when newness. You jump at it, and it probably lasted, I don't know, maybe a year. And how many years is it now? It must be a decade, is it, since it became quite a thing that you could do reasonably easily, and it must have lasted a year for us, and we, I suppose as designers, we pride ourselves on being early adopters and doing stuff. But after a year, we just drifted away from it, because what we realised we missed was that the human sensation of smelling food, of seeing new things in store, of seeing what new yogurt mixture was there, and of bumping into your mates and people who you knew in the area that you shopped. And we realised that we were shutting ourselves away from some of the important things of being a human being, and it was innovation that was stopping us doing that. And I personally can't imagine ever going back to online shopping again in terms of our weekly shop. And we can't be the only ones. we can't be the only. So if you had to address that, and I know we're not the only ones like that, you must know that there's an element of that. What can you give back that gives back that human feel, of that touchy-feely thing of being a human?
Well, you sort of answered your version of the question you asked, but my answer to it would be very different. That's what we call the classic people who say they have to squeeze the mangoes, so to speak. But actually, the benefits in terms of people who are time poor, and of being able to have that greater choice and the greater freshness and the convenience wins out over that. And what we find is that once people have tried a few shops online, they in the vast majority don't have your experience, that they actually fall in love with it, because and they wonder how on earth they manage to do it without it. And it's often a life event that drives people online. It can be having a baby, moving house, having a sick relative or whatever. So for some people it's for a specific reason like that, and for other people it is just because they're time poor.
I'm just interested here, how many people here do all of their weekly shop on? I'm not talking about an Amazon shop for a DVD or something. I'm talking about your food shop. How many people do it online? All the time. So it's about
lots.
15%, you reckon? Yeah, about 15%. Okay, we might come back onto that in a bit if anybody wants to talk about that. So, what have Team Sky done?
No, I think the impact is on probably health and activity, and 1 million extra people riding bikes. Maybe not totally down to to us, but I think you know, just the value that exercise has on, you know, we all know the benefits of exercise. So
and is that just by sponsoring and getting your name out there, that's you hope that people
I think we've inspired people to get on, you know, get on the bikes. We, like all of us, the riders and the staff, you know.
What are the metrics on that then, rather than the hope? So in terms of how do you measure the fact that, you know, Team Sky win the Tour de France or whatever, and how do you measure that impact on what you'd like it to be?
I think we can look. We never know for sure how many people directly have taken up cycling through to Sky, but there's quite a lot of social platform tools. We can get some analytics, and you know, we've got millions of fans. You know, the fans tell us what they're doing. We've got Sky rides. There's mass participation rides. So I guess you can say, well, with the work of British Cycling, Sky, who do their Sky rides, and you know, and Team Sky, that combination, you know, I think that has happened because of that. I'm sure there's a bit of a kind of bandwagon effect as well, and the cycling is a bit of a new golf, let's say. And there's a bit of a snowball effect, you know, so it's incredible to meet people here that are, you know, there's a lot of cycling fans, which there wouldn't have been 10 years ago. So is that cause or effect? Well, I probably don't know 100%, so I think we have to, you know, we like to think we had a large role to play in that, but we can't tell, you know, it's not like we can quantitatively measure that, we can get a good sense, I think.
Richard, BP?
Yeah, I'm going to attempt to answer that personally in two ways. So one, which you'll no doubt be dissatisfied with, is that the whole wider energy industry has spent over probably 100 years now investing a huge amount of resource and talent and money into trying to be efficient at finding, generating and transporting energy to the customer. That's the unsatisfactory answer from your perspective, I imagine, but I don't know what the numbers are in terms of trillions invested over that period, but that's been a significant part of the world's evolution over the last 100 years. The more satisfying answer, hopefully, is from a personal perspective. Right early on in my career, I'd like to think, fairly instrumental in getting a trucks telematics initiative going in our road ground logistics part of the company. I'm talking trucks, you know, oil tankers, and that led to really quite a significant improvement in terms of our safety and efficiency of our delivery of road fuel. So it's quite a dangerous activity to drive, you know, 40,000 litres of gasoline around, and so anything you can do to make that safer and more efficient is usually a good thing.
So both yourself and Simon talked about the importance of procurement from obviously at this event there are lots of startup companies. That's, you know, they will come here both to display and to visit, with a view that this is a place where they can network and hopefully get spotted and find a route to taking their business to another level. And I'm sure many people would like to eventually become as big as Ocado or as big as BP. But one of the biggest barriers to that is trying to, you know, you talk, and I've no direct experience of BP, but I've got a lot of experience. So Hemingway Design is an SME. We turn over a few million a year. We've got altogether 30 odd staff, whatever. So we're not a tiny company, but the biggest ball ache is trying to work with big companies. You know, and we see all the time crappy corporations. So for example, if we want to work on a urban design project, which is our favourite thing, is doing urban design, and we want to be part of a team that are going to regenerate a town centre. And yet we've got to jump through the procurement hoops of giving, the easy stuff is giving your insurances and all of that, but the time that it takes and the work that it takes and the complication to get through to work with the bigger companies just puts you off. So you end up not having an effect on the big jobs, and you leave that to the big corporate behemoths that are fairly boring. I'd just be interested to know how many people in here are small businesses and have experienced that. It's pretty miserable, isn't it? You know, and so you end up working with other small businesses when really, and how many people would love to work with the likes of BP and Ocado and all the big ones? most small businesses would. So your words were fantastic, and you said the same. I think you said you want to foster startups. Just tell us how you're doing it.
So I'll jump in first. Yes. So yeah, I'm not going to try and claim that we've got a silver bullet for this problem or this challenge, or should I even say this opportunity. I think in years gone by, there was more reasons out there to hide behind to be not good at this. I think in the last 18 months, 2 years, with the accessibility of new technologies and the rate of disruption of large organizations out there, I think there's an increasing necessity that big companies need to get better at this. If I turn this the other way around, I've been very closely involved in a couple of startups myself, so I've seen this the other side of the fence. And I completely agree, it's very, very hard to try and get any airtime with big organizations, and yet perversely, and this is what genuinely, I'm speaking personally now, this is what drives me slightly, well, drives me, let's be positive. What it drives me is that there is a huge mutual collaborative opportunity here, because actually the creativity and talent and the exuberance you get outside there, and all the people you put hands up, that is in spades in startups, that's exactly the kind of creativity that often, not in all, but often in large organizations is quite hard to manifest. In large organizations, we have massive amounts of domain knowledge and expertise and reach, which often is what's lacking in startups. So, and again, I'm not claiming we've got the perfect solution, but we sure as hell in the trading organization that I'm part of are trying very hard to try and refine an efficient way of making these connections work. Because I think it's hugely valuable for both sides. You almost, dare I say it, de-risk both communities if you can get them to connect better. But it's tough. If it was easy, everybody would be doing it.
And what about Ocado in this respect then? Because obviously, in any city, whether we're in Manchester, whether we're in Liverpool, whether we're in London, the food scene of start-up food companies and exciting products is amazing, and it's part of being in a city, the excitement of that. How do you get to recognise those? How do they get to work with you? How can it be not that it's just Kellogg's and people like that? And have you got a system in for that?
So I talked about that a bit in my presentation. And one thing we do is we run an annual competition for small startup specialty food suppliers. And as one of the things that's unique about our business model is that we can give them shelf space, because they can store all their stuff in one big warehouse rather than having it spread across lots of stores. And so they can, it makes it much more viable for them. And we have indeed, through that, we've nurtured, if you like, quite a number of different companies who've started with us and then have gone on, to see their products, sold in other ways.
And will you give a startup kind of advantageous payment terms and reduce your margins? And I know that John Lewis are doing a bit of that at the moment. Have you started to do that yet? Or?
I'm afraid that's not my side of the business. I can't answer that one. But what we do is, as I say, we showcase them, and through this competition that we run, so they get promotional time and they get assistance in that way.
So I've given you a bit of a hard time. Some people are asking me questions now. So does Fiona Volk, or VOGT, has asked, Wayne, what examples of innovation do you think can help to improve the daily life in the fashion industry? Well, it's a long time since I was in the fashion industry, but looking at it from the outside, to me, I'm forever reading about innovation in fashion, and it's often about self-cleaning clothes, and you think, what? Yeah, all right, yeah, maybe that's a half decent idea, but not that good an idea. You hear about things like wearable tech, so that you answer your telephone by looking at, you can speak to your wrist. Well, that's all a bit naff, isn't it, really? But what innovation do I want? Well, I want to know when I buy something that it's going to last. That I want to know that it's not been made shoddily, and that when I wash it 3 times, it's not going to have shrunk. That's important to me, because the industry has got built-in obsolescence, and I want built-out obsolescence from any industry. And I also very much want to know that when I buy something, it's not coming from a factory in Bangladesh that's in danger of collapsing on their heads and killing them, like that where 1,000 died 18 months ago. So there's values. Innovation can bring you values and not. So who is Fiona, by the way? Is she here? Yeah. Innovation, for me, I want values in what I buy, and I'm less interested in the tricks and the trickery, and more in the fact that something will make me feel that I'm doing the right thing. So next question. Let's have a look. I'll pick. In the meantime, have we got people with mics anyway? And does anybody want to put their hand up? Has anybody got a burning question now who hasn't tweeted? Right, I'm going to pick out a tweet then. For Team Sky, this is from Julian Swan. How do you maintain dominance? Will others, through adopting marginal gains, overtake or match?
Or the what, sorry?
So how do you maintain dominance? Will others, through adopting marginal gains, overtake or match you?
So that's about competition, basically,
Yeah,
kind of copying us. Yeah, look, it's a good question because I guess we try and move forward all the time. So and we do think some of the things that we've got, it's the secret sauce, and we don't want people to know. But ultimately, riders and staff leave our team, just like in the F1 business. But to be honest, if you're trying to copy us for last year, you'll be behind because we're on something else. Not in everything, of course, but we do generally try to improve. And I think also we've got an appetite to do the basics and the boring stuff, and I was even helping clean rooms in the Tour de France. We'll go to such lengths to do the basics right that I don't think other teams have actually got the appetite for at the minute. They're all looking for the sexy stuff, whereas we do the boring stuff exceptionally well. And I guess they can copy that. And then I guess we'll have to do that better or find something else. So I think that's what we try and do. We try and keep moving forward, just try and keep improving. I know it sounds a bit kind of, but that is actually what we do, and it's a lot of hard work.
A question from Hugh Jones to everybody really. Within your businesses, whose job is it to innovate?
Everybody in the team.
Everybody.
Same answer.
Yeah.
Okay. Got a question that came in before. What has your business learnt from Brexit? We'll start in the middle this time.
Don't think it's relevant to us, to be honest. We're just ploughing on as normal. So.
Blimey, it's a bit early to learn from Brexit yet. We don't know what it means, do we? That's off piste. I don't know. No, I'm not going to try and answer that question.
No answer
Too
on
early.
That one? They're going to get the same thing from OK?
Yeah.
Right, they don't want to know about that, do they? Right, we're going to have to. I'm not seeing any amazing questions coming through, so hands up. Come on, we got 6 minutes to go. This chap here, over here in a checked, not a checked.
Yeah,
diamond
formation.
Kind of diamond formation, yeah.
So it's interesting to hear the sort of various speeds at which you all three go through the innovation cycle. But I'm interested in a company like BP. It's a big multinational company. I wouldn't say behemoth, but how do you try to speed up your speed of innovation so that you keep ahead of your competitors in this kind of industry that you're in?
I think it's difficult. I think traditionally a lot of innovation in the energy sector was around very, very large projects with very, very big challenging objectives, like a lot of the exploration that's taken place in very challenging areas. That requires a certain type of innovation. Certainly on the trading side of the business that I'm in, and we're trying to roll this out to other parts as well, I believe we need to quicken the pace with. It's almost the incremental gains thing. If I've been stealing even before I met you, I've been stealing the same mantra around actually if we can make rapid, small incremental gains at our front line of our business in places that's safe to play, so for instance in trading operations, then actually we can go and run faster and try and keep up with more nimble innovation. So I think it depends on where you go. If you're running a big, expensive, dangerous operation, you can't apply the same thing as Google would do to try to produce some new whizzy tech creation. So I think it depends on the domain. We've got it, but I think that the imperative is with us, as with every company, to try and run as hard as we can in a safe and reliable way.
Anybody else got any views on that one? No? Right, anybody else questions? Chap there? That's it, is it? Our time's up. Oh. We're out of time. Bye-bye. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much. Wayne and the panelists, thank you very much, guys. Wayne, if you wouldn't mind staying behind for a second. So it's come to this very important time of the year and the session where it's time to give away 2 key awards. So firstly, I'd like to introduce back onto the stage Dr. Ruth McKernan, the CEO of Innovate UK. So First up is the Design and Innovation Award, an award that recognises excellent design process in innovation projects supported by Innovate UK. And for this, I would like Wayne to say a few words.
I think I've just been handed this bit of paper, so the judges, this is what I'm saying, isn't it? Yeah, that's it, yeah. The judges have awarded this year's Design and Innovation Award to Diagnostics for the Real World, DRW, for their Samba point of care diagnostic system. Round of applause.
If you'd like to come up, please.
Yeah, I'll have all that down.
Well done. Congratulations.
You want to hold it? Heavy. Really heavy. Yeah. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Nice picture. Yeah. You really deserve this. I love what you've done. Thank you so much. We have loved what you've done.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Wayne, and thanks for our winners. So, last and definitely not least, I'd like to hand over for our peer-to-peer award to Ruth McKernan.
So I have the pleasure of handing out the peer-to-peer awards, and I want to thank all the exhibitors. We had nearly 400 applications from companies wanting to showcase here, and when it comes to the winner, I can only say the panel chose wisely for the applicants and the visitors chose wisely for the winners. So the finalists for this award were Blue Maestro, Bloom Labs and My Manu Limited. And the winner of the award for the peer-to-peer award is a company that has developed a smart connected pacifier, you know it's you, don't you, that monitors babies' temperatures and relays the information back to parents' smart devices through Bluetooth. So it gives that extra reassurance to parents on the well-being of their children. I am delighted to announce that the winner is Blue Maestro. Please come on up. Very heavy. Congratulations. Yeah, well done. So I get to make a few final comments at the end of the day, and I'm going to keep these very short. I have just a few things to say. First of all, I am so pleased we came to Manchester. First time we've been out of London, and it has been fantastic. We've had a whole load of new people attend. I've heard that deals have been done. People have found customers. It has been a terrific place to be. I particularly enjoyed seeing many of the new products at the show. It was great to have the Secretary of State join us, and good to hear about his very positive approach to putting innovation as a significant element of industrial strategy in the UK. Also, let's not forget that he announced 20 million for research and innovation in the nuclear area. Delighted to hear about that. I'd also like to thank the presenters. It has been such a rich programme. I've sat through most of the presentations on the main stage, but there have been other things going on in the rooms at the other end of the convention centre. It has been packed, it has been really full of exciting stuff. And if you missed Hyperloop yesterday, wow, you missed a treat. That was really good. And I started in my opening session of saying that as we face the fourth industrial revolution, the role of Innovate UK has never been more important, and that has been totally reinforced for me over the last 2 days. We've seen companies start new things, we've had universities out there, we've had our new regional approach rolled out, I've had my regional managers on show, we've had Innovate UK showing people how to apply for grants, we've had the catapults here as a family, and Greg Clark was very interested to hear more about those. Every single element of our 5-point plan has been delivered here over the last 2 days. I have only one last thing to say, a massive thank you for everybody who's been here, a massive thank you for the exhibitors, for the organisers, for the people that have made this work, for my colleagues who have worked so hard in the last year to put this together, to run our competitions, to make this event brilliant. Please give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you all so much. We are done till next year. Thank you. And have been so excited by Manchester that next year I think we'll do the Midlands Engine, maybe Birmingham. So thank you for that and goodbye.